guys, good morning. Tory here from Overlook Horizon. Again, back at it. Launch day number 2, attempt number 2 today for SpaceX's Demo-2 mission, sending astronauts to the International Space Station. Today is Saturday, May 30th, just in case you're watching the replay later. There will be timestamps in the description below, also the pinned comments, in case you're watching and you want to just jump ahead and skip to all the good parts. But who are we kidding? Every part is a good part. Stick around. We're having fun today, because finally, we are gonna launch
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
That's right, Jim. American astronauts from on American rockets from American soil. Woo! I am pumped and ready to go. Hey, Deborah, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate it. She says, thanks for always being here for us. I'm excited. I'm ready to go. Again, though, big question mark is weather. But before we get into the weather, I know you guys are all thinking, I saw all the comments on Wednesday. Everybody loved it. People loved, well, maybe not everybody loved it. People loved it. People hated it. But you didn't think we were gonna launch again without the shirt, did you? We need the shirt on. Get this shirt going. Here we go. Oh, now my headphones are all screwed up. Now, hold on. We got to figure this out. There we go. All right. Well, let's see. Put this back here. We just had to get that all going, because I know you guys all loved the shirt the last time. So yeah, here we go. All right, now we're ready to go. We're gonna take a look at weather. Everybody's concerned about weather today, but I'll give you a tiny bit of good news, which is that weather is looking a little bit better. A little bit better. Don't button it. I gotta button it, otherwise it flaps all over the place. Weather is a little bit better today, and I'm actually very hopeful. I think we learned a couple of things the last time. Let's see, we'll take a look. We'll full screen. We'll take a look at, here's the Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon out at the launch pad today, right now. This is live. You can see still a lot of clouds in the background. Lots and lots of clouds. That's not good. We can't launch through the middle of cumulus clouds. Can't launch through precipitation. We can't have attached or detached anvil clouds, for that matter, that are within a certain distance of the launch pad. But with that being said, there are thunderstorms predicted for later today. Where's our weather? Weather, I have it here. There are thunderstorms predicted for later today, which is not good. But this morning's sounding, which is where they measure the atmosphere, this morning's sounding actually kind of pointed to that the thunderstorms and our big threat for the day might hold off until after T0. So it may be terrible weather this afternoon, but because our launch time is just a little bit earlier, we might be okay. We just might get it in today. I'm very, very hopeful for that. But here we go. So this is what we're looking at here. Oh, and I should tell you guys all, in case you weren't here the other day and you don't know how this works, before we go to the weather. But here's our events list. This is everything that's going to happen here for today. All the big events. Our T-minus countdown clock, right there. We're at 5 hours and 18 minutes. Launch time today, 3:22 p.m. and 45 seconds. Eastern Daylight Time, that is 19:22 and 45 seconds. UTC. You can also type, there's a couple of commands in case you see some frequent questions in there and you want to help out another chatter. You can type !commands, give you a link to all the commands that are available. Some of them are like DM-2, give the launch time, !booster, info about the booster, !weather, give you a link to the weather map that we're looking at here today. !path will give you a map to the flight path, which we're also going to look at today as well. So, bunch of chat commands that you can use, and if you see somebody in the chat asking a question that you know there's a command for, help them out. Throw the command in there. And I'll get to I see all the chat coming through. So we're going to get to that here in just a minute here, but let's take a look at weather. Back to the weather. Weather with Tory. Coming up at 5 minutes past the hour. It's weather with Tory. So here we are. We're it's almost like a nervous laughter at this point because I'm just so amped up for launch. But this is 2 p.m. So I can show the weather at 2 p.m. and I can show the weather at 5 p.m. Now, 5 p.m. doesn't look good, but 2 p.m. looks okay for precipitation and storms. We've got some storms over here, but these are far enough away they can launch. They could launch with those storms there. Now, we do have this really, really annoying batch of thunderstorms right here, which it's almost just comically annoying because it's literally in the flight path. It just follows the flight path. Like the flight path goes right here, right up the coast. This batch of thunderstorms is like, if I were to draw a line to show you where the flight path is, that's it right there, that batch of thunderstorms. So still got a bit of a concern for recovery weather, but I think we did learn something the other day because my big concern the other day was on recovery weather, and my concerns were still there come launch time, but listening to the nets and listening to the weather officer, they weren't really that concerned about recovery weather. It was really the launch weather they were concerned about. So my feeling is, and I have absolutely no facts to back this up, so this is opinion, but my feeling is that they may be a little more, I want to say a little more lenient, but it's not so much lenient, but their rules may be not as strict for recovery and abort scenarios as they are for launch. So we can hopefully get through those issues on recovery, and they may still be able to recover, assuming that the sea states are okay. We're going to take a look at waves in just a second, but assuming that all of that is okay and good to go. GVA Morning Show, hey, thanks for the super chat. Welcome back. Let's do this. I know. I think we have a chance. I think this might work out today. I'm excited. I don't know if I can do 7 hours of broadcasting for another 3 days, but I will if we have to. But we're not gonna talk like that. It's happening today. It's happening today. Okay, so let's go back and let's continue looking at our weather here. So this is a precipitation map here right now. We've also got, I have a couple other maps I'm going to show you as well that I don't have commands for or links for, so stay tuned for just a minute. We also have, I'm all over the map today. We also have special guests coming in later in the show. You may have heard of her. Her name is Amy Shira Teitel. Awesome YouTuber, author, historian. She will be here later in the show. So make sure you stick around for that, because Amy's just awesome. If you don't know who she is, you got to subscribe to her YouTube channel, because she's got a whole bunch of info about Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all the old space programs, all kinds of info there. She's going to join us later. Okay, back to the weather with Tory at 8 minutes past the hour. This is wind speeds. Now, ground level winds, looking great. 7 miles per hour. Awesome. Just awesome. Go up the coast a little bit throughout the recovery zone. Much higher, not much higher, but higher than it was the other day. We're talking 15, 20 mile per hour winds. I still think that's okay. Question is, what does that do to our waves today? Oh, where did we go? Here we are. We also have, it looks like it's going to stay far enough away, but this is a little tropical depression forming out here in the Atlantic Ocean. We want to keep that away, because that's another reason why we want to launch today, because I haven't looked at what the track is, but last I saw it was heading this way, and we don't want that to affect abort recovery scenarios if we do have to scrub for today and go to tomorrow or the day, or but basically our backup days are tomorrow, Sunday, and then after that, the next one will be June 2nd, so Tuesday. But we're not going there. So this is ground level winds, then we're going to take a look at upper level winds, which are actually okay for wind shear here. So nothing too crazy for upper level winds. We do have 47-mile-per-hour winds, but nothing crazy for wind shear. Rocket will be able to go up and over this and head this direction, no problem. So personally, I have no concerns for upper level winds, but I'm not a rocket launching weather expert. And then also waves. Look at this. This is where I think that line of thunderstorms, not so much of a big deal, because you've got all those thunderstorms, but look at the waves. 4-foot waves. That's it. 5 foot. We got up here, we got a little batch of 8-foot waves, but they were considering launching the other day. We heard nothing about abort wave conditions or anything like that, even with Tropical Storm Bertha that was right at South Carolina. So I don't think this is a concern. This little tiny batch of yellow here. No big deal. So yeah, all up the coast here, 4-foot waves, sea states look pretty calm. Now, if the tropical storm here comes in and this is right off the coast, that could be a problem later on. But for today, I don't think it's that big of a deal. So I think there's a chance. There's a chance. Now let me show you the other weather map here before I get to your comments. Now this is a little bit different here. Let's see. Can we zoom in on this so you guys can see it better? We're gonna go. We'll put it right over here. Okay. This is 3 different predictions for exactly T0. So this is a precipitation map for exactly 3:22 p.m. This is the forecast data, and there are 3 separate models for what they think. This is number 1, concerning, but still potential for launch. You've got Cape Canaveral over here. This, really what you want to look for is this TTS. TTS is the Space Shuttle landing strip. Basically, it's the airport. TTS, that's the airport code for the Space Shuttle landing facility. So the launch pad is right next to TTS here, right over in this region. So you got a little bit of distance from these thunderstorms. This is T0. I think it could launch with these conditions. Now I have 3 predictions. That's 3 different models that ran for T0. So this is model number 1. Model number 2 looks like this. Little more of a concern here. This has our thunderstorms off to the south. Now we're traveling northeast today. That could be okay. This could still be okay here. But we've still got a little bit of precipitation here. This could bring some big cumulus clouds over the launch site right here. This little bit of a thunderstorm. Can it hold off? We don't know. And prediction number 3. This is the worst one. This is why I say it's iffy, because this is a 1 in 3 chance here that if this happens and we have this thunderstorm that's practically over the launch pad. I mean, it's just a little bit southwest of the launch pad here, but if we have this come together here today, this is no good. So 3 different prediction models for launch time. This one's the worst, but the other 2 looking okay. Oh yeah, Simon says, I thought it was QQS. I think it's, well, there's like 2 codes for the Space Shuttle landing facility. Maybe TTS is Teitel? No, TTS I think is the Space Shuttle landing facility. But I think there's 2 codes. There's like a 3-letter code. I'm not a super aviation expert, but I think QQS or I think it's KTTS. Somebody that's actually a pilot will have to tell me the difference there between those. And Perry, go over on Twitch. Good morning. How you doing? Let's see. Periscope comments. Sailing close to the wind. Let's see. Lucky Map. Let's see. Lightning as well. Yeah, lightning will be a bit of a concern, but hopefully not as well. Dina. Hey, Dina. How are you? Dina's one of my friends watching over on Facebook. Thanks for the launch coverage, Tory. Thanks for hanging out with us here. We're going to be here a while, and I'm amped up. I'm pumped. Let's see, Laura, did you all see the guy with 19 on his back at the pad? No, what did the guy with 19 do? I don't know anything about this. Tim Gray giving me a space lobster in the comments. Weather's traveling northeast. Yeah, that's going to be the problem for today. So we want those thunderstorms to hold off. And you can see those clouds are moving pretty quickly, even in this live shot of the pad. If you look carefully, those clouds in the background moving very, very fast. How long till they launch? Up in the top left corner is the T-minus countdown. So we're still 5 hours away. We got plenty of time. Coming up, the first event for the day coming up is Dragon alignment of the inertial measurement unit. So Dragon IMU alignment coming up at T-minus 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. That's the first big thing where Dragon wakes up. So she's asleep right now. Hanging out, just waiting for things to... We also had a weather briefing at T-minus 6 hours. That was before we started. And that's when they decided, like, okay, we're going to start the countdown. We're gonna give it a shot today. And they did that, so that's good news. We are proceeding. Otherwise, we would have been scrubbed already, and we wouldn't be here. But they are proceeding. Next up will be the Dragon IMU alignment coming up soon. That's where the Dragon's waking up, and it's aligning its inertial measurement unit so it knows where it is, what orientation it's in, which direction it's pointed, which way, as Tim Dodd says, the pointy end up, the flamey end down. That's what you want, and then we want to make sure that Dragon knows that that's where it is. And then after that, we'll go through the rest of the events here as well. NASA TV will start in about 45 minutes from now, and then we'll have the live views up from there. Sevi, 60 frames per second again. Awesome. Yeah, I updated this time because I accidentally streamed in 60 FPS last time. This time I did it intentionally, and last time I was streaming in 60 FPS, but my camera was only set to 30 FPS. So now my camera's at 60 FPS, so you can see me and all my motions in a glorious 1080p 60 frames per second. Isn't it awesome? Isn't that just what you came here for? Just to see my crazy antics. Where's this footage from? This is from Kennedy Space Center. This is a official NASA feed here. That's where this footage is from. So this is the Kennedy Space Center NASA feed. There you go. Fritz46 giving me the answer on the airport. IATA code QQS, FAA code TTS. And the ICAO code is KTTS. That's on the Space Shuttle landing area. So that's the discrepancy. I knew there were two different codes. I knew for some reason, well, it's kind of three different codes with the KTTS, but one of them's KTTS, TTS, and then you've got the IATA code, which is QQS, which I don't know why that one's different, but there you go. There's our answer that we were looking for on the Space Shuttle landing facility. Is there another launch for SpaceX satellites soon? Yes, Starlink 7 will be after this, but it's kind of to be determined at this point. They're waiting until they can launch DM-2, higher priority, and then they'll go on to Starlink 7 sometime early to mid-June. When is the rocket launch? 3:22. Type exclamation point DM-2 in the YouTube chat. It'll give you some info about launch time. Let's see. Okay, great weather graphics. Thank you. We'll be taking a look at those all day long because that's the biggest thing. Rudy wants to know which precipitation weather map is being used. Type exclamation point weather in the YouTube chat. It'll give you a link right to the weather map that I'm using. Okay. All right. So, and we're also going to take a look at the flight path as well. Perry XP. Come on, don't forget your free crowd too. I don't know what that means. But I'm here. I see them all. It just takes me a minute to get to all the chats. When do astronauts board? Astronauts will board the rocket. Hatch closure is at T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes. Oh, look at this. You can see the NASA helicopter in the background. Oop, there it goes. T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes is hatch closure. I think they board at T-minus 2 hours and 2 hours and 35 minutes, and somewhere in that range. They will suit up, happens at T-minus 3 hours and 15 minutes. So that's right, or I'm sorry, that's leaving for the pad. Leaving for the pad is 3 hours and 15 minutes. Walk out 3 hours 22 minutes. Suit up is T-minus 4 hours. So about an hour from now, we'll see suit up start. See them starting to get in their launch, their pressure suits, the Starman suits, whatever we want to call those. It'll be in about an hour from now. Frederick, hey, thanks for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Was the thunder streak at flight path at launch time? Oh, so you're talking... Let's pull that back up so we can see it. The precipitation, you're talking this big streak right here. That big streak, this is a 2 p.m. forecast. So this is about 1 hour prior to launch. I can't get any closer to that with this particular weather map. I can only show you 2 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Now 5 o'clock, it's broken up a little more. But both of these, even at 2 o'clock, this one's not showing a ton of thunder and lightning, although you can see a couple of flashes of lightning. You can see them here, like right here's a thunderstorm. You'll see that one light up. If you look, I don't know if you guys can see this, but if you look really carefully, there are dots on the map in places where there's a thunderstorm. They're like little, if I zoom in, will it show it? Can you see these dots right here? Like this is a thunderstorm, this is just precipitation. So these dots, they do show up if I zoom out here, and then you can also see a couple flashes of lightning every once in a while. So there was one right there, but there's not a whole lot of frequent lightning. And this lightning I'm not concerned about for launch because the rocket will be well above this for launch time. It's really just recovery that is our concern because the capsule's got to come back through it if there's an abort scenario and they have to come back and land in the ocean. Is that going to be a concern for them? Don't know. And what sort of probability are they using to evaluate that? Because really, if there's only this one tiny little bit of thunderstorm here, I mean, what's the probability that an abort is going to happen? I mean, first of all, what's the probability of an abort happening in the first place? I forget what they gave for I think it was 1 in 60 or something like that. 1 in 60 chance of an abort. Or it might have even been less than that. I think it was 1 in 60 for chances of a flight anomaly. So that doesn't necessarily mean an escape abort with the launch escape system. They could go to orbit and then just have to come back. But yeah, I think it was 1 in 60 chance of an anomaly happening. 1 in 276 chance of crew loss. We don't want to have that. Just for comparison's sake, I don't want to give the wrong statistic here, but the Space Shuttle, let me look it up real quick. The Space Shuttle crew loss risk for the first couple of flights was like ridiculously high. Yeah, so the very first Space Shuttle launch had a loss of crew chance of 1 in 10. That's for STS-1 on the Space Shuttle. 1 in 10 for crew loss. I think I have that right. Somebody fact check that for me, but I looked it up real quick. I know STS-1 was crazy high, and that was not something that they did retrospectively, is evaluate the loss of crew. It was like 25 years later, not 25 years later, but like 20, I think it was like 20 years later, maybe it was 25 years later, that they went back and they were like, yeah, 25 years later, they went back and they were like, oh man, what happened to my camera? Hold on. Camera's glitching out. One moment, we'll get it back. I'm back. I don't know why that freaked out, but hopefully that doesn't become an issue today. Of course, my computer yesterday, my computer rebooted yesterday as I was getting prepped for all this, and of course it installed a new Windows update. And I think we all have a love-hate relationship with Windows Update, maybe just a hate-hate relationship for Windows updates, because as soon as I installed that Windows Update, I had to reset everything up. It was just awful. But hopefully the camera doesn't become an issue today. Luckily, it's an easy fix, but we'll see. So, what were we talking about? Lost my train of thought now. Did you find out how heavy the suits are and what temperature do they withstand? I don't know the temperature. I think I want to say the weight is like 20 pounds for the suit, or somewhere in that range. And I think the old Space Shuttle suits, the early Space Shuttle suits, or they had like an early version of the orange suit. I don't know about the blue suits. I don't know what the weight was on the early blue suits for Space Shuttle. The early orange suits were super heavy, and then they went to a little bit of a lighter version, which I think was like 30 pounds or so. So the SpaceX spacesuits are lighter than the Space Shuttle suits. Should be a way to disable automatic updates. I know, right? It was like just let me disable updates until DM-2 is over. Like I don't want you to mess with anything on me. Crew loss, says Ross Graves. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, so... Oh, I know where we were going with all that. So the question was, like, what is the probability that they will consider this a concern? Because the probability that an abort will happen in the first place, kind of low. Then the probability that if an abort happens, that it will be a launch escape, also even lower. Then the probability is if you have a launch escape, the chance that it will fall right through this thunderstorm, kind of low as well. So I imagine they're going to evaluate all those probabilities as they're preparing for launch. And if it's, having a thunderstorm out there might not be a no-go, just blanket no-go like it is for the launch site. They can't, if there's a thunderstorm overhead at launch, it's just no-go. It doesn't happen. But if there's a thunderstorm that's hundreds of miles downrange, hundreds of kilometers downrange for an abort scenario, they may look at that probability and be like, you know what? We're going to chance that because we don't think that's going to happen and it's very low probability. We'll see. I mean, I think there are some things that they're like, yeah, we just can't do this. That would be like sea states where if the crew landed there, like they just have no possible way to recover them because the ocean is just crazy and thrashing all over the place and the crew would be at danger because recovery crews couldn't get to them. That would be a no-go for an abort scenario. If they're thrashing around in the ocean and recovery crews just can't get to them. But I think these may be okay. Let's see. Let's go back. We'll go back to this view here for a moment while I'm taking a look at your comments so you can see what we're looking at here today. GVA Morning Show, hey, thanks for the super chat again. What do you think on the Starship SN4 loss? Yeah, so if you're not aware, Starship SN4, serial number 4 for Starship, which is SpaceX's prototype development rocket. You can pause up. Oh, you're talking about Windows. Sorry, I was looking at something else. Let me get back to GVA's question. Yeah, so Starship's SN4 prototype rocket, which is expected to take people to the moon and to Mars, which SpaceX is developing right now, had a test static fire last night. And it exploded spectacularly. Probably not the way SpaceX probably wouldn't word it that way, but from a visual standpoint, it looked incredible. But it did result in the Starship prototype being completely destroyed, along with pad equipment and the launch stand and everything else being just completely obliterated. Now, so what do I think about that? It's awful. It's going to delay. I mean, SN4 was preparing. Oh, there's a helicopter again. SN4 was preparing to do their 150-meter hop as early. Well, they were going to wait until DM-2 was done, I think, but it was going to be as early as Monday. That's not happening now. So this is likely going to result in 3-4 weeks of delays until we get a 150-meter hop. Luckily, they have the next serial number right behind it, already pretty much built, be ready to go. But yeah, that was pretty devastating to see that happen. Plus, then you're going to get all the people that saw the SN4 explosion and be like, oh boy, I bet the crew's nervous now. It has nothing to do with DM-2, Crew Dragon, or Falcon 9. Like, this is not... Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 is a proven vehicle that's been tested and flown a bajillion times. So, really has nothing to do with this. But, of course, just the optics of having a SpaceX, an explosion, those two words next to each other, the day before SpaceX and Crew are right next to each other. Those are the bad optics right there. That's the problem with that. So that's the only thing I think about. But yeah, I'm bummed about the delay that will be a result of that. That's gonna be unfortunate. There you go. I like Managard's comment. I just keep telling people that's why we have tests and make prototypes. That's the idea. You want it to blow up when you're testing, not when there's people on board. Hey, Zanny, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Sell me your shirt. I can't sell you the shirt. I love this shirt. This is a fantastic shirt. I have no idea where it came from. It was a gift to me. But I love it. I got a lot of hate for it the other day in the comments, but some people, I also got a lot of love for it. That's why I wore it again. Just pick a clear day. It's that simple. I wish it was that simple there, Vinitius, because it's really not that simple. I mean, you have to pick a day. Remember, this Crew Dragon capsule is trying to meet up with the International Space Station. This is an orbiting laboratory that is traveling at 17,000 miles per hour around the Earth. You have to launch at a specific time in order to catch that. Now, there's a lot of confusion, lots of confusion about how the instantaneous launch window works for SpaceX, because United Launch Alliance they show that they have a window for launching to the space station. People are like, well, wait a minute, why does SpaceX not have a window to launch? Why is theirs instantaneous? So the way SpaceX launches work, there is a window that they have to meet up with the International Space Station. That window is not instantaneous. It's actually like a 5-minute window or so that they can launch within. The problem is they have to pick a T0. Like somewhere in there, they have to say, okay, we pick this time. Generally, they pick the time that's going to be the most efficient performance-wise, to performance, fuel usage, all that kind of stuff, to get to the International Space Station. Once they pick that time, in the hours leading up to it, they can adjust that. They can reprogram the vehicle, things like that. Once they get to T-minus 45 minutes, and likely even a little bit sooner than that because they have to program the rocket and everything else, but once they get to T-minus 45 minutes, or shortly before that, then they're locked in. And the reason for that is because of the way that SpaceX fuels their rocket. They use these super chilled fuels and oxidizers that are crazy cold. I don't remember the exact temperature, but it's like negative 340 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that. Somebody do the metric conversion for me. But they're crazy, crazy cold, and they are loaded into the vehicle at a very specific time so that, because as they go in the vehicle, they heat up. And they're loaded into the vehicle at a specific moment so that the rise in temperature is at the exact moment of T0. So it's a very, very coordinated effort. Now, if they can't launch and they have to scrub, they have to unload that fuel and reload fuel in, which takes a long time to do. And because they have to make sure those fuels temperatures are at the perfect temperature. So they can't just be like, yeah, well, let's just hold on, well, let's wait 2 minutes. Because if they wait 2 minutes, the fuel will not be at the right temperature and they won't get the same performance out of it. That's one of the reasons why the Falcon 9 rocket has such great performance, is because the density of the fuels and oxidizer that they can put into the rocket is super dense when it's super chilled like that. And if it's not that dense and they don't have as much fuel as they think they have in the rocket, they're not going to be able to perform their mission. So that's why SpaceX is, although it's like a 5-minute window, when they pick a time and they commit to that time, they don't have enough time to reset and recycle those fuels. Now, on like a satellite launch, a lot of times they have like a 4-hour window. If they have to scrub or hold for that, they could stop, hold, delay, drain the fuel tanks, pick a new T0, reload the fuel tanks with new fuel, and then launch again. But they can't hold for like 5 minutes. It would be a hold for like, depending on where they are in the fueling process, it could be a hold for 15 minutes. I think minimum is 15 minutes usually. But it would be a hold for, more likely be like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour that they would have to hold for, depending on where they are in the fueling process. A lot of times, like at the point we aborted yesterday, it took them 40 minutes to drain the fuel out. And then they would have to start the fueling process over again, which is another 45 minutes. So it would be like the other day when we scrubbed, it's like an hour and a half scrub recycle time in order to get back to a launch time. So not an option to delay for a short period of time for SpaceX. From takeoff, how long does it take to leave Earth atmosphere? It's only a couple minutes to get out of the atmosphere. So you're out of the atmosphere by like T plus 5 minutes, I would say, out of the bulk of the atmosphere by T plus 5 minutes or so. because max Q is at like 58 seconds, and that's about 30 to 40,000 feet, 58 seconds into flight. So it's probably even sooner than 5 minutes, but I would say within 5 minutes, you'll be pretty much out of the bulk of the atmosphere. So let's see. Hi there. How's it going? The countdown's going well so far. So we got one event checked off the list, which is Dragon alignment of the inertial measurement unit. That will have happened already. We don't get a formal notification that has happened, but that's the time that would happen. So if the count is still proceeding, then we're okay and we're good to go in that respect. So they've got Dragon alignment should be done. Our next thing will be pressurizing the hypergolic fuels. That is the fuel. Sorry, I'm looking at notifications at the same time that we're talking, just to make sure that I don't have anything that's changed, but that will be the fuel that is inside the Dragon capsule for reaction control system. That's for on-orbit maneuvers. And it's also used for those escape engines, the abort motors that would pull the capsule away in the event of some sort of abort. So those get pressurized 4 hours and 30 minutes prior to launch. So we're at T plus 4 hours and 46 minutes right now. In about 16 minutes, they will pressurize the hypergolic fuels inside the Dragon capsule. The fuels for the Falcon 9 rocket, the first stage and the second stage, those will not be loaded and pressurized until much, much later. We're talking like T minus 37 minutes when they start loading fuels into the actual first and second stage of the rocket. Let's see. What did you send me? Sebi sent me a link. What is this a link to, Sebi? Let me see. Oh, that's weather. That's not what I wanted to pull up. I wanted to pull up this. We're going to take a look at the flight path here too, but let me see. Oh, Sebi pulled up. We'll give Pac Sun a little bit of free advertising here. There's the shirt. Apparently that's the shirt right there. I didn't even know. This was a gift to me, so there you go. There's a shirt I'm wearing. That's the white version. There's got to be a black shirt version that I have here as well, but there it is. So there you go. Some free advertising for Pac Sun. Did SpaceX learn anything new during Wednesday's attempt? I'm sure they did, but they didn't really share anything. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, Sebi says there's no black version. Huh, interesting. I wonder, maybe this was just I don't know where this came from. What is the chance of launch today? So officially, let's take a look. We'll look at, before we get to the flight path, let's look at the launch day forecast here. We'll pull this up. Here we go. So this is the launch day forecast. Let's zoom in on this. And let's get myself out of the way. So launch day forecast right here. This is put out by the 45th Space Wing, which is the weather squadron that is responsible for monitoring launch weather conditions. They monitor all the launch weather conditions. They have a set of restrictions for launching a rocket for pretty much all launch providers. Then each launch provider has its own criteria and its own restrictions for some of the other things which are not included in these probabilities. So that would be things like upper level winds, abort recovery conditions. Those are not included in this forecast. This forecast is just for launch commit criteria. Each provider, when it comes to upper level winds and abort scenarios, each provider is different. Each rocket can handle upper level winds differently. United Launch Alliance's rocket actually handles upper level winds a little bit better than SpaceX's launch vehicle does. They can steer into the upper level winds, and they can reprogram the rocket faster, I believe, than SpaceX can do in real time leading up to it. So their upper level wind conditions may be different than United Launch Alliance's, and that's why the 45th Space Wing does not include upper level winds and abort conditions in their forecast predictions. So this is where we stand today. This is the latest from the 45th Space Wing. Today, probability of violating weather constraints, which means probability of no-go, 50%. 50% chance that we may violate launch conditions today. Now, the encouraging thing, at least we looked at some of the forecasts, there may be an opening when we get closer to T0, which is good news. There may be an opening, small opening, but it may be there. But also good news if you look at additional risk criteria, particularly booster recovery weather, low risk criteria. I read that, booster recovery is good to have low risk, like that. But also I read into that a little bit like abort, and I'm reading into that for abort recovery as well, because if booster recovery is low risk, abort recovery, at least near the booster, would be relatively low risk as well. Something to consider. Upper level winds, wind shear, also low risk as well. So that's good. But still only 50%, and our main concern is precipitation, anvil clouds, and cumulus clouds. A lot of thunderstorms coming through the area. Will there be an opening that they can launch? They don't need a huge opening, and those Florida afternoon thunderstorms, they can pop up and fly past pretty quickly and go away pretty quickly too. So are we going to have a window? That's the question. And that window, that window has to be right over the pad at T0, right at that moment. That's going to be the tricky thing. Will that actually happen? Our backup day tomorrow, May 31st, 40% chance of violation, which means 60% go. 40% no go, 60% go. Looking a little bit better tomorrow, just slightly, but still precipitation, thick clouds, cumulus clouds, the concern for tomorrow. If we have to go even further for launch. Whoa, hello. If we have to go even further, the next backup day is Tuesday, June 2nd. I think that's probably our worst case scenario right there, because that is looking great for Tuesday. So that is 30% chance of no go and 70% chance go, with the concerns being precipitation and cumulus clouds again. But we don't have the thick clouds or the big anvil clouds, which would be like your thunderstorms and things like that. We don't have that concern for Tuesday. Tuesday looking great. Today, out of these 3 days, today is the worst. But there could be an opening. We'll have to see if it's going to work out today. Let's see. So we've still got a lot of time to go, and we're going to take a look at the flight path here. How robust is the abort protocol in the case of failure? How quickly can it be detected? That's from Obiswag. Obiswag Yolobi. I like that name. How robust is the abort protocol? Sorry, that's not what I wanted to pull up. Let's see. Hold on, I got too many windows open here. The abort protocol is very robust because it will detect an abort within fractions of a second. We're talking like milliseconds here is when it will detect an abort and pull the capsule away from any sort of anomaly that's happening with the rockets. I think it's like, I want to say it's something like 100 milliseconds. Could be completely making that up, but it's in the milliseconds range. 100 milliseconds, it can pull the rocket away from any sort of, anomaly on the rocket itself. And that can also happen on the launch pad and during flight all the way to orbit. They arm the launch escape system at T-minus 45 minutes. I think it's like 42 minutes technically, but right around T-minus 45 minutes, they arm the launch escape system before they start loading any fuel into the rocket. So if anything happens during fuel up, they can abort off the rocket on the launch pad and everybody will be completely safe. That's one of the big benefits of the Falcon 9 rocket, especially over the Space Shuttle days. If you remember our Space Shuttle days, Space Shuttle had what was called a death window. The death window sounds terrifying, and really it was terrifying. The Space Shuttle, there was a period of time when the Space Shuttle could not abort. And that was from ignition, or basically right at liftoff, when those solid rocket boosters ignited. You were committed to flight until those solid rocket boosters were done burning, which was like 2+ minutes into flight. So for the first 2 minutes of flight with the space shuttle, there was absolutely no possibility of abort in those first 2 minutes. Sadly, we saw that during the Challenger disaster. But those first 2 minutes, no possibility of abort. You had to wait until the solid rocket boosters were done, because there's no way to shut off the solid rocket boosters. You can't stop a solid rocket booster once it's ignited. It burns, and when it's done, you can jettison it, but you can't jettison it while it's still burning. Otherwise, it's just going to crash into your rockets. So you have to wait till it's done burning, then you can jettison the solid rocket boosters. And even then, those early abort scenarios for Space Shuttle, any RTLS landing, which RTLS being return to launch site, was absolutely terrifying for astronauts to consider, because they all knew leading into it that was a very, very risky abort scenario. So that was, not a good scenario. So this is much better for Falcon 9. They can abort anytime, 45 minutes prior to launch, all the way up to orbit. It's relatively comfortable. It'd probably be a huge surprise, but it's relatively comfortable in the sense that the astronauts only experience about 2 to 3 G's worth of acceleration during an abort scenario. So not too bad. Although if you're sitting on the launch pad and you're hanging out and you're at T-minus 35 minutes or something like that, and you're kind of just hanging out, pushing buttons, and all of a sudden the abort motors fire, it's going to be a big wake-up call. You'll be, hello, yo, here we go. So that would be very startling to have those kick in. But the good news is they would be safe. That's what you want. You want safe, right? What does Dragon Align IMU mean? That is so I'm assuming you're talking about the event that has been completed. That was about half an hour ago. That is the alignment of the inertial measurement units. It's basically how Dragon knows what orientation it's in, which direction it's pointed. They align the IMU just under 5 hours prior to launch to get prepared for the countdown. Next up, coming up, is pressurizing the hypergolics. That's the fuels inside the Dragon capsule itself for abort and for reaction control thrusters. Those will get pressurized to flight levels, T-minus 4 hours and 30 minutes, so that we know that they're stable and ready for launch. Let's see. Last night was such good timing for launch. 11 to 22 kilometers per hour upper stratosphere. I know, it would have been great, but yet we couldn't launch yesterday because it would have been bad phasing for the International Space Station. We couldn't meet up with the International Space Station for the last 2 days, so today was the next opportunity. It's going to rain again. Yeah, we have thunderstorms predicted. But, again, let's go back. Let's review for anybody that missed the beginning of the show here. The big issue that we're looking at, particularly, is thunderstorms and precipitation that's coming up later today. Now, this is 2 p.m. We've got these thunderstorms popping up, but they may be scarce enough that we could still launch today. It's still in the cards to launch today. It's bad weather, but it's still in the cards. We could potentially get an opening. This is 2 p.m. This is 5 p.m. Let's move this over so it's easier to see. 5 p.m. looks no good. 2 p.m. looks good. Our launch is at 3:22 p.m. I can't show you a prediction between there, at least not with this map, because this only shows me 5 and 2. So the weather is trending poorly for later in the day, but based on the early morning sounding today, it looked like the bad weather was going to start around 4 p.m. So that is about 40 minutes after our launch time, which would be awesome because we could launch if that weather holds off just a little bit. And it may be bad weather later today, late afternoon in Florida, but it looks like it may hold off enough for us to get launched. Thankfully, launch time is a little bit earlier today than it was on Wednesday. We also showed, we'll show this again just in case for anybody that didn't see it. So this is the 19Z prediction here for weather. So it's basically right at 3 o'clock. I got three models, 3 different comparisons. This is model number 1. Look for this TTS. That's the Space Shuttle landing facility right here where TTS is. That's right, pretty close. That is west of the launch pad. So the launch pad is right over in this region here. So right here, thunderstorms in the area, but far enough away where it could still launch. This would be okay for launch right here. That gives us enough room to launch. Model number 2, same time, just different model. Also 3 p.m. model, 1900 UTC. Thunderstorms in the area, a little closer, it's getting worse. You got the thunderstorms here, but is it far enough away? It's now we're getting on the edge. That is bad. But the heavy stuff is to the south here. Heavy stuff is to the south, so we might be okay there. And then here's the third model that I have. This is all. Oh, what happened there? Something that was weird. There we go. Here's our third model. Also, same time, 1900 UTC, 3 p.m. This is 22 minutes before launch. Right here. Thunderstorm just within a couple of miles of the launch pad. This one's the worst. This one's the worst model. This would be bad. This would not work out well for launch today. So we don't want to see that. But we have 3 different models. One looks great, one looks iffy, the other one looks bad. That's why I'm saying there might be a chance, and that's why it's 50-50 today. That's why we're at 50% launch possibility for the day. Is because those models can't agree. It's going to be in the details today. It's going to be in the details as we get to launch time. Yes, there are thunderstorms in the area, but they're scattered, and we just need a window. We got to get the rocket through the window. If we can get the rocket through the window, we'll be okay. But whether or not we get that window, and does that window line up with the launch pad at launch time? Those are where the details are. Because somewhere in Florida, there's going to be an opening, but we need it to be right over the launch pad. What's solar radiation like? Solar activity is low for today, so we should be okay. Don't have any concerns for that. Can you read SpaceX's tweet, please? Did SpaceX tweet? What did they say? I don't, let's see. Let me take a look. SpaceX says, the only thing I see from SpaceX just says targeting launch 322. All systems go. I don't see anything new in that respect from SpaceX. Let's see. Let me see what else we've got. Why couldn't they wait 10 minutes last time? Yeah, so let's cover this again, why they can't wait 10 minutes for launch time. And it really, there we go. We just had pressurizing of the hypergolics. That should be happening right now. That we're not going to get any sort of confirmation for that. They don't call that out. But this is when pressurizing the hypergolics happen. So launch teams are active right now. They're going through their count. They're doing their thing. Should be pressurizing hypergolics right now. So let's talk about why they couldn't wait the 10 minutes the other day. I know we mentioned this already, so if you heard this already, sorry. But this is a really complicated thing, and not a lot of people understand this. There is a you're trying to meet up with an orbiting laboratory. You're trying to meet up with a high-flying object. Let's just say that. It's going 17,000 miles per hour across the sky. There is a window that they can launch. It's only about 5 minutes. For the performance of the Falcon 9, they have a 5-minute window that they can launch in. Now, this is confusing. Stay with me. I know they always say instantaneous launch window, which it is, but stay with me. It's a 5-minute window they can launch the International Space Station. But somewhere in that 5-minute window, when they set their count, they got to pick a time, right? So they have to pick a time and say, we're going to launch here at T0. That's the best chance for meeting up with the International Space Station, the most efficient time, the best performance for the rocket, the least amount of fuel used. So in that 5-minute window, they pick a specific time. Now, within that specific time, as they start fueling the rocket, that's when they're locked in. That's when it becomes an instantaneous launch window, and that's specifically unique to the way the Falcon 9 rocket works because they use these super chilled, highly densified fuels. They have to be super, super cold in order for the Falcon 9 to get the performance that it has. It's one of the beautiful things about the Falcon 9 is the power that it has comes from those highly densified, super, super, super cold fuels that they load into the rocket. If it's not super cold, they can't get the performance out of the rocket. Now, the problem becomes once they start loading the rocket, the fuel starts to warm up. SpaceX has this timed out so perfectly that they have the exact moment timed to start loading fuel into the rocket so that when they hit T0, the fuel is at a perfect temperature to continue for flight and continue for launch and get the performance specs out of it. If they wait 10 minutes, that fuel will warm up and they will not get the performance out of the rocket. So if they have to delay, SpaceX would have to drain all the fuel out, reset everything, start the T-minus 45-minute countdown again, and start loading fuel back into the rocket. So really a delay, there is a delay possible, but the delay that they would have to do would be an hour and 30 minutes. And by that time, space station is not on the same path anymore. They wouldn't be able to do it. And they can't, the Falcon 9, the Earth is rotating underneath the orbiting laboratory, so if they waited another rotation, the space station is going to be in a different spot. It's not going to be lined up for phasing. They'd have to use way more fuel. They just can't do it. So that's why they couldn't wait 10 minutes the other day for launch. There you go. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Will they launch today? Where the chance? Yeah, I mean, there is a chance. We're going to take a look at. Now, let's take a look. So I said we were going to look at flight path because we haven't looked at the flight path here yet today. Where is my flight path? If you're in the YouTube chat, you can type !path and it'll give you a direct link right to this if you want to see this as well. At least I believe it. It should. I didn't update the link, but it should be the same link. Tell me if it doesn't work in the chat. Here's our flight path here for today, just so when we're looking at weather maps, you can picture this in your mind on where... Uh-oh, here goes my camera's going to glitch out again. 1 second. I didn't see. This is that stupid Windows update that freaked out yesterday. Let's get this camera loaded again. I think this is going to be an issue today. My computer, that Windows update yesterday. We're just going to have to keep an eye on that. We're going to reboot my camera every hour. That's annoying. Okay, so flight path. Yeah. Okay, you can only... I probably shouldn't have told you to type !path because only one person can do it. I know there's 10,000 people watching right now. But you can only do it once every 15 seconds. So let somebody else type !path and just wait for Nightbot to put the link up. Everybody slow down on the path comments. It'll get there. There's one right there. Click that one. Stop typing !path now. Everybody spam it. I'm gonna have to make slow mode even slower. So here's our flight path here for today. Lesson learned. I'm gonna stop telling people to type in the commands. I'm just gonna leave that up to moderators. I might have to change that to moderator only, so that we can get one link in instead of 750,000 paths. Okay, so here's our flight path here for today, so you can get this in your mind where the Falcon 9 is taking off from today. I saw a comment fly by a little bit earlier. Are they launching from the same place that NASA launches from? Yes, kind of. I mean, they are launching from the same place that NASA used to launch from. This is launch pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. This is now SpaceX has leased this launch pad for the next 20 years. So NASA will not be launching from this launch pad anytime soon. SpaceX has it for 20 years. They will be launching. They can launch all their Falcon 9 rockets from there. It is unique in the sense that that Falcon Heavy and Crew Dragon must launch from 39A. They have no other launch pads that are suitable to launch Falcon Heavy or Crew Dragon capsule. SpaceX does have another launch pad just south of there, which is right here. This is launch pad Slick 40 that SpaceX has at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, just a little bit south of them. They can launch Falcon 9 rockets from there. They cannot launch Falcon Heavy or Crew Dragon from down below. This one in the middle here, this is United Launch Alliance's Slick 41. That's where they launch like Parker Solar Probe from. That's United Launch Alliance pad. This is 39A, big historic pad. This is launch Space Shuttle from there, launch Apollo 11. Apollo 11. You heard of this, right? Apollo 11, the one we went to the moon with, launched from pad 39A. Also to the north is 39B. They also launched Apollo from there. That's where Apollo 10 launched from. That's where the Space Shuttle also launched from 39B. That's where the SLS program and NASA's upcoming rocket that will be here someday will launch from 39B. So that's just to the north of there. Also, those are the two huge launch pads. If you've seen pictures of the launch pad, NASA launch pads at Kennedy Space Center, those are probably the iconic ones that you've seen. 39B, 39A, those are the big ones where you would see Space Shuttle, Apollo, things like that. They'd be launched from. There's a million launch pads at Cape Canaveral. Well, maybe not a million, but there's a lot of launch pads. You got 40 or 41, 40. Then you've got all these launch pads down here. Like, look at every single one of these is or was a launch pad at some point. Bing, 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 all the way down the side. And they keep going all the way down here. Doom, 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 all the way here. They keep going all the way down. There's so many of them. Now, some of them have been converted. Like right here, this is SpaceX's landing facility here. This is LZ1 and LZ2. I'm not sure which one's which, but one of them's LZ1, the other one's LZ2. I don't know which one they call one or they call two. But those are the two landing pads just to the south. So when they would do an RTLS landing and they would come back and land the Falcon 9 rocket back on land, that's where they go. So they'd launch from up here, and it's called RTLS, return to launch site. It's not exactly the launch site. It's pretty close. They come back a little further to the south here. Now, another question while we're looking at flight path, people have asked quite often, let's see if I can manipulate these controls. This is always so confusing to operate flight path. So another thing that you'll notice for today is that we're landing the first stage booster out at sea on the drone ship. Of course, I still love you, landing way out in the ocean. And some people, if you've followed SpaceX launches in the past, we just talked about those RTLS landings back at Cape Canaveral. You might think, well, wait a minute, why are they not landing back at the landing site? I've watched Cargo Dragon launch to the International Space Station, and all the Cargo Dragon missions perform an RTLS landing. This one is going to the same place. Why is this one not doing an RTLS landing? Well, I'm glad you asked. The reason for that is now that crew are on board, the Falcon 9 is flying a shallower trajectory, specifically for G-forces on the crew. Even more specifically for G-forces in an abort scenario. So if you go straight up and straight down, the crew straight up, have an abort, and then straight back down, the crew would experience high G loads during that abort scenario. If you go in a more shallower trajectory and have an abort, that shallower re-entry is a lower G-force on the crew. Now we saw, if you remember the Soyuz MS-10 abort that was like a year and a half ago that had to do an in-flight abort, they came in kind of steep, and I believe they experienced like 7 or 8 Gs during re-entry. Survivable, not comfortable, but survivable. I mean, these guys are trained for G loads, but I'm very certain that you expose me to 7, 8 Gs of acceleration, I'm gonna pass out. And probably most of you guys would too. So this shallower trajectory keeps the G loads within 2 to 4 Gs in that range. And so they fly a shallower trajectory. So when they have booster cutoff, the booster in the Falcon 9 is further downrange instead of being higher overhead because they're flying more horizontal. So they don't have enough fuel, and they're to provide the Falcon 9 or provide the performance to get the Falcon 9 back to the launch site since they're further downrange. So they have to fly ballistically, meaning they just kind of coast, and then they land out at sea. So we have launch 39A, the launch sequence. Red here is active powered flight. Blue is coast phase. So right here, cutoff. It's pretty early in the flight. First stage cutoff. This is where the first and second stage separate right here during this coast phase. Then right here, second stage ignites, takes them to orbit along the red line here. The blue line, this is where that first stage booster will coast. So it cuts off down here, but it follows its ballistic trajectory, meaning it just coasts and follows the path that it's on. It's like if you throw a baseball, it's going to just follow this arc. So it follows the arc, it reaches its own apogee or the highest point of its orbit, and then starts coming back down, back to Earth. It will perform a re-entry burn to slow its entry into the atmosphere so it doesn't burn up and break into a million pieces. And then it will perform a second burn, a landing burn, to actually bring the rocket to zero velocity at zero altitude. That happens out here in the ocean. Does the SpaceX rocket use liquid fuel? If so, how many gallons are on board? I don't know the exact number of gallons on board, but yes, it does use liquid fuel. It's liquid RP1, which is a rocket grade kerosene, and liquid oxygen, both of them super chilled. They are liquid fuel rockets. No solid fuel on board the Falcon 9 rocket. Question, has the Dragon been to space already, or is it brand new? I know test flights have taken place. Is this the same one? Same question. This is a brand new capsule. So they had a previous capsule that they flew on DM-1, but this is a brand new capsule. NASA, as part of the Commercial Crew Program, NASA's... Here we go. We got another updated view here. This is nice. Has the NASA broadcast may have started already. Are they... We're going to keep a look at these views. Let me pull up my NASA feed to see if they're broadcasting. Yeah, so they are. We're just kind of hanging out. There's a little bit of chatting going on, but we're gonna leave it on the feed here for now. We'll listen in on the broadcast a little bit later, but what were we saying? We're talking about liquid fuel. I lost my train of thought on what we were talking about. Oh, the brand new capsule. This is a brand new capsule as part of the Commercial Crew Program. NASA will not fly astronauts on a reused Crew Dragon capsule. Crew Dragon capsule can be reused. It is reusable, and SpaceX can reuse it for flying cargo for NASA. They could also fly private astronauts, non-NASA astronauts, on board a reused crew capsule. NASA astronauts, at least during this first round of the Commercial Crew Program contract, NASA will not use the Crew Dragon a reused Crew Dragon capsule. Only brand new Crew Dragon capsules for NASA during this first round of the Commercial Crew contract. Will that change if they go to another round of contracts? Maybe it might, but in order to perform their human certification, NASA and SpaceX together decided that they would only fly brand new capsules. Cost here. So that is one of the big benefits of the Falcon 9 rocket here is going to be cost. A lot of this, I mean, the big reason that you're going through all of this is right now, the only way NASA gets to space is by paying Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, about $87 million per seat per astronaut to send to the International Space Station. The cost for Falcon 9 is about $55 million per seat per astronaut to get to the International Space Station. Huge cost savings happening for the Falcon 9 rocket. The Starliner, which is the other Commercial Crew Program provider that will provide redundancy for NASA, so there's two providers that can take American astronauts to the International Space Station, so that we can get Jim Bridenstine's mission of launching
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
Right? In order to meet that, they want redundant launch providers. Starliner's capsule is about the same cost as a Soyuz. It's about $90 million for a Starliner per seat. But the nice thing is that those funds will be funding a U.S. launch company and furthering the U.S. space program. Sounds a little bit selfish, but that's what they want. U.S. tax dollars funding U.S. businesses and U.S. programs. So that's why they're trying to bring that back in. It would be cool if other countries launch using SpaceX if it's less expensive, safer. Well, it's interesting you say that because Roscosmos has said, or well, NASA has said, I don't know if Roscosmos has said, but NASA has said that they will fly Russian astronauts someday on a commercial crew flight. And on Crew 1, there is a JAXA astronaut. Crew 1 is the next mission after this one. That's the first operational mission for the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon rocket after they get their final human certification. It'll be after this, currently planned for August. On that mission, they'll have 4 astronauts, one of which is a Japanese JAXA astronaut. JAXA is the Japanese space agency. They will fly on the Crew 1 mission in August. So, yes, other countries are going to take part in the commercial crew program. So it won't just be NASA astronauts. NASA will kind of coordinate the astronaut program, but they will bring in JAXA astronauts, ESA astronauts from the European Space Agency, and even Russian astronauts from Roscosmos. And yes, Simon says the JAXA guy has a black helmet. Why? It's a great question. They showed a training picture of that. Oh wait, let's see. I gotta get my clock is off. I want to try to. I'm about 22 seconds off. I want to try to line up my clock with NASA's clock here. Let's see, just a second. See if we can. Let's see if we can line these up here. This is going to be tough. So I'm like 22 seconds off. Is that right? Somebody do the math quick for me. I'm 22 seconds ahead. Wow, this is a lot further than it was before. So we want, let's see, 10, 22 seconds. Be something like this. How does this? Is this closer? Oh, that's closer, but now I'm still 2 seconds off. Let's see, let's get these. Let's align for launch here. Add another 2 seconds to it. How's this? Is this? That's pretty close right there. A couple of milliseconds off here now. That'll get us lined up so that at least my countdown timer, because this one, the countdown timer that you see up in the top left corner from my broadcast was originally counting down to the exact launch time, but I need to. I just wanted to sync that up so that they're aligned and ready with so what you see on TV for the NASA broadcast matches up to it, because there is a little bit of a delay in the NASA feed by the time they broadcast it to me and then you see it. There's a slight delay. There we go. That is right on the money now. Perfect. Beautiful. Now we're aligned and ready to go. Henrique, are you going to be talking for 4 hours? Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the idea. There will be 2 intermissions, at least. There'll be a couple intermissions where we take a break at some point, and then we'll come back and chat some more. But yeah, we're gonna be talking for a while, and we're also gonna talk with Amy Shira Teitel, who's a huge YouTuber, author, space historian. She's gonna come on the show a little bit later today. We'll be talking with her, so get your questions ready for Amy Shira Teitel, because she'll be on the show a little bit later. Why is it called a demonstration mission? This is a demonstration mission because SpaceX has not flown humans on a Crew Dragon capsule yet. So they still need to check out the vehicle and make sure that it operates the way that they think it will operate. So the crew are going to be flying on board, and they're going to be performing flight tests throughout the mission. There's really one big flight test. They're going to perform a manual flying test partway through the mission. I mean, the Crew Dragon capsule. Oh, everybody's asking about the black helmet. I don't know the reason on the black helmet. That's where I was going with the black helmet. I don't know the reason for the black helmet. A lot of speculation on whether it was a training helmet or whether or not it was. It signifies that that's a JAXA astronaut, or maybe he has some sort of mission critical designation. It's very confusing, though. He's a mission specialist, but there's another mission specialist. So why would one mission specialist have a black helmet and the other one doesn't? We don't know. The only thing that's different, it could either be a training helmet, or for some reason it designates that he's a JAXA astronaut, or he has some sort of mission critical designation that we don't know about. So, all right, let's go back to, no, I can't remember what we were talking about after that. Why aren't they using Starship instead of a Falcon 9 rocket? Starship isn't ready yet. So we're not even close. I'm not sure if you saw what happened to Starship yesterday, but Starship is not even close to ready yet. Let's see. Oh, why is it a demonstration mission? Thank you, Sander. So yeah, demonstration mission. They're going to be performing in-flight manual controls. The Crew Dragon capsule is pretty much autonomous and can launch, which it did do during Demo 1 last March. They flew Demo 1, which was fully autonomous. So they flew to the International Space Station. The Crew Dragon capsule pretty much did all the work. And it could still potentially do all the work during this particular flight, but they are going to intentionally perform manual flight tests when they're in orbit. But that's some of the reason why it's called a demonstration mission, is they have to demonstrate that works. They couldn't do that during Demo 1. There's nobody on board to do manual flight controls. So they demonstrated most of the things on Demo 1, but there are some things that they need to demonstrate on Demo 2. Some of it is like, hey, what's the comfort level for astronauts? That one of the things they were testing on Wednesday that was like a really minor thing, but you're like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. They were testing like what the comfort level is. The astronauts, when they get in the Crew Dragon capsule, the seats will rotate backwards so they're on their backs. And they're like that for hours. And so one of the things they were testing, like they could test with an anthropomorphic test dummy what the G-forces were. They had microphones on it so they could hear the sounds. They could, they could measure the pressures and the temperatures and all that kind of stuff. But what you can't measure is comfort level. Like what's it like being on there? So that some of those things, there's like really minor human things that they have to measure and demonstrate to see if they're going to work all right during flight. Let's see. So we do have, where's my NASA TV feed? Yeah, so they're chatting it up right now, but we're going to keep looking at rocket views until we get a little bit closer. And then we'll take a look at, we'll switch over to NASA TV eventually, but at the moment we're going to hang out. We'll look at the rocket. We're going to look at the rocket. We're going to look at weather conditions, look at the flight path, and we'll answer some questions as I see them coming through, and also make sure we stick around as we get close to launch time. Oh, look at the blue. I didn't even notice this. I was paying attention to my phone. Look at the blue skies. We've got blue skies. Stick around. Stick around. This could happen. Oh, man, that's it. But although the clouds on the left side of the picture are not looking that great, looking a little dark. We want those to get out of there. Everybody at your computer just... Oh, God, I wish that worked. How can we invest in SpaceX? SpaceX is a private company, so unfortunately you cannot invest in SpaceX that I know of, at least not publicly. I'm sure there's a way to do it privately, but... let's see so what we're coming up here now on, if you're taking a look at the events list over here, we had crew weather briefing, which has happened. We're now going to get the official crew handoff from NASA to SpaceX. This is a little more of like a formality, which I'm going to keep an eye on our broadcast, and we'll pull that up here in a second. But this is more of a formality in the sense that NASA will officially hand off the astronauts to SpaceX. They do this every time. They did it on Wednesday, but that's the point where the astronauts, right before suit up, NASA's like, okay, you guys are responsible now. You're in charge, you guys being SpaceX. You guys are in charge of our astronauts. You're now the lead agency that are taking control. They hand off the astronauts, and that's when they start suit up. And from that point on, this is a SpaceX launch. SpaceX is in charge. It's a SpaceX launch director that makes final calls. NASA is involved. They have mission managers. They can give their go or no go for launch with NASA mission managers. NASA could step into the process if they see anything that they're like, hey, I don't particularly like what you're doing there. I mean, they've gone through this so many times that that's pretty unexpected at this point. They've done dress rehearsals. We went through a whole wet dress rehearsal on Wednesday when they tried to launch. So not expected that that would ever happen, but the possibility, or the opportunity, I should say, is there. So it's not like SpaceX. It's not like SpaceX would be like, we're launching. NASA's like, no, please don't. And then they just like, we're doing it anyways. That's not going to happen. But they do have the capability to do that. But this really is just a symbolic thing in the sense that they hand off the crew and they say, okay, this is your crew now. You're in charge of our astronauts. So that will have just happened 2 minutes ago. Next thing here is going to be astronaut suit up. That comes in about 3 minutes from now is when the suit up starts. And then they will do the walkout. Suit up it's relatively quick, actually. Surprisingly quick is suit up. And then they will depart for the launch pad 3 hours and 15 minutes prior to launch. So about 45 minutes here from now is when they start to depart for the launch pad. Let's see. What else? My PJs say NASA. I love it. Let me know in the comments what you're wearing. What you're wearing for NASA gear today or SpaceX gear. If you weren't here in the broadcast, we got the NASA shirt on, of course. But NASA shirt, right? SpaceX underneath. It should be the other way around, just because it's technically a SpaceX launch. But I just really like this NASA shirt. Let's see. Why are there 4 seats instead of 2? This is configured for 4 seats because they're testing for Crew 1 and for the commercial crew program, which will generally have 4 astronauts on all the commercial crew missions. So they're testing this like it was a Crew 1 mission. So you got to make sure your weight is set. They have their little dragon or dinosaur, whatever. I think it's a dragon. It would make sense. Crew dragon. They have a little dragon stuffed animal that's going to serve as a 0G indicator, so you can visually see when they reach 0G. There you go. N. Perry Go has a NASA shirt on. Are we going to watch the entire mission, including docking and undocking? Yes, so the plan is that if we launch today, this broadcast will go all the way through launch, all the way to the press conference, post-launch press conference, and then we'll be done here. NASA will still be streaming live the whole time, but just keep in mind there's a sleep period built in, which is not super exciting to see the sleep period. So they'll have a sleep period in there. During that time, we'll go offline, but I will be back, assuming they launch today. I will be back tomorrow morning, and we will have we'll broadcast the docking operation, and that will be what time will that be at? It should be around like 9 a.m. Eastern time, I believe. That will be live tomorrow. What's up with the 4 minutes? No, this is 4 hours. You missed a placeholder digit, a couple digits there. 4 hours. We're almost at exactly T-minus 4 hours. It's 4 hours, 0 minutes, 12 seconds. That's our time here. Where's our NASA TV feed? So NASA TV, they're talking with they're kind of just chatting it up here. So we're gonna keep on this feed. So we're under NASA or astronaut suit up. Once I see astronaut suit up, we're gonna switch over to view the NASA TV stream so that we can see that suit up happening, because we want to see the astronauts getting in their suits. We'll switch over to the big view here so you can see that. How's the weather at Kennedy Space Center? Well, there's our weather at Kennedy Space Center, which looks much better than Wednesday. It's still iffy for this afternoon. Thunderstorms expected to crop up this afternoon. And we are, the question is going to be, those thunderstorms are going to be scattered thunderstorms. So the question really is there going to be a window of opportunity that they will be able to launch? Oh, here we go. There's our astronaut suit up. I like actually this feed that I'm that I have right now is ahead of the NASA TV feed. It's a couple seconds ahead of the NASA TV feed because they switched over to this view on mine ahead of when the NASA TV one. So here's suit up. They'll end up sitting in the seats and they'll go through like pressure tests and everything else. Looks like they finally just got everything loaded up. Now we've got our two astronauts there. That's Bob Behnken on the right and Doug Hurley on the left in this particular view. Both of them have flown on two space shuttle missions. Bob flew right there. Bob flew on STS-1, I believe it was 123 and 130. And Doug flew on STS-127 and 135. 135 being the final space shuttle mission back in 2011. So that's very interesting for Doug because he will be the one that flew on the final space shuttle and the first commercial crew mission. Marius, hey, thanks for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat sticker there. Keep it up. We're gonna keep it up for as long as we can. They should look like Power Rangers or Stormtroopers. I know. I personally love these suits. Some people don't like them, but I love them. I love the way they look. I like that they look like Stormtrooper suits. They're a little bit lighter. They're all one-piece suits, so like those gloves right there that you see Doug putting on, he can just zip them up pretty easily, and when they get in the capsule, or when they're getting prepared there, like you can actually see it with Bob there on the right side. He just unzips it, and he can pull the glove off, do his thing, and then he can put the glove back on and zip it back up, and it's relatively easy for them to manipulate themselves, and it's all one piece, so they don't have to worry about gloves floating around or, trying to track those down or anything like that, so all one piece. Let's see, why does this launch take place in the afternoon instead of the morning like previous shuttle missions? Well, I mean, it's all about orbital mechanics and phasing, right? So they're trying to meet up with the International Space Station. They have to do it at the time when the International Space Station is overhead. So Space Shuttle would do the same thing. I mean, Space Shuttle would launch at all kinds of times during the day. Space Shuttle also had different performance opportunity than Falcon 9 has. So each rocket has its different performance capabilities that they have to make sure that they can meet up with the International Space Station while it's overhead and within their fuel performance parameters. Mirko, hey, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. Let's see. How long are they going to be in space? Good question. They'll be on this mission for anywhere from 30 days to 120 days, I believe it is. It's like 4 to 16 weeks, and it's unknown right now. We've got a undetermined mission time at this moment. And what they're going to do is they're going to go up, get on orbit, get on station. They will be there for at least 30 days. Sometime within the first 30 days while they're on station at the International Space Station, mission managers will decide what the mission duration will be. And the deciding factors are mostly going to be related to how the Crew 1, which is the next operational mission, how that is progressing towards launch. If the Crew Dragon is progressing, the Crew 1 mission is progressing on time, this mission will likely be shorter because they will bring these astronauts home and they'll bring up the next set of astronauts after that. If for some reason Crew 1 is being pushed out and delayed, they will leave these astronauts up there for a longer period of time so that they keep astronauts on the International Space Station without a gap of as big of a gap of time as there is for getting waiting for that Crew 1 mission. So that's the big deciding factor is they're going to get on station for at least 30 days and then they're going to wait and see how Crew 1 is progressing. And also assuming, they have to figure out how the Crew Dragon capsule performed during launch. So if there's a problem, they're going to bring them back. But if everything performed well, they'll hang out there for at least 30 days. When will they launch the rocket? We're T-minus 3 hours and 55 minutes in the top left corner there. Chances of this one being canceled too, we're at about we're like 50-50 right now, 50% chance of cancellation. But here's my personal. My personal opinion puts this a little bit higher than 50% chance of go. I think we may be in like the 60% chance of go, because we have scattered thunderstorms coming later today, but they're so scattered that there might be a window. There might be a window that we could launch in. Maybe I'm being overly optimistic, but officially we're 50-50, 50% chance of go. Unofficially, I think it's a little bit higher than that. I think we got a chance. I could just be being optimistic and, just trying to project my hopes and dreams on the situation. How much does it cost to fly to the International Station and come back for a passenger? For the Falcon 9 Crew Dragon capsule, is $55 million per seat. Why are they preparing so much? If it's 50-50, it's a waste of time. Well, 50-50 is not zero. So it's looking pretty good, actually. So this is much better than it was the other day. 50-50 is still good. I've seen rockets launch with only a 30% chance of go. So even, down to a 20% chance of go, they could still potentially launch. It really depends on what the situation is and what the constraint is that they think they might violate. If there's a thunderstorm coming in and it's going to cover the entire area, they're like, well, this is probably not going to happen. They probably wouldn't suit up. But that's not the case here. We have all these openings and these gaps. You can see blue skies behind the rocket right now. They have all these gaps. There's a chance that they still may go. Sterling, hey, thanks for the super chat and a big thumbs up there. Appreciate it. Right back at ya. I am excited, amped up for this launch. Is it cheaper to send astronauts in the Soyuz or the Dragon? Crew Dragon capsule is cheaper. Soyuz is $87 million per seat. Crew Dragon is $55 million per seat. What if the abort rockets fail? Well, that would be just devastating. That would not be good. Where exactly are they headed? We're headed to the International Space Station, in orbit at 17,000 miles per hour at an altitude of 240 miles. Is that right? What is the altitude of the International Space? 254 miles. I was going to say 245. Got it switched around there. 254 miles in altitude, orbiting the Earth at the International Space Station. So where is Amy you talked about in the Discord? Amy Shira Teitel. If you know her, she's an awesome YouTuber. Amy Shira Teitel will be on later in the show. She's not coming on until right around hatch closure is when Amy will come on the show. So Amy Shira Teitel will be here right around hatch closure. Can you please talk about how they go to the bathroom? I don't know the answer to that. They're supposed to be... reporters have asked this question, but they didn't provide the details, which is kind of annoying. But Crew Dragon has integrated bathroom facilities. So you've got like the Space Shuttle days where they wore basically like adult diapers throughout launch. They will also, this is kind of interesting, but right before launch, when they drive out to the launch pad, there is a restroom facility that the astronauts will visit before they go up the tower. So everybody gets a bathroom break before. It's like when mom says you're getting ready to leave. It's like you're going on a car trip and they're like, okay, everybody's got to go to the bathroom before we get in the car. They're going to make the astronauts do that too. Everybody's got to go to the bathroom. They make the astronauts visit the restroom before they get in the rocket because they're going to be there for a while. But Crew Dragon does have integrated bathroom facilities. They just didn't explain how those operate or whether or not they're wearing diapers like the Space Shuttle astronauts would wear. So I don't know the answer to that. What are they doing at the suit up? So right now they're doing like pressure checks and communication checks. So the seat that they will ride in is actually, it's almost like part of the spacesuit. It's fully integrated. We can't hear the audio from there. I mean, there's like commentary over it. But we can't hear the astronauts' audio. They don't give us audio from within the room there. But the seat is integrated with their suit. It's almost like part of the suit. So the seat is how they perform communications. The seat is where they get their pressure or their airflow and cooling and temperature control and things like that is all integrated in that in that seat right there. So they get hooked up to the seat as part of the launch. And so those seats that they have there are basically replica seats that are in the Crew Dragon capsule. So they're hooking them up to the seats right now. They're testing that everything is on correctly and that everything feels right and that they're good to go. They're testing getting hooked up to communications, testing their looking for leak checks that you saw them put the masks down. So they do, and they're going to do all of this over again too when they get in the Crew Dragon capsule. They'll test for leaks and test communications and things like that. So they do it a couple times, but this is the first one they do because of course it would be easier to fix the problem in the suit up room here before they go out. But this is the first opportunity that they have leak checks, communication checks. You can see airflow and cooling right there. That the big pack there that they're carrying around is hooked up to their right leg, right on their right thigh is where that hooks to the suit. And you can kind of see it kind of puffs out the spacesuit a little bit. I like the mission patch on the chair. Yeah, good pickup there. There's the DM-2 mission patch is stuck to the front of that little platform there on the chairs. What do the numbers on the helpers mean? So the numbers they're just for identification purposes on all the SpaceX ninjas. That's what we're calling these, all the closeout crew there with the black suits. We're calling them the SpaceX ninjas. And so all the closeout crew, they're numbered just for identification purposes because Mission Control also has these video feeds. And if they need to tell somebody something or review something after the fact and see what somebody did, they want to have those numbers on the back just for identification purposes. SpaceX ninjas, that has a nice ring. I know, right? Doesn't it? Where's Elon? Well, Elon and Jim Bridenstine made an appearance right about at this point. But he's not here yet. But, looks like they're taking some pictures with other astronauts here. I can't turn the audio up because they're playing music, and I can't YouTube's not gonna let me play their music. But yeah, it looks like there's a couple other astronauts there that they're taking some photos with. Let's see, Luke, is that how we say that? Luke, thanks for the super chat. Fist bumps. Appreciate that. We are getting ready to go. I don't know who this is. They say? No, they're not saying exactly right now. I personally, let's see, is Bob thick or are they wearing no, that's what I was talking about where they're like they're hooked up to the airflow. And so they're pumping air through there, so it kind of puffs out their suit a little bit. Let's see. A lot of people talking about coronavirus and the pandemic and things like that. Keep in mind that the astronauts in particular have been quarantined for weeks now. More than 3 weeks they've been quarantined. All these closeout crew people have also been quarantined. So they're also following pretty strict protocols to make sure the astronauts stay safe. And that is not really in response to the coronavirus. That is something that they would do even if we didn't have the whole pandemic thing going on. So that is a procedure that they've always done with astronauts because they don't want the astronauts bringing any sort of illness to the International Space Station. So from the astronaut standpoint, they're actually well equipped to deal with the whole pandemic situation because they would be doing these sort of quarantine procedures anyways, and they have done those for decades. Somebody asked, what's the cost when they postpone a launch? I don't know the exact cost, but they've always said that they're... there's Jim Bridenstine. Jim Bridenstine, he's probably telling them that he's excited that we're finally launching
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
Right, Jim? That's his catchphrase. So I don't remember what we were saying there. Oh, cost of a scrub. They've said that the fuel cost is about $500,000. US dollars, obviously, for all the fuel that they put into the rockets. But some of that they get back if they scrub. I mean, they can drain the tanks and save some of the fuel. Not all of it. A lot of it gets boiled, or much of it gets boiled off, and they can't recover that and evaporates. But they can, anything that hasn't evaporated, they can recover. So it's about $500,000 worth of fuel, but some of it they recover. So it's somewhere between 0 and 500,000. I mean, it's not 0, but somewhere between $1 and $500,000. What stream you want? This is a dedicated stream from the Kennedy Space Center, is what we're looking at here. So, this is the feed. You'll see this on NASA TV, but this is not exactly what they're showing on NASA TV. NASA TV has the commentary views. This is just the camera feeds from the Kennedy Space Center. Why the 3-day gap? It's really just, again, it's orbital dynamics and phasing. They have to meet up and match up with the International Space Station. So the last 2 days, the phasing wouldn't work out. They wouldn't be able to get to the International Space Station. This is the first opportunity since Wednesday that they could get to the International Space Station. Next chance will be tomorrow. Monday, they have to skip. Monday, there's no opportunities to get to the International Space Station. Then Tuesday is another opportunity. Let's see here. What? How long can the rocket stay in ready mode? Days, weeks? Well, I mean, it can stay out on the pad for a long time. I don't know an exact time frame for that, but it can stay out on the launch pad for a very long time. I mean, if they had like a super long delay that was going to be weeks, they would bring it down and bring it into the horizontal integration facility. But they, for a couple of days, it can just stay out on the rocket. I mean, they take all the fuel out of it, so there's no problem there. The Crew Dragon capsule, all the hypergolics are all contained within there, but they depressurize the hypergolics, so they're pretty stable. They just kind of sit in there. And you got to remember, hypergolics, they sound really dangerous. And hypergolic fuels, if you don't know what they are, there's a fuel, combustion fuel, and an oxidizer that when they combine, all they have to do is touch each other and they instantly combust. There's no sort of ignition process. Just as soon as they touch each other, they combust. That's what the Super Draco abort motors are powered by hypergolics. So hypergolics are very reliable. You don't need that ignition source. So once they touch, boom, capsule's gone, out of there. Selfie mode here. You gotta get the selfie in. So those hypergolic fuels, they sound really dangerous, which they are. They are very dangerous, but they've been using hypergolics for a long time, and there are hypergolic fuels on the International Space Station as well. That's how the International Space Station performs on-orbit maneuvers and orbit raising and things like that. Why the inverse flag on the suit? It's probably on their right shoulder, the inverse flag, and that's more of like US flag code. They do that in the military as well, but they always put the stars and stripes facing forward. Goes back to, do they have the, yeah, they have the flag on the right arm. So it goes back to the like Civil War days. They basically, people in the Civil War would carry a flag, and if you were looking at the flag, the stars were always forward when the flag was advancing into battle. If the flag was facing backwards, it would mean that you were retreating from battle. And so since then, US flag code has always said that these stars always face forward. So if they're on your right sleeve, the star field has to face forward. I love the SpaceX ninjas, right? And even the ones that are the final closeout crew in the crew access arm right before they get in the capsule, they look super awesome because they've got the black hoods and everything. Like, they look sleek. I don't know, I like those. Yeah, there you go. TP Sleeker. Inverse flag is for battle, has been inverse since 1911. Is that right? Will we get to hear any of their conversations? No, unfortunately, they don't air any of the audio from their conversations. I mean, it's probably for the better, to be honest, because they don't want us listening into all their conversations. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where Elon is. Elon made an appearance with Jim Bridenstine last time, but I don't know where he is at the moment. I think a thunderstorm is coming. Is it? There were thunderstorms forecasted, but we don't know if they're going to arrive at launch time. Right now, those blue skies look very nice. Really, really like those blue skies. If they can just stick around for 3.5 more hours, will be great. Let's see. Thanks. Apart from watching the Dragon on launch, shall we also watch the inside videos of the astronauts as they fly? They should have views inside. I mean, they did all during launch preparations, so I would expect that they would. A lot of people asking about launch time. Right up here, we're T-minus 3 hours and 38 minutes for launch. This is our list of events here of things that is going to be happening. We're at astronaut suit up right now. We're waiting on load up. Load up, where the astronauts are going to head out to their Tesla Model X's for the ride out to the pad. They're going to depart for pad 39A, and then they're going to arrive at 2 hours and 55 minutes. Takes them about 20 minutes to drive to the pad. Right now, they are at the astronaut. Here, let's listen into this, because this is kind of interesting.
Number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit.
I don't know if I can play this because of the music.
So that they would work with the touchscreens, but the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the
We're going to risk it.
All of those things had to come together within the glove. It'll be obviously really amazing to see Bob and Doug in their flight suits, and I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware, it's not just a suit, it's a very personal thing. It's Bob's suit and it's Doug's suit. And so seeing the two of them in their suits, using it in flight will be just a really amazing thing.
There you go. So they're a little bit about the suit there. Let's see. So we want to get this. It's gonna be the same camera view, but this one out of here. So we're waiting on astronaut load up here now. And they did kind of mention this a little bit, but the suit is custom fit for each astronaut. So no two suit is the same. It is custom fit for the astronaut. And Elon has said that those suits can accommodate an astronaut up to 6'8". The monster, 6'8". Where are they going? What's the mission? They're going to the International Space Station. The mission is really just to test that this Crew Dragon capsule works. They're testing the Crew Dragon capsule to see if it works, to see if it performs and does everything that it needs to do. They will get on the International Space Station, and then they will do some duties on the International Space Station, some science and things like that. But primarily, they're testing that the capsule works. They're going to manually fly it at some points where they're going to take over controls. So the capsule is fully autonomous, fully capable of launching, docking to the International Space Station without the astronauts touching anything. But they will demonstrate that manual control is possible. So into flight, they will take over manual control and start playing with the controls to see if they can fly it manually. How long will it take to go to the ISS? 19 hours from launch until docking. And that's a good question too, because a lot of people ask, like, why 19 hours? The Soyuz can do it in, 6 hours. I mean, a lot of it has to do with timing and phasing and things like that. And actually in this type of mission, because they're demonstrating manual flight and they want to check things like how the environmental control systems are operating, how can they manually fly it. They want to test, like, if they can sleep on it. There's a planned sleep period, and they're testing if they can sleep on the Crew Dragon capsule, or what it's like to sleep on the Crew Dragon capsule. It's a weird thing to test, but you're like, well, yeah, that makes sense. We gotta test if they can sleep in it. So they do have to test. They have a test sleep period planned in it. So having that longer phasing time of 19 hours is actually a good thing. It's not. It's desirable to have that little bit of a longer phasing time, at least for this mission. I mean, they can choose different days for different phasing, but in this particular one, good to have the longer phasing time. Looks a lot smaller than the Space Shuttle. Is it? Yeah, oh, yeah, it's definitely smaller than the Space Shuttle. I mean, the Space Shuttle, remember, you've got... Space Shuttle had, 2 decks for astronauts. The Crew Dragon capsule, it's deceivingly big because you could fit... It has capacity to fit 7 astronauts in the Crew Dragon capsule, but not a lot of cargo you fit in with your 7 astronauts, but there's only... NASA's going to use it with 4 astronauts on their commercial crew missions, but has a potential to do up to 7. But yeah, we have a lot. Space Shuttle was way bigger. I think I missed a couple super chats here. Sterling, let's see, can I go back? How do, all I see is your name. Let me see if you had a little message with it so I can make sure I check out your message here. Want to make sure I don't miss those because I really appreciate you guys helping to support the stream there, so I don't want to forget about you. Let's see, while I'm pulling that up, enjoying the chat. Tell us about you. How do you know all of this? It's just magic. No, I've been doing this for a long time here now. So, let's see. So, what are the ones that we missed here? Sterling. I don't know if these are in the same. I don't know what order these are in. These seem like they're in the wrong order. Let me look here. There we go. I see Israel. Yisrael? Is that how you say that? Thanks for the super chat. Luke, thanks for the super chat. Sterling, thanks for the super chat. Mirko, I think I saw some of these. Marius. John says, how do they get the rocket out of, or how do they get the fuel out of the rocket? There's drains, hoses. They can just drain anything that's still liquid. They can drain out of the rocket, pump out. I think I got all of those. If I missed one, somebody please tell me that I missed one. But I think I got them all. Because I saw the sell me your shirt, I saw the fist, I saw how do we get the fuel out of the rocket? Marius, keep it up. Mirko, Sterling sent me a thumbs up chicken. Luke with the fist bump, Israel. All right, I think we got them all, so I appreciate that. I just want to make sure we got those. Looks like we're getting close to walkout here. We got the view of the walkout. Now, you're going to take a look at the mission patches around the door and on the NASA insignia right above the door. There is a DM-2 mission patch that is right above, at the top left of that NASA logo above the door. They did put the DM-2 mission patch up there. So, Michael says over on Facebook, the shuttle's bigger, 7 guys can go, Dragon only up to 4. The Dragon actually has capability to fit 7. But for the commercial crew program, NASA will only utilize a 4-seat Dragon configuration. But it has room for 7 seats in the Dragon. What's the max the capsule can carry? I don't know that off the top of my head. How long does it take to get the ISS? 19 hours. What time are they going to launch? 3 hours and 30 minutes from now, right there. Oh, I guess I could have stayed here because the NASA countdown is right there as well, but mine is synced up with theirs as well. So yeah, we're just waiting for astronaut walkout. Are they going to be able to take pictures of the ET spacecrafts? That would be pretty crazy if we saw some sort of unidentified spacecraft. How long are they going to be in space for? Anywhere from 30 days to 120 days. It's undetermined right now. They're still trying to determine how long they're going to be up there. They won't decide that until after they've made it to the International Space Station. Then they'll decide, based on how the next mission is progressing, they'll decide how long to stay. Say something about the new spacesuit. I love the new spacesuit. How's that? Well, yeah, I mean, the new spacesuits, they're awesome. They're sleek. They perform all the pressure, environmental controls, things like that. They are not EVA suits. They can't walk outside the space station with these suits on. They're pressure suits for launching and landing only. They cannot go on a spacewalk outside the International Space Station with those suits. In order to do that, they're still going to need the NASA EMU, the Extra Vehicle Mobility Unit, the big, you've seen it, the spacewalking spacesuits. They would still need that for any sort of EVA they perform outside the space station. These suits that they're wearing are just for launch and landing purposes. That's another thing that they have to test on the way back down. They have to test getting the suit back on in 0G. They've never done that. It's a weird thing, right? It's something you wouldn't think of. It's like, oh wow, yeah, I guess how would they test getting the suit on in 0G? That's not something they've tested. Is that going to be an easy process? We don't know. How long are you going to be broadcasting? Well, we're going to go, assuming we launch, we're going to go through launch all the way through the press conference, and then we'll be done for the day. It's going to be hours. And then after that, we'll be done for today, and we'll be back on tomorrow morning. I believe it's around 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is like 1300 UTC, that we'll be back tomorrow for docking with the International Space Station, assuming we launch on time today. Well, we have to launch on time. It's whether we launch or not. I should be able to see this. I'm in Miami, Florida, coming north on 95. You might be able to see it. This launch is going northeast. So again, here's our flight path for the day. We're launching northeast. So launching from Cape Canaveral, if you're in Miami down here, you may see it. I'm not sure how visible it will be, especially with all the cloud cover. So if you have a clear shot, you might kind of see the engine exhaust, but you're probably gonna have to get a little bit closer because they are going to the northeast. Let's see, what's the menu during the 19 hours? I don't know if they've released what they actually have to eat on the Crew Dragon capsule, but they will be eating. They have some provisions for eating and drinking on the Crew Dragon capsule. Why don't they integrate multiple missions at once like Starlink and Astronauts? I mean, I think most of it is just because it increases the complexity of the mission. I mean, we saw that a little bit with the Space Shuttle program, and it just increases the complexity, and really it's kind of unnecessary. I mean, you end up putting the astronauts at risk so that you can launch a satellite, but then your mission becomes more complicated. You're spending all this money, and you have to get into the same orbit as the satellite would need to get into, because satellites are not orbiting at the same place that the space station is orbiting at. So it just doesn't make sense to put those both on board. A lot of times, like when they would go do Hubble servicing missions with the space station, those were, especially towards the end, those were considered very risky missions because they didn't have the capability to go back to the International Space Station for kind of a safe haven. So, yeah, that was a problem. Morgan, hey, thanks for the super chat. Almost all testing for NASA EVA suits are done in the indoor training pool. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, they do the indoor training pool for the NASA EVA suits. And Bob and Doug did that during training. They were in the big indoor training pool, and they train underwater and things like that. The suit up that I was talking about that they have to test in 0G is for their flight suits when they come back to Earth. So they're going to take they're not going to wear the Stormtrooper spacesuit the whole time that they're there. They're going to wear that up to the International Space Station. They will take it off, wear regular clothes. I mean, they're going to be up there for anywhere from 30 days to 4 to 16 weeks. They'll be up there. So they're going to take the spacesuit off. But then when they re-enter, when they get back in the capsule to come back home, they got to put it back on. And nobody's ever put on this spacesuit in 0G. That's something they have to test. Here they come. We're starting the walk out here now. But hopefully I think that's where you're going there, Morgan. Thanks for the super chat on that. What are the red areas on the ground below the flight trajectory on the 3D view? I think those are hazard areas. But I believe those are the hazard areas that they have NOTAMs filed for, but we can look at the hazard areas here in just a minute. Hazard areas being like, this is where they tell aircraft to stay out of and boats to stay out of, because this is where we could see, there's a hazard area around Cape Canaveral right at the launch pad for to keep people away from the launch itself. And then there's a hazard area for the landing area. And then there's also a hazard area for the stage 2 re-entry. So once this goes up into orbit, you'll have stage 1 separation that'll come back and land. Stage 2 will take the capsule and the trunk to orbit. The capsule and the trunk will separate from stage 2. Stage 2 will deorbit and burn up in the atmosphere, and the Crew Dragon and the trunk will stay in orbit. So just the very top of the rocket, the Crew Dragon capsule and the trunk, which is that little bit behind the Crew Dragon capsule that has the solar panels on it and a bunch of their provisions for power and oxygen and things like that. I heard there was a lot of space junk. I mean, you know, space junk is a problem. I wouldn't necessarily say there is a lot of space junk. You know, it's something that we have to be cognizant of in order to be responsible spacefaring organizations. You know, we need to make sure that that every organization has a plan for minimizing and eliminating any sort of space junk. So we didn't really have that years and years ago. Nobody was really concerned about space junk, and then all of a sudden people are starting to go like, wow, I wonder, we ought to have a plan for getting this stuff out of orbit. A lot of stuff burns up in the atmosphere. So, you know, it may orbit for a couple of hours, but then it'll burn up in the atmosphere. The stuff that's really a problem is the stuff that stays up there for days and days or weeks and weeks, and there's not a ton of that, but there is stuff up there. We also have a disposal orbit that a lot of companies use. If they have to get a satellite into geostationary orbit, it may not have enough fuel to deorbit and burn up in the atmosphere, so we also have a dedicated disposal orbit that they put them in, or they can also eject second stages into a heliocentric orbit around the sun, which is also kind of a disposal orbit as well. Okay. Let's hope it doesn't go like last time. I know, right? Yeah, so we're getting to walk out right now. The astronauts were heading out. We should see them come out any minute. We'll hear well, we won't hear it because I'm not going to play the audio of it, but Kelly Clarkson is going to sing the national anthem. I don't know. I don't think she's singing it live. I think it's pre-recorded, so they're probably playing the same thing that they played on Wednesday. What does red mean and what does green mean? I'm not American. I don't get this. Well, green is go. Red is no go. I'm assuming you're talking about the events here. So green is the things that have completed. Red is what we have not yet completed. So these are the events that we're waiting on. These are the events that we have done already. So we've done all these. We're now waiting for these. So we're progressing along pretty nicely. When can we get the lobster on board? I know, right? We need the space lobster. Although the space lobster is very risky, especially for the Falcon 9. As Tim Dodd will tell you, the space lobster has a history.
Space lobster ate the T-Tab. That's the answer.
Yeah, we don't want the space lobster eating the T-Tab. We need the T-Tab is the ignition source for the. That's a quote from Tim Dodd, which I kind of selfishly got him to say unknowingly. He didn't know I was prompting him to get him to say that, but that was let's see. All right, let's see. So our moderators are having trouble keeping up with the chat, so I gotta slow down chat a little bit just for the sake of our moderators. But here come the astronauts. We're gonna have a brief intermission here coming up. It's mostly a stretch break and for me, but here's our astronauts.
Small crowd, but big cheers. NASA astronauts Bob Benkin and Doug Hurley. Doug on the left, Bob on the right, waving to the crowd there to cheer them on.
Now we can hear audio. This is nice.
Right in front of them.
The virtual hugs, a very special moment. Fist bumps.
Are you going to be on good behavior? Are you going to listen to mommy and make her life easy?
You can hear them.
I love that we can hear them. Are you going to listen to Mommy?
Let's light this candle. I agree. Launch America. Bye, guys. So much.
Now they are getting into the Tesla Model X that's going to take them to the launch pad, being strapped into their seats.
Their suit techs are attaching their umbilicals, so integrated into the Teslas. These are not just any Tesla you can just buy off the web or in a Tesla dealership. They've been outfitted with cooling units, and that white umbilical, similar to what you saw in the suit room, that umbilical is being connected to the suit to provide cooling air to the astronauts while they're on the way to the pad. And those Falcon wing doors are closing.
Super sleek.
A rapid departure from the Astro van.
Yes, I would say so.
And their flight surgeon is in the front seat in the passenger side, taking the journey along with them.
As I mentioned last time, we always think about the technology and the rockets, but this is what it's all about. The families coming together, supporting the families, us working together as a team to ensure they get up there safely and back home safely for their families.
I couldn't hear everything they were saying, but I did catch Bob telling his son to be good for Mom and make her life easy. As a parent, I appreciate that.
See that prominent NASA meatball.
All right, so I want to get crew is ready. Let's do this.
Now, as we watch,
I want to get real quick. This is the point where I'm going to take the intermission while they drive out to the pad, and I'll turn up the audio for the SpaceX feed. It'll be a quick break. It's only going to be 5 minutes or so while I'll jump off where you can listen to the audio here, and then I'll be right back. But I do want to get to these super chats here real quick because Morgan asked 2 questions. Does the military still control securing the area? Yes, it does. The military still controls the area. They control making sure that no boats get in the area, making sure no aircraft get in the area. Air traffic control kind of controls that bit. But yeah, military is still involved for controlling and securing the area. Then the other question was, are the new suits capable of dealing with vacuum of space in case of a leak or depressurization? The answer to that is yes, too. The suits are capable of handling a vacuum. They're not spacesuit or spacewalk rated because they're not protective enough for spacesuits in the sense that if you snag it on something and tear it, doesn't have enough protective coating. It doesn't have the quite the cooling capabilities and the same pressurization as the NASA spacesuits. So they're not capable of spacewalks for a lot of safety reasons, but they are capable of handling the vacuum or depressurization. And Igor, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate that as well. All right, so at this point, I'll turn down my music. I'll turn up the NASA stream volume, and I'm going to take my quick break here so I can use the restroom myself, take a little bit of a stretch so I'm not sitting here for 8 hours straight. It'll be a brief break, like I said, only about 5 minutes, and make sure you stick around because we're proceeding towards launch. And we've also got Amy Shira Teitel that's going to join us here a little bit later in the show. She'll probably be here in about it's probably not going to be for another hour and 45 minutes or so when Amy's here. But Amy's going to join us a little bit later. If you don't know who Amy Shira Teitel is, make sure you check her YouTube channel out. It's called Vintage Space. Awesome YouTube channel. So I'm going to take this quick break. I'll turn up the NASA feed in the meantime. And I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. We'll chat some more. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Go Bob and Doug, go NASA, and go SpaceX.
Sean O'Rourke from Johnson Space Center.
I guess I don't know if I can turn. I don't know if I can turn the NASA feed up because they're playing music. I don't want to do that. Well, I guess we'll have to see. What will we have to see? I guess you may have to listen to my music for a moment, unless they stop that music.
Launch America. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I was planning on putting that up, but I don't want to do it because of their music. Oh, maybe their music stopped now.
I love
Yeah,
seeing
perfect.
that group of
Okay,
people.
now I'm going to
I
do
think
it.
we
All
saw,
right, we'll be back in just a minute.
all those different groups of folks from NASA and SpaceX, from all different walks of life that have come together to make this happen. And that was just a small fraction of them. Look at that shot. That is so cool.
Wow. A little thumbs up from, I guess that's from Bob.
Yeah, and you know, it took a little bit of creativity to get this shot to happen. We have a chase vehicle that's on the other side of the road, which is of course shut down, so we could get a camera in there and follow them out. So we are really thankful to Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces for helping us make that happen, so we could see Bob and Doug all the way out to the launch pad.
My ride out was a little bit different than what they're experiencing in this Tesla, because we had the Astrovan had bench seats on each side, and we could look across at each other as we were driving out. And it was moments where we would tell some jokes and look, but sometimes we would just look at each other, and we had such gratitude for having this opportunity to launch into space and to think about all the people that had a hand in helping us get in that vehicle to drive out to the launch pad, to get ready for this momentous moment. And I think that's probably, even though they're sitting, side by side, I think they're probably thinking of the gratitude and the people that have helped them get here, so that they can be on the, the pointy end of the rocket, getting a chance to go up to space. It's just a momentous moment.
And they're listening to some tunes too, I heard, right, Lauren?
Yeah. There are at least 3 songs on their playlist that are super interesting. The first is AC/DC's Back in Black. You know that one.
Yeah, well, who doesn't?
Right. Another one that they're listening to is the elevator music from the Blues Brothers film, The Girl from Ipanema. Oh, Leland.
Okay.
Got another career.
That's enough.
Career
That's
number
enough.
3.
That's right. NFL, astronaut, musician. Yep.
And of course, they are also listening to the Star Spangled Banner, the Army French Horns version.
Now, we didn't have tunes in the Astrovan.
No?
And I know that the Tesla has a really kicking stereo system. Is that still the custom stereo system that's in the Tesla?
I haven't been in this one, so I don't know what they're rocking, but I'm sure it's pretty cool.
And again, just for some perspective, they left the operations and checkout building just a minute ago, and so it's about a 9-mile drive from there to the launch pad. It takes them around 20 minutes, kind of depends on how quickly they're trucking.
The other thing sometimes that you hear as you're in the convoy is the helicopter, the Huey helicopter flying overhead. And it's kind of also, you're thinking military, you're thinking really important things, and it's a moment that also kind of solidifies in you that, hey, something big is about to happen. And that whoop, 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 the sound of that Huey is just in your head, and it feels good that all these people are helping you get there safely.
Yeah, I think we heard that actually coming by
We did.
this building earlier, because we were talking, and I was like, I hope that's what I think it is.
And it was pretty low because it was pretty loud.
You could feel it, too.
I did. I could feel it.
I took this drive yesterday in my rental car, and granted it wasn't in a Model X, and I'm not an astronaut, but driving to 39A, that same route, and trying to put myself, imagine myself in that headspace, it was pretty awesome. I got to figure out how to get on Falcon 9.
Lauren, we're all astronauts. We're in space.
That is true.
You just got to get on the rocket.
Yeah, well, Leland, there's a big group of people that want you there.
I think we should, listen to them.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I think we should.
Maybe we should make that a poll question.
Yeah. Well, we should all maybe go to space. What do you think?
I am on board. I mean, not literally right now, but I would like to be on board.
Lauren, would you go with us?
Absolutely.
Okay, poll question.
And we have so many people watching online, sending well wishes to Bob and Doug. I mean, it started early this week as we were ramping up for Wednesday, and I feel like it's just been this buildup of momentum because, you know, we were following along Wednesday, and now we're all following along Saturday, and we have people watching from home that hopefully don't have to work today and can really tune into what's going on here.
And we, you know, as astronauts, truly appreciate all the support, all the social media feeds, and we think about, you know, our families. You know, we saw Megan and Karen there with their sons, wishing Doug and Bob well wishes and Godspeed as they head off in these Teslas to launch pad 39A that launched the Apollo astronauts. And I think, you know, this is just one of those moments where everyone in this country is coming together to wish them well, to get them to space safely. It's a really great day.
And they are just now on Saturn Causeway. They just made that right turn onto Saturn Causeway. So to the right of the screen, that building is the Operations and Support Building 2. And on the left, it's out of view right now, is the Vehicle Assembly Building, that iconic building that processed the Space Shuttle and Saturn V rocket also.
That's where that mobile transporter takes out, used to take out the Apollo, Saturn V rockets and the Space Shuttle. It's just an incredible machine.
And where they're passing right now, I mean, if we were to run outside, we could wave because we are off to the right of your screen there at the press site where you see a group of media there. So from this point there, they've still got about 3 miles to go from here.
I'll see you guys later. I'll be back in a minute.
You're gonna go hop in. And obviously, it's not just Bob and Doug's Tesla. There's a number of cars in that convoy. They're being escorted by Kennedy Space Center Protective Forces and also SpaceX security. They have a flight surgeon there with them. And we've seen just a sprinkle of folks along the way. Normally, we'd have a whole lot more people out here watching this, but we really appreciate you watching online and from home. Again, wherever you are, at the beach, watching on your phone, your tablet, your whatever mobile device you have, we're going to be here every step of the journey, taking you through it moment by moment. There's a cool shot with the worm on the roof.
There we go.
The second place worm, yes.
The second place worm.
So, Leland, when I drive down this road on the way to 39A, on the left, there's that area where the crawler used to drive. Do you tell us a little bit about the crawler?
Yeah, right there you can see the kind of the gravel where the crawler actually crushes that gravel almost into sand. It's so heavy. When the shuttle will go out and the Apollo Saturn V rocket will go out, and it's just, this thing moves at a glacial rate to get out there because it's got this huge rocket or shuttle on it. But I had a chance to see that when my shuttle went out one day with Alan Poindexter. And it's just this enormous, you know, tracks and vehicle, but you guys do it in a different way, don't you? You don't go out of the vehicle assembly building. You have your own building.
Yeah, we have a hangar right there on the pad, so we just roll the rocket up the hill.
You kind of do it like a Soyuz, where you just raise it up right there from horizontal to vertical, and it's done.
Yeah. Horizontal integration, so you don't need an enormous building in order to process the rocket and mate drag into it. And then once you pin into the pad at the very top of the hill, you raise it up vertical with the transporter erector.
And again, all these efficiencies to help us get people to space faster and safer. And you know, this is going to be the future of space travel. And also the relationship between NASA and SpaceX working together as a team to get people up.
And at this point, the convoy is approaching pad 39A, and they're entering what is known as the BDA, or blast danger area. Now, before any pad technicians, engineers, or astronauts enter that area around the launch pad, the SpaceX and NASA teams do an internal go, no-go poll to make sure everything is clear.
This storied launch pad, which has been the beginning point for so many firsts, is the perfect backdrop for today's historic launch that marks a new first and a new era in human spaceflight.
And here's a view from our gantry near the Launch Complex 39A. So we've got another view of the convoy going by here. if I had to count up all the cameras we have all over the place for this, I'd be here all day.
That's a beautiful shot right there, looking at the Kennedy Space Center and Merritt Island and all of the nature around us. It's a big buffer from 39A so that we can be safe and launch our rockets off to space safely.
Absolutely, and a lot of people don't realize this is a national wildlife refuge. I mean, I pass turtles on the way to my car every day.
Yeah.
Well, when we would run from the operations and checkout building, we'd have to watch out for snakes and for alligators, and so to be really careful about the wildlife.
We used to have one who lived at 39A.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an alligator.
Well, maybe we'll see him. We'll keep an eye out. Tweet at us if you see any.
Did you name him Worm?
Ooh, I was ahead of my time.
I don't know how an alligator would feel about being called Worm, Leland.
Yeah, well.
And we've got a ton of you following along on social media. Lynn says, as a fellow Missourian, we're so proud of Bob. Launch America, we will be watching from the Space Coast, cheering loud. And another comment, Godspeed and good luck, Astro Benkin and Astro Doug, hashtag Launch America. There you see the SpaceX horizontal integration facility. It's on the left of the screen now. We saw the front of it from the other angle. Or I'm sorry, no, there it is. I was getting my buildings mixed up, so it's on the right now.
Yeah,
Bigger building.
The other is the Falcon support building. It's where all of our offices are, and yes, you're correct.
Thank you
there.
for the correction, Laura.
There's our hangar. We process Falcon Heavy in there. There are other boosters in that hangar as well. And the rocket and Dragon that is on the pad right now was put together, or rather finally integrated inside of that hangar and then rolled out to that pad to go up vertical.
And there it is. That shot really gives you a sense of the scale of the Falcon 9 rocket. Those Teslas look teeny, teeny, tiny, making their way up there. And so as they make their way up to the pad, we're going to throw it over now to Hawthorne, where Jesse and Dan are watching the action. Hi, guys.
Thanks, Marie. Yeah, really cool watching the Teslas pull up, driving on the launch pad just a few feet away from the vehicle. This is awesome and getting really excited over here. And with us looking at the launch pad right now, we've had to do a number of upgrades, but not only to the launch pad, but SpaceX has also made changes to both Falcon 9 and Dragon to enable flying crew. And a key update to this latest version of Dragon is its highly reliable launch escape system that is capable of carrying crew to safety at any point during the ascent of the rocket.
Another pretty key upgrade is the Dragon's new life support system. As you can imagine, flying humans requires keeping a habitable environment throughout the entire flight, and that means covering everything like providing breathing air, keeping the capsule at a safe pressure, keeping it free of contaminants, removing any carbon dioxide in the air, regulating the temperature, the humidity, all of these things, and also implementing that waste collection system, aka the toilet.
That sounds pretty important. The changes to Falcon 9 were small but extremely meaningful to meet NASA's requirements for safety for human spaceflight. And specifically, SpaceX had to prove a high degree of fault tolerance, meaning that small failures in the system would not lead to mission failure. Falcon 9 was already able to handle engine failure, but new emphasis was put on making sure that a failure throughout any phase of launch would not mean mission failure. And this goes all the way down to latches, control valves, electronics, wiring, and so much more.
All right, well, with the astronauts now on location at Pad 39A, we're going to swing it right back. Marie, Lauren, Leland, take us through the crew making their final steps towards the Dragon spacecraft.
Sure thing. So we are looking again at Launch Complex 39A. Just a few seconds ago, we saw the Tesla carrying Bob and Doug pull up to the launch pad. This is the site of so much history, you guys. This is where Apollo and Saturn V rockets that launched to the moon took astronauts from. I mean, this pad has so much history. Leland, you launched from there. What's it like seeing Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 there with the pad? With all of the visual changes that have been made? I mean, what kind of emotions does this stir up in you?
You know, when we got out of our Astro van, we stepped out and we just looked up to see this vehicle, and it was it was creaking, it was groaning, it was making noises, it was getting ready for us to enter it, to take us off planet. And you get a chance to take a picture. Sometimes you stand there, you look there, you think about all the training you've done, all the preparation, and again, all the people that have helped you get there. And it's just a solemn, amazing moment for all of us.
And there's another amazing drone shot. Lauren, you explained this a little bit earlier about kind of how SpaceX brings the rocket and capsule vertical. Now that we see it, can you kind of explain that again for folks who maybe missed that?
Yes, of course. Dragon is actually processed a few miles down the road at Area 59, or Dragonland as we like to call it. We then put it on a truck and drive it all the way to the hangar where the rocket is. And so what will happen is we'll then we call it breakover, where the vehicle's up vertical, we'll turn it sideways because the rocket is being processed sideways or horizontal into the hangar, lift it, mate it to Falcon 9, and then roll up those hangar doors and essentially pull the vehicle in the transporter erector, which is the big white truss structure that you see there. All the fluid lines, electrical lines, and everything are connected to the vehicles via the TE, transporter erector, and they basically roll it up those rails. You can't really see them. You kind of see them in the screen, those rails. Roll the entire TE Rocket Dragon assembly up to the very top of the pad, pin it into the pad systems, and then roll it up vertical.
And we are about T-minus 2 hours, 57 minutes, 44 seconds and counting. In just a couple of minutes, we are expecting to hear a formal announcement that the crew is at the pad. Of course, we saw them pull up in the Teslas, and there they are. Looks like they've already gotten out of the car, and they are walking up to the elevator that will carry them all the way up to the 255-foot level, and then they'll have a couple of steps to get up to the level where the crew access arm is.
I have the AC/DC song in my head as I see them walking up.
You know what I was kind of jamming out to on my way in was
We're
ZZ
back.
Top, Sharp Dressed Man.
We're just in time. I'm gonna turn these guys down here now. Just in time for the astronauts to arrive at the launch pad here. So they perform the traditional look up at their ride at the rocket. And this really gives you a scale of just how big that rocket really is. Like, look at, you're barely seeing the engine bells there at the bottom. I mean, that thing is just huge. But they're there, and they're gonna take the elevator up to, oh, he dropped something on the way. Taking the elevator up to the crew access arm. We learned something on Wednesday. I thought the elevator took them all the way up to the crew access arm level, but it actually takes them one level below that, and they have to take stairs up to the crew access arm. So we'll that'll be happening again. Then we'll had a little brief break, got my little lunch and my refreshments. So I'm ready to continue on. We're gonna go for a little while longer, and don't forget we got Amy Shira Teitel joining us a little bit later in the show. So hopefully we don't have any we don't have to scrub or anything. But yeah, she'll be joining us a little over an hour from now. How's the weather looking today? So weather is iffy. It's on the fence. We're 50-50 for weather today. You can see it looks like a much better day out there right now. I mean, it's already, the skies are a little bluer than they were on Wednesday. Uh-oh, he's got to fix something. The SpaceX Ninja noticed a problem, had to fix his suit. Now they're heading up the stairs to the crew access arm where they will make a final phone call to their families. At least I know Doug did last time. I think Bob did, but I don't know if they showed us Bob calling the family. But they head out to the right. So the crew access arm is to the left from this view. Crew access arm is to the left. To the right is the escape towers, or the escape baskets. There's a NASA worm logo, and then there's a phone available here somewhere for them to call their families. I don't know how they do that, but yeah, there it is. So he's getting the SpaceX Ninja, grabbed the phone for him, calls the family. That's basically like their final goodbye to their family. Even though, I mean, they just did it 20 minutes ago when they got in the car, but this is really it. They can't talk to their families after this. They get in the capsule, and they have no more communication with their families until after they get up on the space station. Is this the site for the launch of SpaceX? Yes, you're in the right place, Shandy. This is the place. They will be launching. Right here's our list of events that's going on right now. The crew has just arrived at Launch Pad 39A. Next up, they're going to head down the crew access arm. This is a rough estimation. It's T-minus 2 hours and 45 minutes. It looks like we're ahead of schedule right now, so they'll probably be heading down the crew access arm much sooner than that, which means they will probably ingress into the capsule sooner, which is where they enter the capsule, do their comm checks, seat rotation, and then we'll continue on. Those are the events that are coming up. This is what we've completed already. So obviously suit up is done right now. They've already loaded up, departed for the pad, and they've arrived. They are currently at Launch Pad 39A, historic Launch Pad 39A, where the Space Shuttle launched from. Number of Space Shuttle launches were from 39A. Oh, there you go. Here's Bob talking to the family, calling the family now. Number of Space Shuttles launched from Pad 39A, and Apollo 11. First flight, take people to the moon, right? You've heard of this. Launched from Pad 39A. Let's see. Opsta, thanks for the super chat. When is it going to launch? Our liftoff time is scheduled for 3:22 and 45 seconds p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is 1933 UTC. Timing here is about T-minus 2 hours and 52 minutes. Right there is our countdown clock. Tells you how much time we're at. And here's the upcoming events right there. Let's see. Swallowed wrong. Capsule name. They've not given us the capsule name yet, John. We're still waiting on that. We should. They will hopefully get the name revealed very close to launch, or maybe even after launch. They might give us the name when they're in orbit or on orbit. So we gotta wait for that name. They didn't give it to us yet. Love your shirt. Thanks, Chet. Will they try again tomorrow if the weather isn't on their side today? Yes, tomorrow is the next backup day, and then Tuesday after that. Oh, there you go. They're heading down the crew access arm now. So yeah, they're about 6 minutes ahead of schedule here now, which is good. Nice to have extra time. What preparations will they be doing between now and takeoff? Well, a lot of the preparation, there's not a ton that they have to do. So they're going down the crew access arm right now. They will ingress into the capsule, meaning enter the capsule. They're going to do leak checks. They're going to do communication checks, make sure they can communicate with the ground, make sure their suits are performing well, make sure they're connected into their seats, because their seats are integrated right into their suits as well. So they're going to do all those pre-flight checks. They'll check with launch control. They'll check with mission control as well. So there's two separate organizations. It's a little bit confusing. There's actually 3 different control centers that are involved. There is Launch Control, which is at Firing Room 4 at the Kennedy Space Center. Historic Firing Room 4, that's where a bunch of Apollo and Space Shuttles were launched from. That's the group, the engineers and the flight directors that control the launch process. Once the rocket clears the tower, then it gets handed over to Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. SpaceX Mission Control. Remember, this is a SpaceX launch. It's going to get handed over to SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. We've seen that view before. All the SpaceX controllers lined up with the big screens on the wall. That's SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. Then also involved is Houston Mission Control, which is in Houston, Texas. That is the Mission Control Center that's primarily responsible for the International Space Station operations. They'll also be involved once the vehicle is on orbit and approaching the International Space Station. But primarily it's Launch Control, then Mission Control Hawthorne, then Mission Control Houston gets involved with the space station stuff. So let's see. Hey, Derogatory over on our Mixer stream. Nice stream. Glad to see some space stuff in Mixer. Well, thanks, Derogatory. Glad you're joining us on the Mixer stream. Have they been quarantined to ensure they don't bring COVID? Yeah, so astronauts quarantine, this is a question from Neuros over on Twitch. Astronauts quarantine regardless of COVID-19. So the astronauts, even if that wasn't going on, would quarantine weeks before launch so that they don't bring any sort of illness to the International Space Station, including the current, the big one that we all know about. So the astronauts have been in quarantine. The closeout crew here that you're seeing, they are also in quarantine. But all these procedures that you're seeing, like with masks and everything else, they would be doing that even if we didn't have the whole pandemic situation going on. So that's a procedure that has happened for decades with NASA launches and astronauts, even without, regardless of the current situation. So yes, they do. Let's see, what training did you have? Well, I'm a software engineer, so that's what my regular job is. How many times will they round the orbit? Well, they're going to be in orbit for a long time because they're going to be there for about 4 to 16 weeks. How many laps we take it? It's going to be a lot of laps. You consider they'll be in space from 4 to 16 weeks. It takes about 90 minutes to make a lap around the Earth. And so they're going to make a lot of laps in 4 to 16 weeks. It's going to take them 19 hours to get to the International Space Station. So number of laps, whatever 19 hours divided by 90 minutes is. That many laps-ish. Can they sleep on the way? Yes, not only can they sleep, they must sleep. That's one of the things that they're testing on orbit is, can astronauts sleep in the Crew Dragon capsule? How comfortable is it? What kind of experiences are they going to have during sleep? So not only can they sleep, they must sleep. It's part of their mission. They are required to sleep to test sleeping in the Crew Dragon capsule. What is the max speed of the rocket? Well, this rocket, max speed is going to be about 17,000 miles per hour because they're trying to meet up with the International Space Station. And that's generally roughly the orbital speed for low Earth orbit. Let's see. How did astronauts from Apollo 13 get through quarantine and get illness on board the capsule? Well, I don't believe... I mean, if you remember Apollo 13, famously, Ken Mattingly, the medical director, pulled Ken Mattingly from the Apollo 13 mission because they were worried that he had been exposed to measles. And so that was part of their quarantine process. They pulled him off the mission because they were like, oh, he's been exposed to me. And don't forget, Apollo missions were a long time ago. A lot of the processes have been changed and refined as we've learned more and gotten better at a lot of this stuff. So that was a long time ago, but they still had those quarantine processes in place even then, back in the Apollo days. Remember, the Apollo astronauts would come back and they would go right into quarantine in that little trailer thing. The Apollo 11 astronauts came back and it was, you got the little wave through the window as the astronauts came back and went into their little quarantine bunker there. Can you do a quick weather radar after they get belted in? Yes, I'm planning on it, TP Seeker. As soon as they get strapped in, we're going to take a look at weather, flight path. We're going to go through all our graphics there. I wanted to wait until they get strapped in, then we're going to take a look at all that stuff. So now at this point, they're getting loaded into the space capsule, the Crew Dragon capsule. There you go. Coaster Musician on our Discord just sent me the message, said it's roughly 13 laps on the way up. Thanks for doing the math on that, Coaster. Still struggling from when I swallowed wrong earlier. What are they doing in the station? I don't know the specifics of what they're going to do on orbit in the station. I mean, their primary mission is testing out the Crew Dragon capsule, but there will be on orbit science that they're doing, but it's not the main focus of this mission, because the main focus is testing the capsule. But they are doing a lot of on orbit science in the International Space Station. I don't exactly recall specifically what they're doing. When are they coming back? Sometime between 4 and 16 weeks. We don't know yet. They won't decide that until they're on the International Space Station. Houston said, yeah, 254 miles to the International Space Station. Yeah, that's straight up. That's the altitude of the International Space Station, 254 miles straight up. I mean, it's not always straight up. It's orbiting, obviously. But if it was directly overhead, it'd be 254 miles up. Do they have food and water on the rocket? Yes, they do have some food, and they have food and water and such, because they will be eating and drinking on the rockets. They're going to be on it for 19 hours. I don't know. People have asked, what do they have? I don't know specifically what they have for food on board, but yes, they do have stuff. So I got a message from my friend Kyle, who's at home watching. He's gonna text me on the phone and say he's too afraid to YouTube chat here. He says his son is watching. He wants to know how do the astronauts land? His son Nathan. Hi Nathan. How do the astronauts return to Earth and land? Question from Nathan over in Buffalo, New York. Well, so we won't know for sure when that's going to be for 4 to 16 weeks, but when they decide to come back, they will put their spacesuits back on in the International Space Station, so they're not going to wear them the whole time. They're going to put the spacesuits back on, test putting them back on in 0G, because that's something that's never been tested before. How do you put on these new spacesuits, brand new spacesuits? How do you put them on in 0G? They'll get those on. They'll get back in the capsule. They will undock from the International Space Station. There will be a period of a couple hours when they're undocked from the International Space Station. They'll do a couple more checkouts on the vehicle to make sure that it is operating properly in preparation for landing. Because don't forget, the capsule will have been attached to the International Space Station this entire time, integrated with the International Space Station's environmental control system. I know Kyle's son, so it's probably going too far deep than what Kyle's son was asking me, but it's going to be integrated with the environmental control systems and the power systems, and so when they undock, they got to make sure Crew Dragon is okay to operate by itself again. Spend a couple hours in orbit, not a long time, then they'll deorbit. They will jettison the trunk. The trunk is the section on the back of the Crew Dragon capsule that has power and oxygen and supplies like that. Crew Dragon has its own integrated supplies, but there's extras in the trunk. And then they will jettison the trunk. That'll burn up in the atmosphere. That won't come back. And then the Crew Dragon capsule will re-enter with its heat shield, deploy 2 drogue parachutes, and then 4 main parachutes, and it will parachute nice and gently in the Atlantic Ocean just off the coast of Florida. You may be surprised at how close to Florida. Let's see, do I have it here somewhere on my... No, apparently I don't have it on my quick things. I should have added that my quick things. But you'll be surprised at how close to Florida the actual landing is going to be. While they're getting strapped in here, I'll pull this up and I'll show you real quick where that's going to be. So here's the hazards map right here. This is showing us where all the potential hazards are for boats and aircrafts and things like that. But right here, this purple pin, that is splashdown for recovery. So that's the splashdown location, which is, like, relatively speaking, very close to Florida. That's the splashdown location planned for when they come back from the International Space Station. So they will splash down right here. This is their backup recovery location, is over here near Pensacola. They have a backup landing site over here in case they need to land in the Gulf of Mexico, but primary splashdown right here off the coast of Florida. And then just to give you an idea of everything else that's happening, what you're seeing on the map, launch is at launch pad 39A right here, heading to the northeast, this direction. This green section here, this is a keep out for aircraft, longer than usual because it's shallower with crew on board, shallower flight, so that hazard is longer than usual. Then the booster, the first stage, is going to come back and land on the drone ship out here. That's the drone ship position, is that blue pin right there. Oh no, sorry, this gray one is the drone ship position. Gray one? Oh, what is the gray? I don't know what the difference is between these two here. I don't know why there's 2 of them there. Oh, that's the tug position. Yeah, the gray one is the drone ship, the blue one is the tug position there. So, but anyways, that's where they're landing, out at sea. And then there's also a hazard as well for the second stage. The upper stage is going to deorbit and burn up in the atmosphere, but there's a big hazard off here off the west coast of Australia, because that's where the second stage is going to come in and break up, and there'll be pieces that that are a potential hazard there. So that's the hazard area for where the second stage will re-enter and burn up in the atmosphere. So there you go. Long-winded answer, but thanks for the question to my man Nathan out in Buffalo, New York. When does countdown start? Countdown started hours ago. So it's been a couple of hours that they've been going, but our countdown right now, we're currently at T-minus 2 hours and 38 minutes. Right there's our T-minus countdown. That's where we're at right now. These are the events that are coming up. We're at crew capsule ingress right now, where the crew enters the capsule. They're getting strapped in right now. They're getting connected. Their umbilicals are getting connected to the environmental control. They're getting integrated with the seat. Remember, the seat is practically part of their spacesuit. So they get basically plugged into the seat for communications, for their environmental controls, for themselves, airflow, cooling, temperatures, all that kind of stuff. They're integrated directly in the seats. So their helmets have microphones built into them, but keying the microphone happens on the seat because the seat is integrated. So they just key the microphone on the seat and it integrates with their directly with their helmet mic there. So they don't have any of those like lapel activation, PTT buttons, the push to talk buttons. They don't have those anymore. Is there a map to follow the rocket live? I don't think they publish a live view, but you can look at flightclub.io to get a rough idea of what the flight path will be. Have they been to space before? Both of these astronauts have flown twice before. Bob flew on 2 space shuttle missions, STS-123 and STS-130. Doug flew on STS-127 and STS-135. STS-135 was the final space shuttle mission back in 2011. So Doug, who's in the right-hand seat there from this view, Doug flew on STS-135. He will have flown on the final space shuttle mission and the first commercial crew mission. Kind of awesome. So right now they're just getting strapped in, making sure that they're all integrated and good to go. On their left thigh, you'll see they've got little iPads, which is they have like checklists and things like that, basically attached to their left thigh there. And on their right thigh is the integration port for their airflow. So that's all integrated and good to go. And then in a few minutes, we're going to see seat rotation. So right now they're kind of sitting upright, but in a few minutes, the seats are going to rotate so they're more on their backs. They'll rotate backwards and up a little bit too. So they'll be a little bit closer to the screens and more on their backs. And that just puts them in a better position for flight. So it's a more comfortable position for flight, better for, well, what happened? That's not me. There, okay. So they'll be on their backs, a little closer to the screen. That'll happen in just a few minutes here for seat rotation. So that's coming up, scheduled to come up in about 20 minutes, but they're ahead of schedule right now. So they've already done capsule ingress. I might have said egress earlier. Ingress is what they're doing. Capsule ingress. Entering the capsule. Are those real ninjas? They are real SpaceX ninjas, right? I think it's classified whether or not they can wield a sword or nunchucks. This is how you know the stream goes too long, is when I start doing antics like this. How's the capsule detect some leaks in the spacesuit? Well, I don't think the capsule detects leaks in the spacesuit direct. Well, I mean, they are integrated in the capsule system, so I guess I don't know where a leak check would display or where the information displays. It probably does display on the capsule, but remember, their suit is integrated with their seat, which is connected to the whole system. So probably does display on the screen itself. I never really thought about that, but yeah, they're going to do suit leak checks here in a few minutes. I think we're doing communication checks already. I just heard a quick...
And just a reminder, you're hearing the core. That's the crew operations responsible engineer. That's, if you've followed NASA missions in the past, that's the Capcom position. That is this pretty much the singular voice that's talking to the astronauts throughout their flight. And that's a position based here in Hawthorne, California. And you'll also hear
Dragon, SpaceX, ComCheck, Tetris.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Tetris, ComCheck complete. Standby with ComChecks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1. ComCheck.
SpaceX, Jason, loud and clear. SpaceX, Jason, loud and clear.
I don't know why we're hearing it
loud
twice.
And clear. Glad to have you guys on board. Stand by for ComCheck on Dragon aground. Dragon, MD, Dragon aground, ComCheck.
I have you the same, and good afternoon. Stand by for my ComCheck on Dragon aground.
Dragon, loud and clear.
MD,
Dragon,
clear.
SpaceX, Dragon aground, ComCheck. Dragon, launch director on countdown 1.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
We're here.
I have you the same. Back to call.
Loud and clear.
I have you the
Dragon,
same, and
SpaceX,
good afternoon.
this concludes our
Stand by
launch
for my
configuration
ComCheck on Dragon
ComChecks.
aground.
Report when ready for seat rotation per section
Dragon,
2 of
SpaceX,
4.100.
Dragon aground, ComCheck.
Dragon will put that in work. SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Copy.
All right, so all those communications checks were done successfully, and you could even see, and it's so cool when we get these views right inside the cabin.
SpaceX Dragon in 2.2, we are ready for seat rotation.
Copy.
I think one of my streams is behind here. Hold on.
But you could see.
Let's get this fixed real quick.
His right hand, he has the talk button built into the seat itself. So just again showing you all of the different systems, how the suit is integrated into the seat, and it's all just one big circle for this whole spacecraft. So really cool to see those ComChecks live. Jessica, thank you so much for walking us through some of the really cool updates, the upgrades. Did you have any other cool stuff besides?
Let's see. So
Let's see.
I don't know
Okay.
if you guys can see, but we have the Dragon clean room here, and one of the coolest things is it is right on the main floor of our main building. So thousands of employees walk by here all the time and get to see Dragon.
Let's take a
in its
look
final
at,
processing
let's see,
before
we
it goes
want
to the Cape. On Wednesday, the Crew 1
this
capsule
view.
was in here. It looked almost done. It looks a little empty right now, but that's because that capsule went off into our separate test
no, that's not
facility
what we want.
for its final propulsion checks. So we do leak checks and things there, and we do that in a separate facility just because it's high pressure testing. And then the vehicle will come back here, get its final thermal protection system put on, and then it will ship off to Cape Canaveral and get ready to launch 4 astronauts to the International Space Station.
I mean, what's it like to see it? Because when you see the first initial pressure vessel, it looks nothing like the final thing. So what's it like to just kind of watch it go through, and you just see little bits get added on, and then the next thing you know, it's a whole spacecraft?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so amazing. I'm so impressed. You know, when you look at a machine, you're like, how does this ever get built? How do people ever do this? And it really is just step by step, one piece at a time. Each piece has its critical function, and you get to watch that being built right in front of your eyes every day when you
Dragon,
come to work.
SpaceX, we
an
are ready
engineer, whatever
and
you do
initiating
here.
seat rotation.
Coming up on seat rotation here.
And we just heard the seat rotation's about to begin. So, Jessica, thank you so much. Cool facts about Dragon for everyone to listen in on, and we can see the seats start to rotate now pretty soon.
So there we go. Now we got seat rotation happening. This is going to put them more on their backs, like I said. It's kind of lifting up their feet there, but it'll be more on their backs, and they'll be a little bit closer to the screen, easier to see and control. And the strange thing, which I didn't realize actually until Wednesday, I mean, I knew the seat rotation was a thing, but I didn't realize that Mission Control operated the seat rotation. I just assumed that the astronauts would do that. When they were ready, they would do seat rotation, but not the case. That's commanded from the ground. So, very interesting. So,
we copy.
Seat rotation done.
All right, and confirmation the seats are in the launch position. Let's go down now to Gary in Mission Control Houston, where I know the entire JSC team is standing by and ready to see Dragon take flight today. Over to you, Gary.
Yep, so they're going to switch over Let's see. We're gonna keep it right on here. Keep it right here while they're chatting it up a little bit. Let's see. What is the oxygen support? They don't have any backpacks or stuff. Yeah, what we said earlier, the suits are integrated into the seat. So they're getting all their life support, airflow, temperature cooling, communications are all directly connected to the seat. And they get it from their seat. So you can see on their right thigh, there's a port where their suit is connected to the seat. And that's basically their umbilical to the seat there. We're gonna switch over to this view. Meantime, while they're chatting, actually, hold on. Let's get this back over here so I can see. Take a look at. And we're gonna keep views on the launch pad while they're talking. Keep that going. Earl says visor's not working well. They keep adjusting them. Need a redesign. So glad you have a name. Yeah. Thanks, Earl. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. I mean, I think they kind of play around. Oh, look at the clouds. Oh, we're going to get back to that. Yeah. So answering Earl's question, I think they play around with the visors a lot just because they're in different positions. So they start in that upright position and they have to look up at the monitor. So they have to like move the visor so they can see the monitor that's above them. And then as they come up, they kind of have to move the visor in place. But I don't think they really particularly enjoy having the visor over their face the whole time. So that's something that they try to get out of the way if they don't have to wear it. But once they arm the launch escape system, which is not until about T-minus 45 minutes when they arm the launch escape system, then the visors have to be closed and locked. But in the meantime, they're just going to kind of move them around so they can see what they're looking at, but not keep it in front of their face. Let's see. You forgot to update the upcoming events. Actually, the upcoming events update automatically on their own. So they're on an automatic timer. So they will update shortly. But yeah, we are like way ahead of schedule right now. We're like 15 minutes ahead of schedule. I suppose we could, let's see, I can manually update that too, but they're supposed to, where's my events list? I can manually update it. But yeah, the intent there is the events list updates automatically without me having to touch it. But because we're so far ahead of schedule, why don't we update it right now? So we did capsule ingress, communication check, that was done. Seat rotation, that's done. And then they're going to do leak check here. Sounds like leak check is going to be another 5 minutes ahead of schedule here too. So let's do... There. Update that. Oh, what happened to my camera? God, this camera. I tell you what. Man, this camera is going to be... Just bear with me here. Nope, that's not going to work. Okay, well, give me a second to get my camera back online, but in the meantime, listen in. I can't get my camera back online. Thunderstorms expected. Oh boy. Man, I really can't get my camera back online. This is gonna be a problem. All right, I'm gonna pull my camera feed off here while I troubleshoot this. You guys can listen in.
Challenge is that launch abort capability includes parachutes. And with parachutes, you've got to make sure that you've got the weather to come down. If there are thunderstorms or downbursts or high winds, that's problematic for the parachute system.
Right, and sea states as well, bouncing that
Exactly.
capsule around in the ocean. Bob, of course, you're an astronaut. You know what it's like to hit the reset button and do it all over again. Get into the spacecraft, get ready to go, only to be told, no, we're not going to go today. We're going to try it again. What's that like? And then tell me about the mindset as you have to kind of reset. Do you feel less anxious? Do you feel more comfortable the second time around?
You know, Daryl, first off, my last flight, we counted down to 18 seconds and didn't go. Man, and when you get to 18 seconds, you're ready. Yeah. The key is, you know, it's the training that we go through. All the repetition that we do, we practice everything, including scrubs. And just because you didn't launch doesn't mean you don't have something to do. So you got to go through those back out procedures. It's all done very professionally. Then it was out of the vehicle and into the Astrovan, back to crew quarters. And we had a positive attitude. We got a good night's rest. And we went through it again. It's a matter of doing your job. And these guys are well prepared. You know, it's all part of what we do.
Yeah, they stopped the count at 17 minutes, but you had it all the way up to just a few seconds. That's a big difference.
And the truth is, the next night, actually everything went really better. You know, the weather was bad the first time. I was kind of glad we scrubbed. And we scrubbed for an issue with the vehicle that they later sorted out. As it turned out, we wouldn't have had enough prop to rendezvous with the Russian functional cargo block. But you know, the next night, it was just a perfectly smooth launch count. Everything just went like clockwork, and it set the stage for an awesome mission.
I think you told the press before you walked out, I think you were over there at astronaut crew quarters, we're going today. I'm wondering where's the source of that confidence coming from?
I just got a feeling, you know, you got to have a positive attitude. I watched a lot of weather down here supporting shuttle missions, and I'm hoping that those clouds over the I-95 corridor, that the Indian River keeps them west of us, and that stuff that's building offshore is far enough off that we can stay in an open window here at the Cape.
Good. Well, we got your positive vibe going, and we appreciate that. Jim, when you were down in the astronaut crew quarters and when they were suiting up, you got a second chance to visit with the astronauts. Kind of tell us about that, and what was their demeanor, what was their mood today?
So again, they seem loose. They were loose last time, they're loose this time. They're definitely ready to go. They're excited. They've been wanting to go for a long time now. You know, I'll tell you one thing that I thought was a little interesting is, you know, Bob Behnken was making fun of Doug Hurley because on Doug's last flight, they scrubbed 5 times before launching on the 6th time. So Bob Behnken seems to think that Doug Hurley is the problem in this case. But to see them joking about that as they're getting suited up, ready to go, yes, they're trained, they're ready, but they're also loose, and that's good to see because they're going to have to be on their game when we launch.
These guys are pretty impressive, Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken. I mean, Doug Hurley, an incredible pilot. Bob Behnken, he's got a PhD in mechanical engineering. I mean,
and he's a flight test engineer himself in the Air Force. Yeah.
Well, in your assessment, why are these guys the right stuff?
Well, this is a test flight, and you know we have great astronauts that are chemists. We have great astronauts that are botanists. We have really talented and diverse, a very diverse astronaut corps in general. But this is a test flight, and for a test flight, what do you want? You want test pilots. You want people that, for a living, they have made a living flying new things that have never been flown before. And Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are the two people that you would want in a test flight, and that's exactly what this is.
Bob, you're a pilot too. You want to weigh in on Doug Hurley? He seems like he's got the right mentality and smooth customer.
He's a naval aviator, a marine pilot, a test pilot. I'm all in. He's a great guy.
Yeah. And tell me a little bit about in terms of the Kennedy Space Center, right? So You've been here since 2007, right?
2008.
2008, sorry, off by 1 year. 2011, the Atlantis came to a wheel stop. Yeah, I grew up here. My dad worked for NASA. My uncle was a contractor. When that wheel stop happened, the next day, my uncle got the layoff notice, right? And it 30, 60 days. It was depressing. We're talking about thousands of people laid off.
Super depressing. Atlantis landed on a Thursday. On Friday, 2,000 contractors got pink slips and walked out the door. Yet they worked on that vehicle. That was the best vehicle we ever flew, the cleanest. That's the dedication of the workforce here.
Right. So, and take me back to that time. You called it a depressing time.
All right, I think we're in better shape now.
The shuttle program
That took me way longer than it needed to.
Completely,
And it should have.
Ownership of and paid for. Now we're moving into this commercial crew, which
We're
you
back.
oversee making that transition. And tell me about. that
Okay, so
9
I want to
years
get my.
in which we made that
Where's my feed that we have? All right, so we have the astronauts up. I'm going to turn down Jim Bridenstine. If you want to listen to their the interview that they're doing there, you can certainly take a look at that. But yeah, that was This has been a constant problem here today with keeping the camera online ever since that I got forced to do a Windows update yesterday. That it's just wreaked havoc on my computer here. So let's see, we're gonna move this over here just so I can have this available. We can see that happening. So we're gonna keep an eye on the astronauts. At this point, we've got a ways to go. And so I think now that they're suited up and strapped in, I think this is a good opportunity for us to take a look at weather, right? So let's see. Let me pull up their oh, I closed all the weather while I was troubleshooting. Let's open it back up. And we'll take a look at our weather map here. This is wind speed here right now, but that's not the main concern. The main concern today is precipitation. Precipitation is the concern. Here's the 2 p.m. forecast for Cape Canaveral. See, this is bad right here. We have these little tiny spots of precipitation. Now, this is expected within 3 hours. That's within 1 hour. I mean, this is where it's going to come down to the wire. Is this little tiny bit of precipitation like right here. This is right over the launch pad. We don't want that. That is no good. That is going to be bad. So that's forecasted precipitation. Right here, this is the current radar. This is current radar right now for Cape Canaveral. So you can already see we've got this thunderstorm. Well, it's not even really a thunderstorm. It's just a heavy precipitation batch right here, right next to the launch pad is right up here. We've got this batch of heavy precipitation here, but it's just little bits and pieces. Like if you can clear those out and they're far enough away from the launch pad, you can go. That's going to be the trouble, is are they going to clear out? I mean, because look at it. It's just little tiny itty bitty patches. I mean, it's not like this is a massive storm here. I mean, you do have some of these are kind of massive storms, but it sounds like these might be okay to work through, even though you have this huge line of thunderstorms that go up the coast here. The launch path is like here, just south of it. So that might be okay. Might be okay with the weather like that. But I think our biggest concern right now is these itty bitty tiny patches of thunderstorms that are right over Cape Canaveral. Remember, right here's the launch pad. These are the thunderstorms that are in the area, or at least heavy storms, heavy precipitation. We have to get those out of the area. Those are no good. So that's our problem. And what we're hoping for is to see those clear out, let them move past. Like let's play the radar here. So this is future radar, 120, 150, 210, 220, 230. Look at how close we're going to be to launch time. This is 2:30 p.m. This is less than an hour prior to launch, and it's just south of the launch pad. Now it's moving east, so it's not moving up towards the launch pad, moving east. Are we going to have a window? Are we going to have that little tiny bit of opportunity to launch the rocket? That's the big big question. So that's what we're waiting on to find out and see if we're going to make it and going to be able to launch today. That's the, it's just those little tiny annoying patches of precipitation. It's crazy. So that's our weather update here right now. That's what we're looking at for weather right now on the launch pad. What we're looking at here at the moment here is hatch closure. So they're closing the hatch right now. They're going to close it, and then they're going to hook up to that little port that's there, that open port. They're going to hook up to that to do a pressure check and a leak check. Actually, wait 2 seconds. I'm going to fix my camera's needs a little fixing. This would take 2 seconds here, but I'm just going to hide myself so you're not staring at the center of my chest while I fix my camera. Let's see, is that better? Nope, that's worse. Try again. Okay, I think that's better now. I just had to, it's like cutting off my head. Okay, so yeah, this is where we stand here right now. Closing the hatch. Actually, we want this view here so we can see hatch closure taking place here right now. And then this will be a long period of time. But in the meantime, we're going to have Amy Shira Teitel on here in about 45 minutes. We should have Amy. It's going to come join us. If you don't know who Amy Shira Teitel is, she's an author, she's a YouTuber, she's a space historian. She's pretty awesome. So we're looking for launch. Like, look at that thick bits of precipitation that we were seeing. So yeah, I don't know. Snell, I've seen your question. I don't understand your question. What percentage of influence does SpaceX and NASA have on this launch? Who is more in charge? I mean, I guess I can answer the second part. I don't understand the first part of the question. But as far as who's in charge, SpaceX. SpaceX is in charge. This is a SpaceX launch. So SpaceX launch director, SpaceX launch team, SpaceX mission control. SpaceX is in charge. That being said, there is a NASA mission manager there that is polled for a go, no go for launch. So NASA has a say. NASA can, if they saw anything crazy that they were like, no, stop. I mean, they could step in and be like, hey, we're not comfortable with this. So they have that capability. But as far as who's in charge, SpaceX. This is a SpaceX launch. Why 4 seats and only 2 going? Well, on operational missions, there will be 4 astronauts. So this is a demo mission. They're only flying 2, but they are testing operational capabilities. So they're trying to make sure that, they've got the proper weight and the proper configuration. What's it like for astronauts to move around in the capsule with 4 seats there? What's it like sleeping in a capsule with 4 seats and all that kind, so they're trying to treat this like a normal mission would be, and your normal missions will have 4 astronauts on board. Only 2, just because this is a test mission for this flight, but normally there will be 4, so they're keeping 4 seats so they can practice moving around the capsule, sleeping in the capsule, touching things, moving things, all that. They're trying to treat it like a real operational mission would be. How do the astronauts do their business in there? We don't know the detailed answer to that, but they do have restroom facilities integrated in the crew capsule. Yorkshire over on Mixer, a moment in history. So glad I'm watching this. I know it's getting exciting. I mean, we still have 2 hours and 9 minutes to go. We still have some time, but it's getting so close. Let's see. This is okay. Oh, I don't remember seeing this view here before. Let's see. Here you go. Here's suit up with it. Oh, now I have something over my head. What is this now? There, that's better. Now it's cutting off my head again, but okay, I'll just sit like this. Here, I'll sit like this and do the broadcast. How do I look? All right, so if this Tory, are you drinking? No, this is just me. This is real life me. This is just what happens when I get amped up and excited for launch day. I do have a nice root beer here and a Powerade. Those are my refreshments for the day. They have another backup date. So 2 backup dates planned for right now. One is tomorrow. The other is on Tuesday. So hopefully we don't need those. We're just going to launch today. Look at that view. We can see so in the center there, the center monitor, that's their checklist. So you can see it kind of says something hatch closure. I don't know what the first word is, but something hatch closure. That's their checklist that they're going through to get prepped for their mission. The left panel, that is controls. That's just like the ISS simulator, iss-sim.spacex.com. You can see those controls, or roughly those controls. That's on the left side. The right side, or I guess, yeah. The right side is status for the Crew Dragon capsule. So those are their 3 screens there. That's all the systems and stuff are on the right side. Can Russians use SpaceX? Eventually, yeah, they will. We'll have a JAXA, a Japanese astronaut, on board Crew 1 in August. But eventually, yeah, they want to offer rides to Roscosmos Russian cosmonauts to fly on SpaceX as well. Let's see. Did they leave it vertical since Wednesday? Yes, they've stayed vertical the whole time. Any checks made? I mean, they might have done checks like digitally, but it stayed vertical the whole time. Do astronauts black out during takeoff? No, they'll be conscious the whole time. So the most that they will see, which we can show this too. Pull it up here. I'll pull it up and we'll show you what they're going to experience. So these are the G loads that they will experience during flight. So what I want to show right here, acceleration. During the first phase of flight, the boost phase with the first stage attached, you can see acceleration goes up. You get a little bit of throttle down through max Q, and then it comes up, and you're experiencing a maximum of about 2.7 Gs in the first bit of flight, which is really not that much. Then we get a brief moment of 0 Gs during cutoff and separation. Then we're back up and we're accelerating under stage 2. 1 G, 2 G, 3 G, up to just over 4 Gs, about 4.25 Gs, which is, for somebody that's a fighter pilot, I mean, for 4 Gs for me, I'd probably pass out, but for astronauts that train for this, the 4 Gs is not a ton. You get into like 7, 8 Gs, now you're talking. Now you're doing some work, but I think 4 Gs for an astronaut is not bad. So that's what they're experiencing for acceleration loads on the launch vehicle. So yeah, there shouldn't be any reason why they would pass out. It's definitely doable for astronauts. How would an astronaut be able to sleep on the rocket with all that adrenaline? That's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that one, because I couldn't sleep last night just preparing for this. I don't know how you sleep as an astronaut, being all amped up and ready to fly on a rocket like that. That would be crazy. Oh, there goes my camera again. What is happening with this camera? This is going to drive me nuts. There we go. We lost it. It was that I'm telling you, that Windows update from last night. Just driving me crazy. I hate that. Everything was perfect on Wednesday. And all this had to go down. Vomiting in a spacesuit, how is that handled? That's a great question. It'd probably not be very comfortable, but both astronauts have said that they are expecting to vomit at splashdown when they come home. So, yeah, they will. They're probably going to have a rough experience when they come back to Earth. Are they only sending test crew, or are they sending some cargo? I believe there is cargo on board. I mean, I don't think it's a full cargo mission, but I believe there is cargo on board. I mean, generally when they're going to the International Space Station, even on test flights, even on like Demo 1, which is a full test mission, no astronauts, they still sent cargo up to the International Space Station. So yeah, now we're waiting on weather. Let's see. 19 hours to the space station. How long are the astronauts awake for? They've been awake since 6 a.m., so not bad. Tory, you can uninstall the update. Well, I know I can uninstall the update, but I can't do it now. Let's see what else we missed here for comments while we're waiting. I am also, so Amy Shira Teitel is going to be on in about 30 minutes from now. I do want to take a break before she comes on. How do they deal with atmosphere? Yeah, Sharam wants to buy me a Mac. Throw out that Windows. I just built this computer from scratch. There's a video on our YouTube channel of building it. Just built the whole thing from scratch. It's actually an amazing computer, but camera, I think I have to like reinstall the camera drivers or something after that update. I wasn't expecting to have to do that. How many days to reach space? Well, we're not talking days. I mean, they'll be in space in less than 5 minutes after launch. It'll take them 19 hours to get to the International Space Station, but to get to space, we're talking 5 minutes after launch. Foxy Paws on Twitch wants me to switch to Linux. Years ago, there was a prototype for a small shuttle version on top of a rocket from ESA. It's possible to take SpaceX, take the idea from the future. Well, it kind of sounds like the Sierra Nevada company's launch vehicle, which is like a little mini space shuttle. And that's a real thing. That's actually going to be used. They had pitched it to be used for crew, but that didn't get accepted. But it is going to be used for cargo. They won, the Sierra Nevada Corporation won a CRS-2 contract. They will be one of the providers that flies cargo to the International Space Station on that little mini space shuttle looking thing. I forget what it's called. It's like Dreamcatcher. Is that the name of it? But yeah, they will fly cargo to the International Space Station on that little mini space shuttle looking thing. How do they just sit there for that long? I know, it seems like a long time. It's crazy. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's really not that long. I mean, I've been sitting here for a couple hours, and they only have, so they get in the capsule about 2.5 hours prior to launch. The worst part is when they scrub, really, because they have to sit in the capsule for an hour after scrub while they wait for the fuel to go out. But if they launch, then, 13 minutes later, they're in orbit and they can unstrap and they're good to go. So really, the astronauts want to launch so they don't have to sit in that seat for the extra hour. But because if they scrub, then they're going to be stuck in that seat. Let's see. So gotta see. I'm just checking to see if we have any updates online that I need to know about that we have to communicate with you. Yeah, hatch closure underway. See, look at this. Look at the difference. Look at how fast that changed. I mean, a minute ago it looked like crazy dark all across the sky, and now all of a sudden you're seeing dark clouds on the left side there. I mean, those don't look good. But on the right side, like looking like a clearing coming through. But we just need that left side to clear on through. I mean, that's no good. Hi from Israel. How much does it cost roughly to delay? Well, probably the biggest cost for delay, I mean, I don't know the exact number, but the biggest cost for delay is likely going to be fuel, which is about $500,000 worth of fuel, but they do recover some of that. I mean, then you have other costs, like the costs for crew to come in and like crew being like the ground crew and controllers and things like that. Like there's a cost for them. They got to pay all that kind of stuff. So I don't know the exact number, but it's probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars if they have to scrub. So yeah, that's our look right there. Alt Space VR. Hey, how are you? Over on our Twitch channel. Says big fan. Appreciate it. Thanks very much. Does Elon foot the bill? Well, SpaceX and NASA. I mean, NASA has paid SpaceX. Oh, it looks like that dark cloud is coming towards the launch pad, doesn't it? I thought it was going away. Let's see. Which direction are we looking here? This view is looking east. So to the left would be south. Look at, they just adjusted exposure. So to the left would be south. And I think those clouds are traveling like east, northeast maybe. So yeah, it kind of looks like those clouds are approaching, which is not good. Those are, yeah. Jimbo, is this live? We're live, Jimbo. You're with us here. Yeah, so, and I was answering the question about who pays for this. NASA has paid SpaceX to operate these missions. So, I mean, NASA pays for it, but, directly, SpaceX is the one paying the bill for the fuel and stuff like that, but NASA has paid SpaceX to operate these launches, so in the end, NASA's paying for it. Left would be, you say left would be north? I don't think so, because I think, isn't the water tower is on the north, and this is the ramp to get up the launch pad, which is on the south of the launch pad. So left here, this is south. The water tower is north of the pad. And this is the ramp to get up to the pad, which is on the south. And over here is the vehicle, you can't see this. Way over here is the vehicle assembly building. So they would come out, they go east out of the vehicle assembly building, and then they drive north to get on the pad. Back in the shuttle and Apollo, or the shuttle days. But now the horizontal facility here is south of the pad. So this is south, this is north. Yeah, this is from the beach area looking in. Probably not all the way to the beach. It's probably just on the eastern edge of the launch pad there. How much fuel is lost if they cancel? I mean, I don't really have an answer for that. I don't know how much fuel they lose, and I think it varies very much depending on when they cancel. So, I don't know specifically. Here's our hatch closure underway. All right, so I'm going to take this opportunity because Amy's going to be here in about 20 minutes to join us for some Q&A. I'm going to take this quick opportunity for a break for myself, be a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. We're going to talk to Amy. We're going to continue and see what we've got for hatch closure, and then we'll be right back. Let's see, Mail Theater S is the primary feed, Twitch or YouTube. Well, we're simulcasting on 5 platforms all at once: YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, and Mixer. 5 platforms all at the same time. But I would say the primary feed is probably on YouTube. That's where most of the Hangout crew is, on YouTube. Shout out to, well, everybody watching, but yeah, most of the people are over here on YouTube hanging out. Are you afraid to say the U.S. taxpayer is paying for it? No, I mean, I guess I just didn't take it that far, Rudy. I mean, yeah, in the end, if you want to take it a bit further, I said NASA was paying for it, but yeah, the U.S. taxpayer pays NASA. So yeah, in the end, it's U.S. taxpayers that are paying for this. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to take this quick break because I don't want to run out of time before Amy gets here. So quick break, and then I will be right back We have a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back to talk some more. I'll turn up the NASA feed so you can hear that, and I will be back.
Launch control, Dragon, loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the Chief Engineer. Dragon, Chief Engineer on countdown 1, comm check.
Chief Engineer, Dragon, we've got you loud and clear, Bala.
Chief Engineer, loud and clear. This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineering comm check.
And we just saw a thumbs up from Doug Hurley. We listened to a series of comms checks there, and so everything.
Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear on Dragon to ground.
Loud and clear. Well, good luck, and let's see if the rain clears up.
That sentiment is shared by all here.
Do it.
Copy that.
So Bob and Doug, along with the launch teams and all of the rest of America, hoping the rain clears up here. But as far as comms checks go, everything sounded pretty normal, pretty nominal there. So we're just waiting on the weather to clear up. But again, there's a live look at Launch Complex 39A, the site of 82 Space Shuttle missions where they began. And of course, Apollo, the first mission to the moon, Apollo 11 lifted off from 39A. And Leland, you were just 5 years old when that happened. Take us back there.
Marie and Lauren, I was 5, and I was the antenna engineer during the broadcast. I was the kid standing behind the black and white Sylvania television holding the rabbit ears, and my dad said, move to the left, move to the right. And I was trying to look around the television to see what was going on, but they said, no, don't move, stay there. So I never actually saw the actual landing on the moon, Neil and Buzz walking on the moon. And the next day, all my friends in my community were like, yeah, you want to be an astronaut? We just had this momentous thing. And I said, no. I didn't see it. I want to be Arthur Ashe, because Arthur Ashe trained 5 blocks down the street from where I grew up. And my dad talked about his excellence, his perseverance, his athleticism. And so it wasn't until I got to NASA, working as an engineer at NASA Langley, that a friend of mine said, you'd be a great astronaut. And I just laughed at him. And I didn't fill the application out, but another friend of mine got in, Charlie Camarda. And I said, if he can become an astronaut, I can become one. So I applied the next year and I got in the 1998 class. And I think about this, again, storied legacy, Pad 39A. I was there in 2008 and 2009, Space Shuttle Atlantis, the last one that came in with Doug and the rest of the crew. And it's just an amazing time to see this new era with Lauren, with your SpaceX Crew Dragon about to take off.
I never heard that story.
I've got a million stories. A million stories.
Wow. And it's so cool that you do have a lot of these kids that are watching today who have never seen a flight, a human space flight from KSC before. And this is their first time. And I'm trying to remember back, I grew up in the shuttle era, and I grew up in Los Angeles, and I remember sometimes when the shuttle would land at Edwards Air Force Base, you'd hear those sonic booms.
Double sonic boom.
You hear the double sonic booms in school, and we all just knew, oh, that's the space shuttle. It was just a thing. We just knew about that. And it did make me sad that there's an entire generation of kids who didn't grow up with that experience. And I'm just so proud that, today, hopefully, we get to provide that for kids and hopefully have more and more of these launches to the point where it becomes routine, hopefully never boring, but routine.
And there's talent in every zip code. So you have to make sure that every kid has the opportunity to do these types of things. If they believe in themselves, then we give them the right tools that they can use to be in STEM fields. And we have a very diverse group of people up here working together to get Bob and Doug off safely. And I think more people that see this type of diversity will have a chance to say, I can do that too.
Yes. Absolutely. And, you know, we have a lot of kids watching today, and we have an opportunity to hear from another really awesome role model, especially for the little girls in the audience. So we want to throw it over to Gary in Houston to talk to a very special astronaut standing by there. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Marie. I have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the space station, Christina Cook. Christina, thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you today.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the International Space Station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
You're right, so much history indeed, and it's just been great to watch it all unfold. I think for me, the most exciting thing is how NASA is not only innovating in what we do, exploring the universe, pushing the boundaries, getting knowledge on the space station, bringing it back to Earth for benefits here, but in how we do it. We're innovating in the implementation of those goals and of our mission. And what that means is that bringing in the private sector, bringing in a commercial space economy for low Earth orbit means space is going to be more accessible and more innovative. And it's just an awesome new era of history to be able to witness.
You hold the record for the longest single stay by a female astronaut in space. What's it like living aboard for so long?
Well, it is truly a privilege every single day. I have to say it's a beautiful thing to look down on the Earth and to be able to kind of contribute to a space program that you yourself have held in such high regard your entire life. I would say that the biggest challenge going into sort of those longer times is remaining vigilant. The engineers make it so easy to live on board the space station. Sometimes you forget you're actually surrounded by such a hostile environment. So remaining vigilant both day to day to have that appreciation that you wake up with every day, and then also being vigilant, knowing that things could take a turn for the worse at any time, and you have to be ready to react to that. So it's a great privilege, but it also comes with great responsibility.
You came to NASA after the days of the shuttle program, and you flew on the Russian Soyuz. What does it mean to have this private capability to fly astronauts to the station?
Well, I think it's just a great innovation in terms of our partnerships. You know, when we started out, it was individual countries pursuing the space exploration. We brought in the international aspect of it, and now we're really folding in that commercial aspect, bringing the innovation of all of our American industrial power and recognizing that the more partnerships we have, the more accessible, the more innovative space exploration can be. So it's an awesome time, and it brings with it so much more capability into the program as well. So it's not only how we're doing it, but it's what it brings.
We're looking forward to having this transportation from private companies. How does it help you do your job in space?
You know, I think one concept that we have in NASA for safety and to mitigate risk is called dissimilar redundancy. And here now we're bringing up a whole second way of getting crew to the International Space Station and getting cargo, last-minute cargo. So we're increasing how much science we can do on board the space station by twofold. We're increasing how we can, our options for getting items up, stowage items, supplies, provisions, science experiments. So we're really just banking on the extra redundancy to make the program that much more robust.
We're watching Bob and Doug go through the final phases of preparing for this launch. What's going through your mind so close to liftoff?
Oh, it is such a great day indeed. You know, it's interesting because I think it's not so much what is going through your mind, but what's not going through your mind. You know, you're not thinking about all the things could go wrong. You're thinking about enabling success by doing what you've been trained to do. One of the sayings we have is that on launch day, astronauts are sometimes the most calm people in the room. And I found that to be true on my launch day too. I think it's kind of this career culmination of everything you've learned, everything you've dreamed of, and you know that it's coming together in that day and that you're going to finally do what you're prepared to do, execute the mission, and it just really brings a sense of calm and readiness.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook, always an honor to hear from you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Well, once Bob and Doug arrive at the station, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy will be ready to welcome them on board. So in anticipation of their launch, he had this message for them.
Hello, everyone. I'm astronaut Chris Cassidy, commander of Expedition 63 on board the International Space Station, flying 250 miles above the Earth. Like you, I'm excited about today's launch and the possibilities it will bring to America and to the world. But also, I'm very excited that two close friends will be arriving and joining the crew. I had the privilege of flying with Doug Hurley on both of our first shuttle missions back in 2009. Together, we came to the International Space Station and helped construct the amazing facility that it is today. Although this will be my first mission with Bob, it was my honor to follow him as the chief of the office when he left back in 2015 to begin training for this amazing mission. Personally, I've been very fortunate to fly in 2 different spacecraft. Launching from America on the shuttle, and most recently launching from Kazakhstan in the Soyuz. But I can't tell you how exciting it is to know that we're once again launching Americans from the coast of Florida. And finally, here's a story I'd like to share with you. Back in 1981, John Young and Bob Crippen launched on Space Shuttle Columbia, the very first space shuttle flight, marking the last time we flew Americans on a brand new vehicle.
434, Mike, Roger.
With them, they flew an American flag, representing America's technical prowess.
Roger roll, Atlanta.
30 years later, that same flag was flown to the International Space Station. This flag remains here today, waiting for Bob and Doug. Our flag means so many things to our country, and this small piece of America represents what we'll be able to achieve together. We'll never stop exploring. And so Bob and Doug can take this very special flag home to Earth, where it awaits its next journey to the cosmos. In a few years, the first Orion crew will take this flag with it around the moon. All of this starts today. I'll be watching outside the window along with everyone else in America and around the world. I can't wait to look out the window and see my friends on close approach. Go Falcon 9, go Dragon, and go Bob and Doug. I'll see you soon.
And there again is a live look at Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are T-minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 58 seconds and counting from liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket carrying Crew Dragon with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley strapped inside. We can see some raindrops on the screen there. It looks like rain coming down at the pad, but we're still monitoring weather, and it sounds like there's going to be another decision point before they start fueling the Falcon 9 rocket, which is scheduled to happen at about T-minus 35 minutes. So we just heard a little bit about where they're headed. If the weather cooperates today, to the International Space Station. Leland, you've been there twice, and I know just from what you've told us, it's this Leviathan in space and the site of so much important work and partnerships happening.
Right. Chris Cassidy is up there floating in the Columbus laboratory that I installed, or our team of us installed on STS-122. And I think about, using this robotic arm that was made in Canada. The European Space Agency built the Columbus laboratory, and my job was to use that arm and attach it to the International Space Station. And as it was getting closer and closer, the motion just stopped. And I'm like, what is going on? And there are 4 ready-to-latch indicators that have a very slight spring force that I was moving so slowly with the hand controller, the translational hand controller, that spring force stalled out the motion. And Peggy Whitson was behind me, and she said, Leland, there's some commentary. Weather update, I think.
Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, Doug. We're still waiting for a weather update expected at 18 Zulu. Therefore, the next assessment will be closer to the propellant load time. We are currently no-go on launch weather, but we are showing an expected clear of 1830 Zulu.
Okay, copy all. Thanks for the update.
So we just heard if they were to launch right now, the weather would be no-go. However, it sounds like there may be an opportunity if the weather clears, as it sounds like they expect it may. So again, we're gonna keep listening as we continue talking. If we start to hear any kind of chatter, especially if it's about the weather, we're gonna do our best to quiet down so that we don't step on that and everyone can hear it along with us. But Leland, you were just talking about the work on station, and Peggy Whitson was getting ready to tell you something.
Well, so the Columbus laboratory is stalled out, is about to be attached, and there were 10,000 people waiting. Their job security depended on me installing this thing properly.
Right.
And Peggy said, Leland, push just a little bit harder on the hand controller. and all 4 ready-to-latch indicators went green. And I was like, yes! And that was our primary mission objective. But that paled in comparison to what happened next. Peggy invited us over to dinner in the Russian segment, and we had this meal with people from all over the world, Russian, German, French, African American, Asian American, this diversity that we talked about earlier. We're up there breaking bread at 17,500 miles per hour while listening to Sade's Smooth Operator.
What?
It blew my mind. It was Smooth Operator, right?
What an appropriate song for the
I know.
job too, right?
Wow, does she know? She knows now.
Yeah. And Dan Tani actually changed the song from Smooth Operator to Arm Operator. So you see Arm Operator.
Love it. Love it. And Leland, you actually, we were in another taped segment when you got a text from Drew Foystel. Can you share that with us?
Yeah, Drew Foystel, his good friend, just sent me a text saying that the families say hello to all who are watching and thank the nation and the world for their support and interest. And Chris Ferguson just actually sent me a text. He was the commander on STS-135 and one of my classmates from the 1998 class, and he says, way to go, Godspeed on Crew Dragon.
That's awesome. It's great to hear those words of support. Thank you guys for watching and everybody following along at home. I mean, the COVID-19 situation has been just a tough time for people stuck inside, homeschooling their kids, still trying to do their jobs, and so it's really cool to be able to watch this happening. And we see the pad closeout team. It looks like they are getting ready, or they've left the white room and they've already come down the crew access arm, so they are getting ready to leave the pad now. And we are going to go now to the Operations and Support Building 2, where Daryl Nail is standing by with NASA's Chief of Staff to talk to us a little bit about some of NASA's ambitions beyond the International Space Station and its work with the Commercial Crew Program. Daryl?
Yeah, that's right. We're here in the mission briefing room at the top of Operations and Support Building here, where there's a lot of important people that are gathering to watch the launch here, and one of those people is not me.
All right.
One of those people that is important is
we're coming back.
NASA's Chief of Staff. We appreciate you being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, Daryl.
Had to mess with the camera again. Still having camera trouble today. It's driving me nuts. But we're very close here to. We're gonna expect our guest Amy Shira Teitel will be here in just a couple of minutes, probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. I know she's doing a couple of events today, but. Yeah, we took a little break there. Yeah, by the way, the music was played. I know I heard that, but I don't know. I'm gonna risk it. There's only so much you can do. I'll mute it in the replay if I have to. Unfortunately. Yeah. So we are only an hour and 36 minutes away, and I did hear as I was getting my monitors back in. These are my AirPods on a leash. Right, so old technology, these AirPods on a leash, but we just want to make sure that they don't lose battery, especially in a 7 or 8 hour stream. But anyways, as I was getting the monitors back on, I did hear them. They're going to do a weather check, a weather briefing at the top of the hour, which is expected. It's in our events list over here. Weather briefing at T-1. What is that? That's T-minus 1 hour. They're actually going to do a weather briefing earlier than that. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes. They're going to do another weather check that they're going to wait on. And they said that weather is currently no-go right now. But good news, they were expecting a clearing by 14:30. It's 2:30 p.m., about little like 55 minutes from now. A little less than an hour from now. So that's the potential good news. We're gonna have to see if it holds up. But yeah, we're still not in great shape. But why don't we take a look real briefly while their hatch is closed and we're waiting for Amy to wrap up what she's got going on right now. Waiting for her to jump in our virtual green room here. But this is, let's see, you want to see this side. Here's our weather map here that we are looking at today. Like we said, we've said it all day long. Weather. Weather is the big factor. I mean, this is going to be the hardest part about launching Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. Not just the first one, not just this week. But this is going to be the hardest part of launching Crew Dragon, I think, for as long as Crew Dragon's around, because you've got all the normal weather constraints that you would have for launching a rocket, which are already kind of restrictive, especially Florida afternoon weather. You know, it's relatively tough to launch a rocket in the afternoon in Florida because you get these pop-up thunderstorms that show up in Florida all the time. So it's going to be tough to launch the Crew Dragon capsule in the afternoon in Florida anyways. But on top of all that, we also have all the abort recovery conditions that we have to worry about all along the flight path. That's something new that wasn't around on satellite launches. We didn't have to worry about abort scenarios on satellite launches. They don't even worry about abort scenarios on cargo launches to the International Space Station. It's only crewed mission. Oh God, there goes the camera again. This camera's really gonna drive me nuts. I'll keep talking in the meantime while I get this camera situated again. I think my camera wants to scrub for the day. Man, yeah, it might be overheating. It says somebody. Yeah, that is possible. It could be my camera could be overheating. See if we can get it back. I don't think it's actually the camera overheating because it's actually the software program that is freaking out. The software program is what. See, I could relatively easily get rid of the software program if it wasn't for the fact that I switched to streaming at 60 FPS. So now the software program is just frozen. Frozen. How do I kill it? Ah, boy, the joys of solo producing this live stream. Let's see, where is this thing? There it goes. It finally killed the software. Let's see if we can restart our software. There, I'm back. Okay. Okay. Is he using a Raspberry Pi or what? Yeah, I know. It's actually it's a crazy nice computer. I just built this whole computer from scratch. It's like $2,500 computer that I just built specifically for live streaming. We didn't have this problem on Wednesday. But, okay, so... driving me crazy. But anyways, let's go back to our weather. We're good. How long is our camera going to hold up here? So here's our weather. This is our precipitation expectations. This is the prediction. And now it's actually looking worse now. It's looking worse only because now we've got thunderstorms. We didn't have that before. We didn't have thunderstorms before. We just had precipitation. But question is, are these far enough away from the launch pad? This is 2 p.m. I can't look. Let's see. Let's go to the radar. That's what we want, the radar. Here's the radar. This is starting at 150. Play it through here. There you go. Traveling through 210, 220, 230, 240, 250. 3 o'clock, coming up on launch time, 3:10. That's 3:10. That's 10 minutes before launch. With a tiny bit of precipitation expected right over the Cape. That's a big problem. Yeah. This is going to be problematic. But it's going to be so close. I mean, we're almost in the same situation that we were in not too long ago. Just you know, just a couple of days ago, we had this same situation where we had bad weather in the area, but it was so close to clearing out. And that's what we want to try to avoid, because we've got this, you know, we've got these storms that are here, and you can clearly see, like, these are so close to clearing out. This is 3:10 p.m. prediction. If it was 3:20, which is our launch time, they may be far enough away, they might still be too close. If it was 3:30, 3:40, we'd probably be in the clear. But again, that's going to be our problem, is the timing. So yeah, officially, the forecast was at 50% go, but we're waiting to find out about the weather. They're supposed to give us an update on the weather at 2 o'clock, which is actually about when we expect Amy will probably drop in, right about 2 o'clock, and then hopefully when she does drop in, my camera will stay with us for some amount of time. It's been a problem here today. So right now, to give you an idea on where we stand, hatch is closed. We didn't let's see. Can I rewind and show that? Did they show that on here? They did something interesting during hatch closure, which I just I caught a glimpse of while I was taking a break. But they had like some kind of ladder set up where the closeout crew was looking at something up high. And I don't exactly know what they were looking at or what they were trying to fix or do. So that was interesting. That was new from Wednesday. Wednesday, they didn't get that ladder out. They were looking at like the top of the capsule and almost like the backside. In this view here, you can see what they potentially have to look at. So it was almost like they were looking at the seam, like the hinge where the nose cone is. But then they turned around and he was looking back at the crew access arm too. So I don't know exactly what they were looking at. So yeah, that was going to be something I wanted to bring up to find out. I don't know what they were looking at, but hoping the weather improves. I know we're all hoping the weather improves here. We've got, I don't know what this song is here that's playing. So the idea, somebody asked, is this a reused capsule? No, this is a brand new capsule. Brand new, never flown before. NASA will always fly brand new capsules as part of at least this wave of contracts for the Commercial Crew Program. The capsule can be reused, just NASA has chosen not to reuse the capsule. They will, not for crew at least. They can reuse the capsule for cargo missions. They can reuse the capsule for private astronauts that are non-NASA astronauts. But they will not be reusing the Crew Dragon capsule for NASA astronauts, at least not in this first wave. After they've proven the functionality of the Crew Dragon, will they reuse it? Maybe reuse it for crew, but just not part of this initial wave. Hope this weather improves. I know the weather is just the big story. What time can we see the rocket over southern Europe? I don't know the specific timing there, but probably within, well, I don't know. Southern Europe might be tough because the inclination that it's taking is going to take it over like the Great Britain area. Ireland, Great Britain, whatever, about 52 degrees latitude is going to be the apex of its inclination, and it will get there right around the longitude of Ireland, Great Britain, in that range. So you may not get to see it in southern Europe. We have, let's see, what museum will this capsule sit at 50 years from now? It's a good question. I imagine this is going to be a museum piece, but we'll have to see. Expecting a weather update here in just a few minutes. About 2 minutes, we should have a weather update. Oh, turning up the wrong slider. We have... How much longer until launch? Yeah, right up here in the top left corner, T-minus countdown. We're 1 hour, 24 minutes away. Hatch closure is complete. The pad crew has left the launch pad. The closeout crew has left the launch pad. So only Bob and Doug are left at the launch pad at this time. Now we're at ISS position sync will be the next, that's like the next big event that happens. And that's not for another about 15 minutes. So ISS position sync is basically an upload to the Crew Dragon capsule where they will upload the exact and updated position of the International Space Station and the parameters of its orbit. So it has the most accurate position information at launch time. They're going to do that and sync that up here, T-minus 1 hour and 10 minutes. So that's in about 13 minutes from now. There'll be another weather briefing at T-minus 1 hour. Right now we're waiting for a weather briefing in like 1 minute from now. We should get a weather briefing on where they stand. Last we heard it was no go, but they were expecting a potential clearing by 2:30, which is a little less than 1 hour prior to launch. I mean, we are gonna cut it close today. It's gonna be so close. I'm telling you, it's gonna be very similar to what we had the other day. The question is, will it clear out in time for launch? Will the timing line up? That's going to be the question. We don't know if the timing is going to line up for the launch. Cuz that's going to be the trouble. How far will it be gone from Earth? Well, it's going to be 254 miles in altitude. Somebody can do the metric conversion there for me, but 254 miles in altitude, that's the orbiting altitude of the International Space Station, and that's where we're headed today, to the International Space Station. So it'll be there. It's going to dock to the International Space Station tomorrow, assuming that everything went well. Did you wash your shirt? Yes, we did wash the shirt. When's the next launch of this a no-go? Tomorrow will be the next opportunity. So I want to listen into... I'm also going to jump out of my seat for a second here. We should hear the weather briefing in just a second here, but I'm going to take a 10-second break because I want to jump out of my seat to grab something real quick. Here's my 10-second break while we're listening in to the broadcast.
To show the world what we've poured our hearts into over the years with our partners at NASA. And it's just deeply humbling to know that the agency and that Bob and Doug have entrusted us with this critical mission. The responsibility that's on our shoulders is huge, and we're just so grateful to be here today.
Absolutely, and I know that our NASA teams really share in that sentiment. We heard from just a handful of them earlier when Bob and Doug were riding out to the launch pad. But there's so many people that we're probably never going to see or hear from on the public stage, but that have poured their hearts and souls, as you said, into this mission. All the engineers up late hours, checking, double checking, triple checking everything to troubleshoot and solve problems and get us to this point. So it's just really awesome that we've made it to this point.
When you think about legacy, Katherine Johnson, who helped.
Okay, that was it. Just that quick little 30-second break there. I just wanted to jump up and grab something here for myself. So yeah, I don't think we heard the weather briefing while I was out, but we're expecting to hear it any moment. That's what we're waiting on, the big weather briefing to hear what the update is. All right, somehow our T-minus clock got off by another 3 seconds again. See if we can update that and get that fixed here real quick. Let's see. All right, so let's get our... What was it off by, like 3 seconds? Maybe we'll wait till we get a little closer before we update it. No sense in updating it now. It may change again. So as we get a little closer, I'll update the clock. Once we get that final go for launch. And we should have like I said, just wait. I'm trying to listen in on that for that weather briefing, because we have not had that yet. How long does it take for the Dragon to launch till it docks? 19 hours from launch till docking with the International Space Station. So to give you an idea on what the plan is, we will, assuming we launch today, we will have we'll go all the way to the press conference. We'll end after the press conference. Then tomorrow morning, we'll be back at 9 a.m. Eastern, which is 1300 UTC, for docking operations. Be tomorrow morning. 19 hours after launch. So, we are, let's see, can it wait to launch vertically, then fly horizontally till it's out of sight? We are not quite, I mean, the biggest problem with launch, I mean, you can't really, the rocket is programmed to a very, very precise trajectory. There's a whole bunch of factors at play for the trajectory that it has to launch in. You've got astronaut comfort for G's, acceleration that they're experiencing. You've got the recovery drone ship out in the ocean that's got to catch that first stage booster. You've got all the abort sites along the path. You've got to meet up with the International Space Station. All these things have to come into play. Plus, we talked about the fueling operation before. So the big reason why they can't delay is because of the way the Falcon 9 fuels its rocket. They're super chilled, super cold, densified fuels. Liquid oxygen, RP1, rocket grade kerosene. Super chilled, which makes them very dense, which gives the Falcon 9 its performance. Its awesome performance is because of those super chilled, densified liquids. They have to load those into as soon as they start loading them in the rocket, they start warming up. They load them into the rocket at a very precise time so that by the time you hit T0, the amount of heating that the warming up that those fuels did will be at the perfect temperature for launch and the performance of the rocket. So that is very, very coordinated. They have the capability on longer launch windows to drain the rocket and then refill it, but that takes a long, long time. To meet up with the International Space Station, you have a window of about 5 minutes that you have to launch. I know a lot of people call this an instantaneous launch window, and for SpaceX, it is an instantaneous launch window because once you commit to that T0 time and you start loading fuel in there, even before you commit to loading fuel, you still got to program the rocket to the right trajectory. I mean, you can't do that 1 second before you start loading fuel. Like, that's got to be ready to go. So once you commit to that launch time, you can't move it. You only have a 5-minute window to begin with. But once you commit to the launch time, they don't have enough time to detank the fuel, remove the fuel, and load in new fuel, not to meet up with the International Space Station. For satellite launches, if they have a 4-hour window, yeah, they can be like, yep, you know what, we're not going to do it. Take the fuel out. We'll load it back in. So we're getting so close here now. 1 hour and 16 minutes. We're still waiting on that weather update. Let's listen in for a second here.
The range so far, we're just really keeping an eye on that weather. Over the last 3 hours, our crew members, Doug Hurley and Bob Bankin, donned their SpaceX suits in the historic crew quarters suit-up room. After that, they walked out of crew quarters, just as every astronaut to fly from space from this port has done since Apollo 7. And then they were transported over to the pad where the crew members entered the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft that we're looking in live.
Today is a historic launch. It will be the first time a commercially...
So still no update on that weather. We're waiting for that weather briefing. They said it was going to come at the top of the hour, which was 7 minutes ago. We haven't had that yet. But we should hear. We're going to get some kind of notification, and then in about 30 minutes from now, we are 30 minutes away from the big poll of the day. We talked about this on Wednesday. The big poll of the day is the poll to load fuel into the Falcon 9 rocket. They will not load fuel into the Falcon 9 rocket if they don't see a chance for launch. Because when they start loading fuel, you're putting the risk level to the astronauts, kicks it up a notch. We're going to kick it up a notch when you start loading fuel into there, because now the launch abort system has to be activated and armed I should say, has to be armed and ready to use when you start loading fuel. Listening in here.
Strapped into their seats and already through communications and leak checks. They're able to follow all the
Nothing. I thought there was something new coming up, but so yeah, they won't start loading fuel unless they think there's a chance, because you have to activate or arm the launch escape system. That elevates the risk level. You also have fuel being loaded into the rocket. That elevates the risk level for the astronauts. So they're only going to proceed to that step if they think there's a chance. Let's listen in.
To add to what Dan and Jesse just brought up, we've had a smooth countdown this afternoon. SpaceX team is working no issues as the pace begins to pick up here in the last 70 minutes. On Falcon 9, we did get the team on console. Earlier, you heard the comm checks between the responsible engineers and the crew. The engineers will be making calls on ascent for the crew's benefit, so they want to make sure that they could hear them before we go. The propulsion checkouts of the first and second stages are beginning right now. We're watching them begin to go through the process, opening valves. That check will go for about another 10 minutes, and that'll be our last one until propellant loading. Now the team will assess readiness for launch with a final go-no-go poll at T-minus 45 minutes, and that'll be followed by propellant loading starting at T-minus 35 minutes. Now earlier today, Dragon operators also performed a series of checkouts of Dragon's flight systems. The spacecraft is also currently go for launch. Our NASA crew, astronauts
what's our
Doug
weather?
Hurley and Bob Benkin, are currently inside Dragon. The hatch is closed. The SpaceX ground crew has left the tower. The next major event for Dragon is retract to the crew access arm that you can see currently alongside the capsule. That'll happen somewhere between T-minus 45 and T-minus 42 minutes. Now the range is currently clear for launch from historic Pad 39A. The worldwide network of ground stations and the tracking and data relay satellites are ready to support Dragon as it heads into orbit.
Right.
The weather, that's the one concern. We will get a weather brief at T-minus 1 hour, so just under 12 minutes from now. Currently, the ground and upper altitude winds are go, so that's one thing that we can check as green. At the current time, we did have some rain earlier that appears to have let up, but we are red on conditions for both the electric field at surface levels, lightning, and cumulus clouds. There is a expectation that a forecast that'll be coming up at about T-minus 1 hour also may give us clearance of those conditions. So everything is focusing now on the weather brief at T-minus 1 hours. Also, we should hope to hear about the final check on the ascent corridor. That's the weather along the Atlantic seaboard in case Dragon had to abort on the way to space. The conditions there have been marginal, but the expectation that it would be good for launch. But we will get all of that coming up here very shortly prior to entering propellant load.
So that's pretty good news, I think, that we've got, well, relatively good news, probably the best news that we can expect, in the sense that we're still negative, we're still red for field mills, which is basically the energy level in the atmosphere, the amount of electricity essentially that's in the atmosphere. We don't want rocket-induced lightning that's happening when the rocket is lifting off. Learned our lesson during Apollo 12 era for that. But we've also, I think he said that we've also got a cumulus cloud violation as well. I think that's what he said. But he did say, and there goes my camera on the fritz again here, but he did say that we were looking at downrange recovery was not as bad. So downrange recovery was currently considered acceptable conditions that we may actually be okay for launching. So, all right. Well, with that said, we should have another weather update here in about 10 minutes. So we'll listen in for that. But before we get too far into it, I do want to bring in our special guest for the day. We've been talking about her all morning. She's absolutely probably one of my favorite YouTubers in the world. She's also an author. She's a space historian, or I think a historian that just absolutely loves space. I'm not sure which is the correct terminology for that, but this is Amy Shira Teitel. She's a legend when it comes to space knowledge. Amy, how are you? Thanks for joining us today.
That's like the best intro. Thank you so much for the kind words.
Oh.
Hey, Tory, it's really nice to meet you.
Yeah, we've never met in person.
Yeah.
We've only conversed digitally, but I hope someday we can meet in person. So it is.
I feel like this is how the modern anything works. Like all of my space friends, everyone that I've worked with, I met them on the internet, and then we met in person, and now we do all stuff together all the time. So it works. This is how it works.
That's right.
I love your shirt, by the way.
Kidding. Well, thank you very much. I get a lot of comments about the shirt. We got some positives and a couple of negatives. Some people don't like the shirt, but I like it.
I know there's the big worm versus meatball thing is like super big today. So
That's a good question. What is your stance on this? Are you a worm or a meatball?
oh, I'm firm meatball.
Really?
I'm firm meatball. Yeah, it's the classic. You know, there's something just so classic about it. Yeah, I can admire the like design element of the worm, but the meatball is just classic. But I also like the NASA seal, which nobody knows exists.
No, this is true. Yeah, I don't think anybody that's even on most people's radar.
No, it's not. Unless you go into NASA headquarters and you see it above, it's like above one of the hallways going into offices or something, you see it, but if you don't know what it is, you'll never notice it.
Right. Well, I do want to ask you, so Amy's got a new book coming out called Fighting for Space, which I do want to ask you about here in a minute. Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
But before we get into your book, I want to cover the biggest topic here for the day that everybody's been asking about, which is kind of the weather. And I was wondering if you might be able to tell us a little bit about why we launch rockets from Cape Canaveral. Like, why is this the launch site, and what are the benefits for launching from Cape Canaveral over somewhere that doesn't have awful afternoon thunderstorms?
Right. Not only is it awful afternoon thunderstorms, but you're adjacent to the ocean, which means you have a lot of corrosive salt moisture in the air, which is another very big problem. So it's more. There's a few considerations as to why we launched from Kennedy or Canaveral, whichever you want to call it, instead of, a launch site of similar latitude with better weather, say Houston or some, I don't know if that's actually the same latitude, but somewhere in Texas definitely has the same latitude. So in part it is launch considerations to actually get a bit of I talk with my hands a lot and I wish I have models, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, so much of this. To get a boost, to actually help gain a little bit more momentum when you go into orbit, you want to launch east and you want to get as much of that momentum as possible. So you want to launch as close to the equator as you can. So Cape Canaveral is actually almost as far south as you can get in the continental United States. So that was one of the main reasons why the Air Force actually started building that as a launch range in the 1950s. This is not a new place to launch from. NASA launches there because when it was created and came into existence in '58, it was using existing sites not only for research but for launches. So, the NASA stuff is built right at the side of the Air Force launch station at Canaveral. So it's in part because you want to use the momentum of the Earth's rotation to help get you into orbit. And there's other intricate details that I am just not a physicist enough to be able to explain, of actual specific inclinations of orbits and why being at that lower latitude actually helps you harness that same energy into getting into different kinds of orbits. I actually just learned today that our first ever polar orbital mission from Canaveral is happening, I think, this year or next year. So that's interesting because this is not usually where you would do a polar launch from, I don't think.
There's kind of a crazy story behind that one, which I have a video on our channel about those polar orbiting from Cape Canaveral. That's SAOCOM 1.
Check that out.
Yeah, SAOCOM 1B, which was supposed to be March 30th. It's coming up.
Cool. Okay.
See, now I'm going to flex on you a little bit because I feel like this is a history story that you should know about because we stopped doing polar orbiting satellites from Kennedy after we accidentally killed a cow in Cuba with one of our satellite launches.
Oh my God, why do I not? When did this happen? I'm going to take notes. I'm going to shamelessly take notes. When did this happen? This is a great story.
This was in the 60s.
Of course it was.
It's a crazy story, but it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Cubans actually thought that we were trying to I don't know, take out their cows or something. But there was a whole like protest in front of the U.S. Embassy because we killed a cow. The mission had to be aborted into flight. It was an Able Thor rocket that went off trajectory and had to be aborted. And then a piece of it came down and killed a cow in Cuba, and it was a whole disaster. And since then, they stopped polar orbiting satellites for safety, and then we just never re-enabled them until now. Right?
Well, I'm going to have to dig into that one because that's amazing. But that's actually the perfect segue into the other reason we launch out of Canaveral is for safety. So if we're launching east, except for apparently that one time we killed a cow, if we're launching east, you have a lot of ocean out there, and people don't live in the ocean. Therefore, any debris like a rocket stage falling or debris from a launch failure is not going to kill people. So even if you get the same benefits of launching from close to the equator in terms of the momentum, launching say in New Mexico or in Texas, you have a better chance of debris landing in a populated area, even though Texas is like so much nothing. There's plenty of space. You never have that chance. And people will point out you've got the Gulf there that gives you some cushion, but like after the Gulf, you have Florida. So you still have that chance of hitting people. So there's a few reasons. And it's as technical as it is safety, which is also technical.
I mean, I wonder, both on what you talked about for safety, why we chose that reason, and also it kind of talks about the cow story a little bit too. But I wonder, like, what do you see as major differences now? I mean, this is the first time we're flying crew on a brand new capsule since Shuttle. And even before that, it was a long time before the first Apollo and the first Gemini and the first Mercury mission. I mean, what is different about the first crew flight now that maybe wasn't around for the first shuttle flight or the first Apollo flight?
Oh, that's a really good question. I've been thinking a lot about kind of the firsts and why firsts are really interesting. But what's different now? I think what's different now. Oh, I'm gonna do this off the top of my head. So I'm probably
Sorry,
no, it's good. I'm gonna have a different answer in like 3 hours after I ruminate on it while I do some laundry or something.
This is how you know I didn't send you these ahead of time.
No, it's great. It's such a good question. I think a lot of it is it's almost like there's socially more at stake right now. I keep, I think I'm kind of just like at an age where I forget that the 90s were so long ago because it doesn't feel like it's that long ago. So I didn't really think about it until this morning. 1981 was a really long time ago.
Right.
It has been since 1981 that we haven't seen a new vehicle launch with humans. And before that, I actually have this pulled up, we had new vehicles, if we're just looking at the US side, in 61, 65, and 68, and 81. So, and in the midst of that, that's the first ever missions. That's Gemini doing all of its awesomeness. That's Apollo, that's Skylab. Like, even though we were using Apollo architecture for a while, it was doing really cool stuff. And then we had the shuttle, and it was doing fun stuff. And then we've had this lull where there hasn't been anything new, and then there hasn't been anything for a decade. So I think socially, people are just like craving, honestly, like a win for America right now. And I was kind of thinking about this morning. I don't know how true this is because I feel like I remember it from the Earth to the Moon miniseries, the HBO one with Tom Hanks. When they're discussing some of the letters that people sent in when Apollo 8 was orbiting the moon at Christmas in 1968. And I believe this is actually a real letter they got, that a woman wrote in and just said, "You saved 1968. I feel like, there was so much civil unrest in the late 1960s. There was a lot going on. And then we had this mission that proved that humans can actually come together and do something phenomenal." And I feel like socially we need that right now. I think socially we need to point to something and say, look, American ingenuity is not dead. Look, we are still pressing forward. And I think it's like an emotional need almost. As well as, and then of course there's the element of like having more regular and more cost-effective access to space would be a great thing for the space program too.
Sure, yeah, especially if we can bring some of those dollars back to the U.S. to build the U.S. space program instead of helping the Russians fund their space program. Hopefully that'll help us further along. I mean, do you feel? I get this question all the time, but do you feel any sense of? I think a lot of people know this, but you're not a big shuttle fan. people probably go nuts on you in the comments, I imagine, when you mention that. But I feel like there was this time when just bigger was better. We kept getting bigger and bigger, and people imagined these massive ships, and now all of a sudden we're seeing a brand new Crew Dragon capsule, but it's back to the capsule system. And some people are like, well, we're going backwards. Why are we going backwards? Do you feel that we're going backwards, or what do you say to people that make that comment?
Yeah, no, I think I've never really thought about it in terms of like we thought bigger was better, but I think that there's a lot of truth in that sentiment. No, I really think that when you look at kind of the history of progression of launches and what we need to do in space and what we're actually trying to do in space, the shuttle was really an outlier. And it was a huge, like a physically huge outlier, and people don't often know this, and, your audience probably does, but I will repeat it just for the sake of it. It was as big as it was because the DoD said if you make the payload bay big enough to launch DoD satellites, we'll help foot the bill, and then the DoD pulled out, and the only thing that was a DoD satellite, quote unquote, was Hubble, which was a repurposed satellite. So the payload bay didn't need to be as big as it was. It was designed to be that big because of the Department of Defense. So the whole origin of the capsule idea is that it's the simplest way to re-enter the atmosphere, because you have this blunt, I wish I had my models with me, but you have this blunt capsule that, this is like, I need to move it around the lower third, but it's mirrored and it's messing me up. You have this like blunt end on the capsule, and as that's falling, that actually kind of creates a cushion that not only helps slow it, but it dissipates the heat, and that's really the big thing. It dissipates some of the heat of the reentry. So between that and the, I always say ablative because I did study Latin at one point. So the ablative material in the heat shield, it actually helps protect the astronauts as well as the spacecraft. And the capsule is just such an easy thing, because with a capsule, and not every capsule obviously, but the basic shape of it has entered from a low Earth orb, from suborbital space on the early Mercury missions, has entered from various ranges of Earth orbit on Gemini and some Apollo missions, has come straight from the moon with Apollo. We've seen the same basic shape landing on Mars with the aeroshell of, most recently, the Mars, the MSL mission. So it's a really functional shape for a spacecraft. And when you realize that the only time you need aerodynamics in spaceflight is when you're landing on a planet, launching, you're in some kind of shroud or something, is when you're landing. Like, why we spent a really long time on a vehicle that was designed to only land on Earth. So the functionality of the shuttle was inherently limited by where we could take it. It never had the ability to leave low Earth orbit. Whereas the capsule shape could go to the moon, because it as long as it's functional in what it needs to do, it can come back from anywhere. So I like the idea of returning to capsules, because it kind of says, okay, well, we can take this, we can prove that it can do Earth orbital missions, we can make some internal adjustments, we can take the exact same thing to another planet or to the moon, and it can re-enter the same way without having to reinvent the wheel. So I don't really see it as moving backwards so much as returning to something that's more malleable.
Right. That's a good point. I never really even gave that any thought about how it can be a little more universal.
Yeah.
Is there any truth to, I mean, I've heard this rumor before, but I don't know if you know the answer to this, but is there any truth that the shuttle program was almost a little bit of a knock, not sort of a knock, I don't know what I want to use for terminology, but a deconstruction of the Kennedy era by Nixon, like where Nixon wanted to stick it to him and say, like, let me just end your program and put my own stamp on things?
Yeah, I think there's I'll plug a book that I haven't actually had a chance to read in full yet, but it's called After Apollo by John Logsdon. If any of you have heard of John Logsdon, he's been writing about space policy since 1961. He is just he's like the voice that I trust the most in all things space history, because he's been doing it since there was space that needed to be historicized. That's not a word, but that needed to be cataloged and preserved. He's been there throughout it, so he's got firsthand experience, and he has a relatively new book called After Apollo ? And I've gone through little bits and pieces of it, and I do think there is some part of truth to that Nixon really, it's not just that Kennedy was Nixon's predecessor in office. He lost people don't never remember this. Nixon lost the 1960 election to Kennedy. So there was this additional VP, you beat me. Now I finally beat your stupid party, so I'm going to make it my own. He wanted to cancel Apollo because it was his predecessor's legacy. He was very happy to take all the congratulations for Apollo 11 success, but he really started to kind of gouge the budget. And then I think there was also the part of it that Apollo 12's launch was a little bit on the dicey side, but the mission was a beautiful success. Apollo 13 was the quote-unquote successful failure. It was starting to be, okay, well, we got the landing. Why do we need to keep doing this risky program that is not my legacy when I could start something else and create my own legacy with this? And of course, this is my other kind of, maybe not bone to pick with the shuttle, but NASA presented him with, a station and shuttle or sort of deep space architecture, and he picked the station and shuttle, but without the station. So he literally gave us a shuttle to nowhere. It just makes me think of The Simpsons with the escalator to nowhere. So I think there was a lot of like him wanting to set up his legacy, but it was flawed and kind of like retroactively under different administrations became the legacy that he maybe wanted it to be, but he'll always be credited with at least getting it off the ground.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point too. The shuttle to nowhere. I like that because I mean, the shuttle was funded first and it really had nowhere to go.
It needed something to do. And then if people are always like, but it built the ISS. I'm like, yeah, but it also failed to build Space Station Freedom first. There's a lot more to the story than just we have this thing and it did this. When you look at the development, it had some serious growing pains.
Right. Well, I want to switch over to your book because you have an awesome book, which it's not, I think you're on a virtual book tour right now.
Yeah, there's nothing like the book you worked on for 3 years coming out 2 weeks before the world goes into lockdown for a pandemic.
I know, right? It's just awful. I feel bad that, your book came out in, what was it, like February, and then all this happened and you had to, now you're on virtual book tour, but it's still a pretty awesome book. It's about Jerry Cobb and Jackie Cochran, right? The two female pilots, which I think Jackie Cochran was an amazing pilot, right? Yeah. But can you tell us, called Fighting for Space.
Fighting for Space.
Can you tell us a little bit?
Yeah, it's it's kind of a bit of a strange one, I believe, even for my audience, because it's not strictly a space book at all. So I think a lot of people have heard of the quote unquote Mercury 13, which are the group of, all air quotes, the group of women who took the astronaut qualification tests and quote unquote qualified for space flight but didn't fly because it was 1962 and early 60s was not a great time for women to be breaking barriers, especially in very, not just male dominant fields, but very macho male dominant fields like high speed flying and space flight. So this is actually a kind of a different retelling of the story because that story, the kind of common narrative of this feminist epic, is not correct. And I kind of wanted to look at the woman who's usually portrayed as the villain, Jackie Cochran, who, when I started looking into her, she held more records than any pilot of the 20th century when she died. She was the most decorated pilot of the 20th century. She was awesome. And she's so much more than just the villain in the story of women wanting to fly in space in the 60s. So I really wanted to kind of give readers a dual biography of Jackie, who was this incredible pilot who did more for women pilots than I think she realized, and maybe wanted to do because she was self-interested. And Jerry Cobb, who is the woman people associate with the Mercury 13 because she was the first woman to do the astronaut qualification tests or the medical tests, and kind of parade around as though she was qualified to fly in space, and famously took on NASA in a congressional subcommittee hearing in 1962. So it's a dual biography of these two women to present you with not only their backgrounds and their motivations and their flying histories, but their evolving positions on the issue of women in space. And it really becomes this like she said that played out in the media of these two women trying to take control of a spaceflight program for women that did not exist. And it was a lot of fun to figure out what was going on. It's a very nuanced, very layered story. Took me this many pages to tell. But it's a lot of fun, and it's there's a lot of aviation history, a lot of NASA history because you can't ignore that context. And then some just really fun anecdotes. Jackie saved LBJ's life one day. Really? There's a lot of just like nutty stuff in there that a lot of people have never heard of, and I'm super excited to bring it to people in a way that is I I've been told it reads like a thriller, and I'm like, that's exactly what I was hoping for. So yay!
That is fantastic. I just grabbed it on Audible
nice.
yesterday. But for anybody watching, I did drop a link in our YouTube chat directly to Amazon. So if you want to pick up a copy of Amy's book, there's a link in our YouTube chat, and there'll be one in the description below as well. So I would definitely recommend it. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating, especially looking back at how female pilots, especially in a male-dominated era, how they, what the actual stories were like.
Yeah, aviation in the 30s was weird enough. You start bringing in like the layers of women trying to do stuff. It's just like, well, this just got wonky. Like, it's just wonky across the board. It's a lot of fun, but
yeah, absolutely. Well, I would absolutely. I could sit here and chat with you all day long. I know we've got a weather briefing coming up in 2 minutes. I want to give you a quick lightning round before you go.
Yeah.
First one is SLS or Starship?
Oh,
you gotta go quick.
I don't know. Let's pick SLS. It's functionally great. We'll see if it happens.
All right, the last one I know the answer to, but it's just for everybody else. But is Gemini or Gemini?
Gemini.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on the same team as you.
Yeah.
That's how I know the answer. All right, Amy, thank you very much for joining us and hanging out with us for a little bit. I wish we could just chat all day long. Hopefully I can bring you on again sometime soon, because
we'll have to collab on something now that we're internet friends.
Definitely. This was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. That is Amy Shira Teitel, the legend in space history. She also has an amazing YouTube channel called The Vintage Space now. It used to be just Vintage Space. Now it's The Vintage Space.
We're doing a mild rebrand as I kind of expand into some new tech stuff.
So The Vintage Space on YouTube. And Amy, thank you so much again for joining us. I hope to talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Enjoy the launch, everyone.
All right. Thanks, Amy. All right, everybody. So we are coming up on the T-minus 45-minute mark. We have to listen in for weather coming up here. That should be coming up any second. I'm gonna throw the volume up.
The launch team are preparing for the readiness for launch poll. Now, the launch director is currently checking with Dragon mission director, NASA launch manager for their readiness. And actually, it sounds like everybody is good there. The launch director will then ask the team, he'll tell them the poll is open.
Go already.
And
so
the 13 members of the SpaceX launch team will be electrically polled for their go to load propellant, as well as continue all the way to launch.
Yes. All right, we're going.
Now, we will hear that poll results and a briefing from the launch director at about T-minus 45 minutes.
That's what I was waiting for, is that final poll there.
The good news right now is that the weather is go. All the conditions that were read shortly a while ago at T-minus 1 hour have cleared. We're, as the weather forecaster said, cautiously optimistic. Currently,
Countdown.
The probability...
Poll is complete. We're go for propellant load.
Yeah, go for propellant
We got an early call out there.
And launch control clear to retract the access arm on time.
Here we go.
Cover that. Arm
Here we
access
go.
arm retract at T-minus 45 minutes.
So they're going to pull the crew access arm back here.
Launch Director Mike Taylor that the poll is go. You also heard the direction T-minus 45 minutes to prepare for retract of the crew arm. As we hear more discussion, we'll stop and let you listen in. But right now, weather for liftoff, ground level winds are good, 10 to 15 miles an hour, well within limits. Upper altitude balloons show that conditions are acceptable. The red weather conditions have cleared up, the last one being cumulus clouds. And the probability of violation is set at 30% right now. So that's 70% chance of good weather.
70% go.
Continuing to watch. There is about a less than 10% chance of lightning. We're also watching the abort corridor off of the Atlantic coast. In case, for example, at stage separation, Dragon had to abort into the ocean. The conditions there are acceptable. There has not been lightning lately. The weather, winds are good, light rain. It is go, but NASA is going to continue to watch those conditions.
T-minus 45 minutes and counting. Reminder on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting launch auto sequence and proceed to launch abort. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will immediately abort the launch auto sequence and proceed to the launch abort auto sequence. Operators shall also advise launch director whether structural break or fire is imminent or occurring for Dragon manual escape flight rules. A reminder on fire alarm instructions. In the event of a fire alarm, key operators previously briefed will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personal safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. At this time, weather is go for launch.
Yeah!
You can see
Weathers
on the
go!
screen, we're
Come
inside
on!
T-minus 40, we're T-minus 44 minutes, 5 seconds. Crew axis
Axis
arm
arm retract
retracting
has
away.
begun.
Here we go. Here we
SpaceX
go.
Launch director is giving the final brief to the crew.
Guys, you
and
think
we will be beginning propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. So right now on Falcon 9, ready to get into propellant loading. Dragon, crew, getting configured, set up. The arm is pulling away. The range is go for launch. They continue to monitor the air and the sea space. Everything looks good. And we finally have gotten green across the board on the weather conditions, but we can't take a deep breath quite yet. We're going to have to watch the weather all the way down to T0, both here at Kennedy Space Center and out in the Atlantic in the abort zones. Now, earlier we saw many of you following the launch from the United States on our hotspot map. Now that we're inside an hour, we're seeing large numbers of folks logging on, tuning in from coast to coast and around the world. So we'd like to know, is this your first time watching a launch live, not counting Wednesday? And if not, how many have you seen before? Tell us using the hashtag LaunchAmerica from your favorite social media platform. And with that, at T-minus 42 minutes, 50 seconds, conditions are go, and we are counting down for an on-time launch. Let's send it back over to Kennedy Space Center as the action begins to pick up on the pad.
Dragon, SpaceX, you are go for Section 7, close visors, and arm launch escape system.
Here we go. Close up those visors. Arm it.
We'll put Section 7 in work. Visors coming close.
Oh my goodness! Just in case you guys couldn't tell, I'm just a tad bit excited now.
The countdown
just a
clock
tad bit.
is continuing to tick. My heart is continuing to beat 5 million beats a second, and we are getting so close.
SpaceX Dragon in 7.2. Visors are closed. We're arming launch escape system.
Arming the launch escape. So this is business time.
As you just heard, the crew
Business
is
time.
arming the launch escape system. That is one of the absolute last big milestones prior to liftoff, other than nominal Falcon operations.
So here we go. This is business time now. Victoria's not getting her hopes up.
Just a minute ago, we saw the crew access arm retract, and obviously we just heard on the comms Bob and Doug getting ready to arm the launch escape system, and so that is something that protects them all the way to orbit. So when fueling starts at about T-minus 35 minutes, so just over 6 minutes from now, they will have the capability to abort, to separate from Falcon 9 either on the pad or even after liftoff. That's a critical safety capability. And we are going to go over to Hawthorne now to take us through these next minutes. Jesse?
Section, switch into nitrogen. Switch into nitrogen.
We did hear that call out that they are arming the launch escape system, so very exciting. SpaceX has designed Crew Dragon and Falcon 9 to be the safest launch system ever flown. So we brought back Nick Picone, SpaceX's Nick Picone, to talk more about this again. Thanks for coming back and joining us today, Nick.
Hey, Jesse. Happy to be here. Still monitoring the launch here with our recovery and ground operations teams.
Awesome. And Nick was our mission manager for our in-flight abort test earlier this year and now works on the Starlink team. Nick, on Wednesday, you talked about the launch escape system. Could you just give us a brief summary today for those that are joining today?
Sure. So the launch escape system, again, is our ultimate safety feature to keep Bob and Doug safe in the event of a major Falcon anomaly on the pad. The system is designed to automatically fire if either vehicle detects a dangerous condition developing. And if that happens, Dragon will use its 8 Super Draco engines to push the capsule off and away to a safe distance away from this Falcon. This capability is absolutely critical. It's what keeps the crew safe, and we're now active and armed on the pad with it protecting the crew.
And as you mentioned, the launch escape system allows the Dragon to separate and get away from the vehicle. I believe it goes into the ocean. What happens after it lands safely in the ocean?
Correct. So for most of our failure modes, the successful end state is Dragon deploying parachutes, splashing down safely in the ocean. But since a launch escape can happen while the vehicle's on the pad or anywhere in flight up through orbit, it could be splashing down right off the coast of Cape Canaveral. It could be splashing down thousands of miles away in the North Atlantic. If that happens, to make sure we can get to Bob and Doug as quickly as possible, the Space Force's 45th Space Wing, Task Force 45, has pararescue teams staged and ready all around the world, ready to drop in and rescue Bob and Doug as soon as possible.
And you mentioned that the launch escape system will keep them safe all the way up to orbit. What other options are there after Dragon is in orbit?
Sure. So if for any reason we're unable to dock to the International Space Station, we have several pre-planned return trajectories, which will bring the capsule down to a splashdown point close to shore, where NASA and SpaceX recovery forces will be waiting to recover them. It'll look like an otherwise totally normal recovery operation, except for the early end of mission. This operation is something we're doing with one of two identical crew recovery ships. We do that because the landing sites, we want to maintain as much flexibility as possible. There could be changing weather conditions that bring down one site and leave the other one up. So we have those two identical ships, one in the Atlantic, one in the Gulf of Mexico. And our space operations team can redirect the spacecraft to go to whichever site is the safest option for the crew at that time.
And with the vehicle, in almost any scenario, it sounds like the vehicle will land into the ocean. And it may look like a gentle landing into the ocean, but it's a pretty dynamic event happening. And you mentioned there are teams that are ready to go and rescue the vehicle and the astronauts on board. How do you prepare for something like that, especially with so many different scenarios that could happen?
Sure. So we're lucky to have had about a decade of recovery experience with Cargo Dragon 1 in our previous trips to the International Space Station. That, along with our booster recovery missions, we've got a great team of recovery operators here who have a lot of offshore experience with our spacecraft. The system, though, that we took that experience, we built up a new crew recovery ship, two identical crew recovery ships, I should say, which have a lot of those lessons learned baked into the design of that ship and the operations. These new ships have complete medical facilities, an operational helipad, and redundant communications, power, and propulsion to make sure they're robust and ready for anything we encounter offshore. We've also done tons of training exercises with SpaceX team, the NASA team, and the rescue forces I mentioned earlier, practicing capsule recovery, emergency scenarios where we have to get the crew out of the capsule while they're still in the water, as well as those helicopter evacuations, taking off and landing from the pad many times so that we make sure the team is ready to do that. They're all staged and ready. They feel ready to support, and will be ready to call on us if anything goes wrong today.
Awesome. It sounds like Bob and Doug are in some really good hands and will be safe no matter what occurs on the vehicle. So thank you, Nick, for joining us again, for walking us through all of those details. I hope you're just as excited as we are for our launch coming up here very, very shortly now. So we're going to send it over to KSC to Lauren.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, we are very close now. 36 minutes. The abort system is armed. Fuel loading
50 seconds away
is
from that.
Starting.
And so we're getting really, really close to the first launch of astronauts into orbit from American soil.
Last we heard, weather was green. Weather was green. Look at those blue skies. Get me blue skies, baby.
And
blue skies.
Propellant load,
yeah.
That's the propellants that are inside of the Dragon capsule, not the rocket. Prop load for Dragon took place weeks ago and just a few miles down the road in what we call Dragonland. And those propellants, they are MMH, or monomethyl hydrazine, which is the fuel that we use. It's hypergolic fuel. And NTO, or nitrogen tetraoxide, that's the oxidizer. Those two come together and they ignite in space to propel the vehicle. You don't need that TTEB or a third thing to ignite because hypergolic propellants don't require it. You just need the fuel and the oxidizer.
Prop loading. Prop loading now.
Propellant load has started on Falcon 9, and that's awesome.
Here
all right,
we
so
go.
that bipropellant system feeds all of the engines on Dragon. So Dragon has 12 service section engines in each. So there's 3 in each quad. 3, 3, 3, and 3. Those are used for on-orbit maneuvering for Dragon. There's also 4 additional Dracos that are underneath the nose cone for large delta V maneuvers that the vehicle will perform. But the engines that Nick Pacone was talking about earlier are Super Draco engines. We have 2 in each quad of the vehicle, so 8 total. And those are bigger engines with a high flow propellant system, and those are what lift Dragon off of Falcon 9 in the unlikely event of emergency that requires us to get off of Falcon. Now, you probably remember, let's see, Mercury, Apollo, Soyuz, they have that big pointy tower on top. That's the launch escape system for those vehicles. It's actually just another rocket on top of the spaceship that lifts the vehicle off. In the case of Dragon, our escape system is integrated into the vehicle completely. And so that's just better from one less thing you have to jettison every single flight. But it also allows us to have escape capability from the pad before T0 all the way through to orbit. And so even if the very last minute, if we needed to get off of stage 2 while we're in space, we could actually escape to orbit. So yeah, that's the escape system for little baby Dragon here.
Thanks, Lauren, and thanks for walking us through that.
Everybody's chatting it up. You guys like my excitement here, apparently. I am pumped. I'm so excited because last time on Wednesday, the weather was red as we proceeded through this milestone. Right now, the weather is green. Guys, the weather is green. What? We're gonna... Oh, gosh. But we just gotta keep it in check, though, because they're monitoring the weather all the way up until launch. We have a big weather gate coming up. Big weather gate coming up at T-minus 30 minutes. The big thing about that weather gate is there are some rules, like the Field Mills rule, lightning rule, things like that, that you can't violate. If it violates inside of that T-minus 30 minutes, then you have to wait 30 minutes for launch, and we'd have to scrub. So let's say there was a lightning strike at T-minus 29 minutes. That would be a scrub, because you have to wait 30 minutes after the last lightning strike before you can launch. So, yeah, the T-minus 30-minute weather gate, that's a big one, because that means, the weather has to cooperate for the next 30 minutes there. There's no more waiting. If there was a lightning strike at T-minus 31 minutes, as long as there wasn't another one, you'd have time to launch. You could wait the full 30 minutes.
5 minutes at planned. Now on the Falcon 9, we use a fuel and oxidizer as the propellants that power it. The fuel is commonly known as RP1. That's rocket propellant grade.
Look at those blue skies. I love it.
The oxidizer is densified liquid
blue skies. It's looking fantastic. Fantastic. I think this is good. All right, let's take, before we go too far, let's take a quick look at, here, let me refresh this before I take a look at it. Quick look at the current radar. We'll pull it up here. Yes. This is what I'm talking about. Here you go. Current radar right now. If these showers stay in the distance for 30 minutes, they just have to stay away for 30 minutes. We could be good. Look at you hit play on the radar. 3 o'clock, 3:10, 3:20 right there. That's launch time. 3:20. That's launch time radar. There's our window. That's our window. We can go. Let's go. We can do this. Whew. Oh, God. I'm going to have a heart attack. Oh, this is going to be nuts. This is going to be nuts. Okay. There's our radar. That's what we're looking at. That's what we got to get through. We are now. You're going to see the rocket start to get a little bit frosty, a little bit of smoke coming off. That's normal. That's remember, we were talking at the beginning of the broadcast. Those are those super densified, super chilled propellants. The rocket grade kerosene, the liquid oxygen getting loaded into the first stage. The second stage is getting the kerosene right now. The RP1 is going in the second stage. The second stage liquid oxygen doesn't come until a little bit later. T-minus 16 minutes is when we start loading liquid oxygen into the second stage. But first stage is getting both right now. And you'll start to see some condensation form on the outside of the rocket. You can see it a little bit right now. Get a little bit smoky looking. Completely normal. That's what it's supposed to look like. They also have
the red conditions cleared up about 15 minutes ago. Everything is marginal but acceptable on the weather. We'll continue to watch all the way through the countdown. Now, as a reminder, today we are now into an instantaneous launch window now that we've begun propellant loading. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we'll have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow, May 31st.
Frederick, I love it. Buy a defibrillator. Thanks for the super chat. It'll help me buy the defibrillator. Okay, I can breathe. We can do this. We can do this here. We got to get through. Your thoughts on chance of launch? Well, right now, they said 70% go right now. 70% go. So, can you not tell? Like, look at me bouncing off the walls. I think we're go. I think we're go. Your clock is off, it says. Oh, let me fix the clock. Good comment. What are we at? 2:39, 38. Pretty. Oh, wow, we're way off. How did we get so far off? Okay, let me fix the clock. How far off are we? We're like 20-something seconds off. How did that happen? Let's see. We'll go here. We'll go here. Like this. Let's save it. What does that put us at? Oh, so close. I'm like 1 second off. We want to be here. Now, let's... About... Oh, now I'm 1 second off. We want this one. I meant to go the other way. There we go. Now we're right on track. Perfect. All right, thanks for letting me know. Now the clock should be up to date. Look at that. There's our astronauts. Visors closed and locked. We're ready to go. Ready to go. How long after launch will you be streaming for, please? We're going to go all the way to the press conference. Press conference is at 6:30 p.m. So we're still going to go for like 3 hours after launch. So we got time. We're going to be here a while because there's some on-orbit maneuvers happening. Your feed is 6 seconds behind. Yeah, that's kind of just how it works there, JN. I mean, if you're watching the NASA stream directly, you're directly watching it. If you're watching my stream, they're streaming it to me, and then I'm streaming it to you. There's an extra hop in there. Oh, no, there goes the camera. Come on, camera. Bring it back. Come back. Here we go. We're back. Okay. Oh, my goodness.
Is complete. Dragon will complete 2 departure burns using its Draco engines, pushing it away from the space station.
Buy a new camera. It's not my camera, actually. It's the software. I had a stupid Windows update, and the software, I think, needs to be reinstalled. There was a Windows update last night that I couldn't opt out of. It just happened. I mean, I probably could have opted out of it at some point, but I didn't realize it was happening.
And all of that ends with splashdown right off the Florida coast. At that point, teams from
So
SpaceX
here we go. We're coming in now.
Recovery ship, grab the capsule out of the water, and work to get Bob and Doug out of Dragon after a successful mission in space. So we are 26 minutes away from launch. Fueling of Falcon 9 is continuing. Let's check in one more time down with the team at Kennedy. Murray?
All right, thanks, Dan. We are so pumped
We are so close here now. T-minus 25 minutes. Weather, last we heard, weather was green. Weather is green. We're T-minus, a couple people asking what time. 25 minutes. 25 minutes away. We're almost there. We're getting there. Can we just skip to the press conference now? I wish we could. I wish we could. Let's see. Should have brought in more snacks. Well, we will probably take an intermission at some point after launch, but we're going to be here until after the press conference. There'll probably be at least one intermission at some point. Let's see. Check that radar again. Okay, let's check the radar real quick. Where's our radar? We'll check it. Current radar. There it is. That's the current radar. These storms, they gotta stay away. Here's fast forward. There's prediction. We've got a window. This is 3:20. This is the forecast for 3:20 launch time. We've got a window. Just got it right through there. Range and weather green right now. This is good news. This is good news. 24 minutes to launch. We're waiting on the next big event is going to be stage 2 LOX loading, liquid oxygen. Going into the second stage, that upper stage above that little black section there. The black section in the middle, that's called the interstage. The bottom part, that's the first stage booster, then the interstage, then the second stage, then the next black part, that's the trunk with the solar panels for the Crew Dragon, and then obviously the Crew Dragon capsule up on top. Tory, breathe, please. It's not happening. I'm just going to be bouncing off the walls. Get ready for it. Get ready. We will be bouncing off the walls. Let's see. Tory, chill. No, it's not happening. I don't wanna. What is the smoke? It's condensation. So super chilled fuels going into that first and second stage. They're super cold, like negative 340 degrees Fahrenheit. Very cold. When that cold temperature hits the warm outer edge, or, it's inside, but the warm outer air hits the cold surface of the Falcon 9, it forms condensation, kind of that's what you get that little smoke in the air from. So it's just condensation, completely normal. Some of it is liquid oxygen venting. That the liquid oxygen venting is going to come from the interstage, that little black band in the middle of the rocket. There's a liquid oxygen vent port up by the second stage. So there is some venting that will happen.
We're just inside 23 minutes now, so on Wednesday we were
so that we'll see some venting, and that's just to prevent overpressurization of the tanks. So as it heats up, as the liquid oxygen heats up, it turns into a gas, just like our breathable oxygen that's in the air. So you get that, when it goes from negative 340 degrees and it starts to heat up, eventually it boils off and turns back into gaseous oxygen. And they have to vent that, otherwise the gaseous oxygen will build up too much pressure and you would have a bad situation. Not even going to say it, just bad situation. So we're coming down to the wire now. Look at this. There it is. Nice close-up view. There we go. Guy Incognito. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Keep it up. It's got the weights going. Thanks, Guy. Appreciate the super chat. Oh, we're getting so close now. Now we only made it. We made it to 1654 on the countdown on Wednesday. Can we make it past 1654? A couple people, Dean asked, where can I get a dragon patch? Assuming like one of these, mission patch, a dragon patch. This is the official DM-2 mission patch. You can get them from thespacestore.com or AB Emblem. I forget what the website is for AB Emblem. It might be abemblem.com. Let's see. All right, I'm going to close this window. We're not going to use that anymore. We're not going to use this anymore. I'm closing some things to see if my camera can deal with it. So we're coming down to it. Las Vegas. Hey, Las Vegas. 20 minutes, 59 seconds. Radar, please. I just closed the radar. I think we're okay. I just closed the radar, but I think we're good. Michael, thanks for the super hearts on Periscope. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. This is so intense. I know. I'm ready. So we're waiting on second stage LOX loading. We didn't make it that far last time.
T-minus 20 minutes, 30 seconds. We're continuing to count down.
Here, everybody wants a quick weather check. All right, quick weather check here.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
Here we go. Let's look at radar. Real quick. Radar check. Here it is. This is current radar. They're still there, but they're kind of dissipating. Are they? Or am I just is that just wishful thinking? Here we go. Fast forward to 320. We're still good. I think we're still good. We're still okay. We're okay. We got a window. All right, get this out of here. Here's our quick weather check.
Complete.
There's our big venting.
Load is continuing.
That's that liquid oxygen venting. That's why we see so much right now. That's just venting the liquid oxygen so it doesn't overpressurize. Normal.
second stage is getting ready to begin the liquid oxygen loading. After they finish chilling in the lines that you see on the monitor, they'll begin the load at T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds. The range right now is go, ready to support. Weather continues to be go. As we inch our way closer, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're waiting to hear if anybody calls out an issue, but for the moment, as you can see on the screen, it looks good. Now on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and the team there are reporting no issues. They've done their communications checkouts. The crew access arm, as you can see, is retracted away from the spacecraft. The crew is strapped in and they are ready to go. Now final instructions will be going to the crew at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. We've already heard the crew give their go, close their visors, and get ready for launch. For Dragon, it'll enter terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes. When it transitions to internal power, we'll hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we get close to 0 and to liftoff. But right now, at T-minus 18 minutes, 15 seconds, everything continues to be go for an on-time launch. So Dan, Jesse, things are looking pretty good. How are they doing over at your stand?
Things are great from about 15 feet away from you, John, and honestly, things are looking pretty great down at the pad there. We're seeing a lot more blue in the sky. Green is the color we want when we're talking about weather, and that's where we're sitting right now. So we're continuing to count down. We are under 18 minutes away from liftoff. Again, it's an instantaneous liftoff it's going to be 12.
A lot of venting. That's okay.
45 seconds here on the West Coast, 3:22, and 45 seconds over on the East Coast there in Florida. Just a reminder, it's going to be about a 9-minute ride up to orbit for the Falcon 9 and Bob and Doug on board Dragon. It'll be a 2-stage flight. So we'll see the first stage fly until we hear MECO, or main engine cutoff, about 2.5 minutes into flight. After that, the second stage will take over and continue to power them the rest of the way. Second engine cutoff comes in just under 9 minutes at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds. Following that second stage completing its job, it'll continue to coast for about 3 minutes. It'll do a slight attitude adjustment and null out any rate, so make sure it's not in any kind of a spin before they do separation. So that's when the Dragon spacecraft will physically separate from the Falcon 9 vehicle, and Bob and Doug will be flying free.
This is farther than we got on Wednesday.
19-hour ride if we launch today on time. So that means Bob and Doug will get on orbit. They'll have a number of burns, or those firings of those Draco thrusters that they'll do over
Stage 2 LOX load started.
Here we go. There's LOX loading.
The liquid oxygen load has now started on Stage 2. But again, they're going to be doing a series of burns on the way uphill towards the International Space Station 5, spread out over the first 16 hours or so of their flight until they get much closer, and it's time for that approach and docking. And we are expecting that with an on-time launch to happen today. That'll be coming tomorrow in the afternoon.
Guys, this is happening here.
All right. Now that
we're moving.
Under 16 minutes away, we have a special guest joining us. I'm going to toss it over to Jesse.
What's a special guest? It's Gwynne Shotwell.
We are T-minus 15 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff of our second demonstration mission today, and we have the honor of having SpaceX's President and COO, Gwynne Shotwell, join us. Thanks, Gwynne, for coming out and taking a few minutes to chat with us.
Thanks, Jesse.
We know you've been on console. How's the countdown been going so far in there?
Countdown is clean today, just like it was Wednesday. We did clear the weather hurdles sooner than we did on Wednesday. And the only thing we're watching right now is downrange weather and lightning at the staging location.
Of course.
But we will clear that hurdle at T-minus 7 minutes.
Awesome.
7 minutes.
Great. Very exciting. Now I'm going to throw it back to 2012 because you were on console for Dragon when it was first making its way to the space station. How does that experience compare to today?
Stage 2 LOX is on the DPUs.
So I was nervous then. I stopped getting nervous for launches. Today I'm nervous again. Super nervous. Stomach and throat.
Understandable.
No, it's a fantastic fantastic day today. I'm really excited. The team is pulled together. It's such a professional operation. And when I say team, by the way, I mean SpaceX and NASA. These folks have been working incredibly hard and have done a fantastic job.
Yes, and we are all so excited. And we know that you have to get back inside of mission control, but is there anything that you wanted to say before liftoff to NASA and SpaceX?
Well, I want to thank NASA, of course, for their generosity and their help with getting to this place. I want to thank all the SpaceXers who have come together to make this moment in history. And I want to thank Elon for hiring me.
We thank Elon for hiring you as well. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to mission control. And good luck with launch today.
Thanks, Jesse. And Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
We are so excited. We are just a few minutes away from countdown. So we are going to turn it over to Dan and John for the final minutes in terminal count. Take it away, John.
T-minus 13 minutes, 30 seconds, continuing to count down. We're continuing to load fuel onto the first stage. That should finish up in just about 6 minutes. Fuel is completely loaded on the second stage. That's closed out. And we are continuing to load liquid oxygen on both the first and second stage. The liquid oxygen load beginning on the second stage just about 3.5 minutes ago. We are also loading cryogenic helium into the storage vessels on the first and second stage, getting in the last little bits of helium when we keep it cryogenic, cold and liquefied. That gets us, just like we do with liquid oxygen, the maximum amount into the storage volume so that we can get the most performance out of the vehicle. Right now, we are in a fairly quiet state on the vehicle. Ground pumps continuing to put the propellant in to first and second stages. Next significant issue callouts that we're going to hear will probably be inside the T-minus 10 minutes when they talk to the crew. We'll listen for that. But at the moment, everything continuing to look good at T-minus 12 minutes and 20 seconds.
Next big hurdle is T-minus 7. T-minus 7, that's when engine chill starts.
Real close now, John.
That's when they're going to make the call on downrange weather recovery. Hey, Yorkshire, thanks for the 4,000. I don't know what they're called on Mixer. Anybody know what they're called on Mixer? You gave me 4,000 bits on Mixer. I don't know what they're called, but I did see them. Thanks, Yorkshire. Appreciate that. Don't forget, we are launching humans on the Falcon 9 rocket for the first time. The first time. This is so nerve-wracking. Imagine being in the control room and knowing that you're responsible for the safety of these two humans. Doug Hurley in front of us, Bob Benkin. Look at Bob's got the fingers going. Is he nervous? Is he nervous, you think? I think he knows. He knows we're go right now. Does he have nerves? Because I do. I'm not even in the spacecraft. But these are like solid astronauts because they show no fear. I would be freaking out right now. I am freaking out right now. I can't hold it together. They're called sparks on Mixer. Thank you, 57 Harley Davidson. So Yorkshire, thanks for the 4,000 sparks. Bob looks nervous. He's just doing the fingers. He's making me more nervous because he looks nervous. Fuel is completely loaded into the second stage. First stage is going to continue to get fuel. It's a little bit bigger. And we're waiting on engine chill. That happens at T-minus 7 minutes. Engine chill starts, and not only engine chill, but also that's the decision point on downrange recovery weather.
Things are pretty quiet. As John I said, it'll pick up right at about 10 minutes. We'll wait for the crew.
Yeah, so these last 10 minutes, oh my goodness, we're going to be under 10 minutes here. We're going to be under 10 minutes. I'm freaking out. These last 10 minutes are going to be, the last 10 minutes are going to be huge because
displays are configured for launch.
This is where it gets busy.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch.
Copy. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, it's been a huge honor to help you get ready for today's historic mission. Know that we're with you, have an amazing flight, and enjoy those views of our beautiful planet.
Thanks, Jay. It is absolutely our honor to be part of this huge effort to get the United States back in the launch business. We'll talk to you from orbit. Thank you.
Talk to you from orbit.
Those words.
Oh my
SpaceX
goodness.
core. So again, that voice that's going to be talking to Bob and Doug throughout their mission from right here in Hawthorne, just offering a few quick words. The crew did confirm their crew displays are configured for launch. We are coming up on 9 minutes and counting.
Why do they wear the visors? They wear the visors because they're fully contained pressure suits. So they have to be prepared in the event of any sort of decompression, loss of pressurization inside the capsule. So they're fully pressurized suits, self-contained. If the capsule depressurizes, they would still be okay, could still fly the rocket.
On the first stage, from getting down to the Merlin engines, we'll open the pre-valves. That allowed fuel liquid oxygen to flow to the top of the pumps. And more
at T-minus 7 minutes, that's when engine chill starts. They start flowing liquid oxygen through the engine bells to chill everything down so it's not a shock to the system. Remember, we have super densified liquid oxygen, and they're going to have to flow that through the engine bells, which have been sitting in Florida 80-degree weather. They're going to gradually flow some liquid oxygen through all the plumbing and the engine bells to cool everything down. It's called engine chill. They're flowing fuel through the rocket.
Flash that into gas, and running gas through a high-speed pump is not a good thing. So right now, we are waiting for T-minus 7 minutes. That'll start the engine chill. Shortly after that, we will also get the fuel shutdown.
Holy smokes. We're so close. Almost to 7 minutes.
Listening to the SpaceX launch director in the background there. As I mentioned, at T-minus 7 minutes as we start the chill, we will also get into the final topping off of stage 1 fuel, and then the fuel load will complete.
DJ says, you're making me nervous. I'm nervous. I'll switch over. We're going to go full screen in a minute. Once we get down to the count, I'll get all my stuff out of the way, and we'll go full screen. But I just want to make sure everybody knows, can see the event list leading up to it. Once we get down to the end, we'll get rid of all that. We'll go full screen.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 engine chill has started.
Here we go. Here's engine chill. Flowing liquid oxygen through the rocket.
We've heard the call out. Stage 1 engine chill has started. That's gone up to the crew so that they've got situational awareness. As I mentioned, the pre-valves are open. And now we are topping off first stage fuel, getting ready to finish the fuel load. Liquid oxygen load on first and second
Engine
stage
hydraulics at pressure.
will continue until the last 3 to 2 minutes of the countdown.
We should hear that call out, RP1 load complete, coming up in about 6 minutes. Again, RP1 is just that densified kerosene or that rocket fuel that Falcon 9 is going to be used to power Bob and Doug to orbit today.
And Stage 1 fuel is closed out.
Stage 1 fuel closed out. Fully fueled. Stage 1 and Stage 2. Fully fueled at this point.
Right on time. That call out indicates that the fuel loading on the first stage is complete. Draining back the lines now. So first stage and second stage fuel are complete. Liquid oxygen loading is continuing on both stages. You can see on the view on the left side of the monitor the condensation, the cold gas wrapped around the stages as the tank skins are chilled by the densified liquid oxygen, picking up the humidity from the Florida air.
We're going to go to internal power here
At this moment, we're a little
shortly.
more than 90% full on the oxidizer on the first stage, ticking up towards that 80% mark on the second stage. We'll be counting down all the way till about 2 or 3 minutes, as John and I just said, until everything is loaded
Falcon
in
9
Falcon
heaters
9.
closing out.
And then we will be go for launch.
Here's internal power.
Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
This is terminal count
Vehicle
right here.
tanks pressing for strong back retract.
Strong back retract in about 20 seconds. The little, what's holding the rocket up, the strong back there.
Pressurizing the Falcon 9 tanks, we're going to open the clamp arm around the second stage and begin to retract the strong back. We'll move back about 2 degrees. That'll get us to the liftoff position. At liftoff, the strong back will then recline about 45 degrees away.
Started.
Here's strong back retract. Guys, I see liftoff on the events list.
Stage 2, RP1 bleed.
Launch director called out the strong back retract has started. On the left, you'll see it go back just a couple of degrees.
Stage 1, RP1 bleed.
Holy smokes. We can see a little bit of venting in the smaller window here. Liquid oxygen venting, completely normal.
We are just 4 minutes away from liftoff. Again, at this moment, Bob and Doug are really just laser focused on those displays. They have insight directly into Dragon and the Falcon 9. They're able to see where their fuel loading is at, how everything's progressing down with the count.
AFTS final setup started.
AFTS, that's the automated flight termination system.
3.5 minutes from launch.
And the strong back is now reclining away from the Falcon 9.
Holy smokes. Guys, my hands are sweating. We're going into startup at T-minus 1 minute.
Igniter purges.
Look at, there's a strong back retracting right there, away from the rocket.
I'll go bleed. Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power. Stage 1, LOX load close out.
Okay, we're at T-minus 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Stage 1 LOX load is closed out. Stage 2 will continue to load for about another half a minute or so. Once we get the completion of Stage 2 LOX loading, we have to vent down the line, so you'll see another large white cloud coming off of the strong back. That'll be normal. That'll happen
Vehicle
around
is transitioning to
T-minus
internal power.
1 minute and 40 seconds. We're going on internal power now.
Just a few seconds away from the Stage 2 LOX load being complete. It's been almost 9 years since we've been in this position. A lot of work done by thousands of people to get to this point. All our eyes focused on 2 now.
We're seeing water from the water suppression system flowing out of the tower. That's why it's getting all wet there.
Stage 2 LOX load is closed out. Propellant fills are complete.
It's going to be a big vent to the Falcon 9 rocket
auto idle
at 1.5 minutes. The final big vent, 1.5 minutes.
Stage 2 LOX load complete. All fuel, all oxidizer on Falcon 9. 1 minute, 34 seconds to go till launch.
I will shut up soon, I promise.
Ground gas closeouts is starting.
Ground gas closeouts. This is it. 1 minute and 30. Guy and Frederick, thanks for the super chats. I see them. But I'm going to be quiet here now. Under 1 minute. We're going to go full screen in just a second. Got my finger on the button. Oh, we're 1 minute.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
That's startup.
Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed for launch.
Under 1 minute now, the FTS, the flight termination system, has been armed.
Holy smokes.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Let's light this candle.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Oh my God. Oh my God, 20 seconds. Go Falcon, go Dragon.
Stage 1
Here we go.
pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Call out from
we
Doug
heard that
Hurley.
1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit. Coming up in about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage.
Comes Miko in separation. Right now. Should be Miko.
And we have Miko.
Miko.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Second stage startup.
MVAC ignition.
As the stiffener ring falls off, that's normal.
All right, we have stage separation confirmed. The first stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second stage.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
Which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out 2 Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard, almost to Canada.
They look so comfortable.
Looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
They look like they're just chilling. They're just relaxing. Oh
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
I'm freaking out over here.
Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
All right, here in nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
We're working towards second stage cutoff, which is T plus 8 minutes, 47 seconds. We got about 4 minutes to go till that point. We have no idea what's happening with the booster, but who cares about the booster?
4 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles
Dragon
per hour.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Already almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing.
There's the booster. Booster coming back. Do a landing. That seems so much less
While
important
they
now.
continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine
Dragon
burn.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Nominal
starting
trajectory.
chill for entry burn.
there's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon, still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen.
Boosters
Again, on
re-entering.
your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes from now, we'll hear the call out CCO. It'll then be a little
Stage
under,
2 propulsion is still good.
A little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to check in with Bob and Doug as they are on a nominal trajectory. Just about 10 seconds away from that first stage, starting that entry burn on your right screen. We should be able to see that view live.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
There's entry burn, slowing it down to come into the atmosphere.
And there is that entry burn
Acquisition
beginning.
signal, New Hampshire.
This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
What are all the white flashes? That's the reaction. Those are the thrusters, cold gas thrusters that are.
That entry burn continues. We're just about a minute away from CCO. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. It'll be the
shutdown.
second engine cutoff.
Stage 1
We'll
entry
be
burn
looking for
shutdown.
that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
So this is a little bit
Actually,
different.
just within a few seconds of each other.
This is a little bit different. We'll have second
Such a
stage cut
cool
down.
view on your
Second stage cut down first before landing. Usually we see landing first, then second stage cut down, but this is going to be the opposite because of that shallow trajectory.
MVAC throttle step.
We are coming up 25 seconds or so away from CCO, or second engine cutoff.
This is also the point where Bob and Doug are experiencing their highest G-force. We're seeing the counter tick up to right about
Stage 1
1.8.
transonic.
Copy, Shannon.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to abort at this point, it would either be an abort to orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage
1 landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
MVAC throttle step.
This should be CCO coming up. Then they'll be in orbit.
MVAC shutdown.
Stage 1 landing layer.
Confirmation of CCO's second engine cutoff.
Now we are waiting for our first stage to make its way to our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You.
Dragon SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
Did
Launch
get
escape system
confirmation
is disarmed.
nominal
Dragon
orbital
copies,
insertion.
nominal
Stage
orbital
1 landing leg
insertion.
deploy.
Launch escape
What
disarmed.
you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down.
Oh,
Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage is successfully landed.
And
aboard
there you
Of Course,
can
I Still
see
Love
on
You.
your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry
Acquisition of signal,
humans to
Newfoundland.
orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
M1D to recovery 1.
So exciting today.
M1D.
It doesn't stop.
It
They're
does
in
not
orbit.
stop.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good orbital insertion. So that means Falcon 9 and Dragon right now exactly where they're supposed to be.
M1D to FRC on recovery 1.
And it's right at about 12
This
minutes
is FRC.
when
Can you
Dragon will
switch over to
separate.
ECF9?
Looks like we saw a 0G indicator floating around there. I know Bob and Doug owe us a little bit about what exactly that is that they brought up with them.
They made it. They're there. Now we just need separation, though.
Before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure to make, they do ensure that the vehicle is not spinning and it is in good condition before we separate.
That's right, the upper stage does small attitude maneuver using some cold gas thrusters built into the rocket body itself.
Exactly, so we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now, but they do wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate.
Separation coming up at T+12.
Such cool views. I cannot get over this view that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen, inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles, traveling in excess of 2,700 meters, 27,000 meters per second, or about 16,000 miles per hour. Again, we're just standing by. That separation event should be coming up shortly. Then they'll begin a series of checks on the Draco thrusters that are going to be used to maneuver and then power Dragon on its flight to the International Space Station. Standing by for separation.
Expected loss of signal, wallops.
Right here, separation.
It sounds like we had an expected LOS loss of signal with one of the ground stations. Waiting for confirmation now of that.
Dragon separation confirmed.
There it
Dragon
goes.
separation confirmed.
There is a great view right in front of you
Countdown
of
one,
Dragon separating.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 9 team.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9. And it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Oh, and like, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
That's it. Falcon 9 did its job. They're no longer attached to Falcon 9.
So Bob and Doug are in
And Dragon
space.
SpaceX, we confirm nominal ECLS activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploys in progress.
Copy all. We're monitoring.
The Corps here in Hawthorne giving the crew a heads up that we have confirmation the nose cone is deploying. So again, that nose cone is going to open up a little bit more than 90 degrees, goes up to about, I think, 105 degrees. And that's going to expose the actual docking ring and the hatch that they're going to be going through once they attach to the International Space Station. And also 4 of those Draco thrusters, we call them the forward bulkhead thrusters, that are going to be used for these major phase burns or firings of those thrusters to actually raise their orbit gradually over the coming hours. Also heard good activation of the ECLS, that's the Environmental Control and Life Support System. That's everything controlling their atmosphere, just keeping Dragon a nice, safe, habitable environment where they're going to be living for the next 19 hours until they arrive at the space station.
Right, exactly. And Falcon 9's job may be done for today, but the mission is not over. Crew Dragon's job is not done. As you can see, Bob and Doug are still inside Crew Dragon, making their way. It will be a 19-hour trip to the International Space Station before they dock tomorrow morning.
Looks like the nose cone is open.
And such cool views.
They're taking their
I love
gloves
that we
off.
can get these live views here.
Here they go.
And see and watch what they're doing now that they are in orbit.
Yeah, it's incredible to just be looking over their shoulder, to be along for the ride. And we're going to be with them, and we're going to be with all of you the entire way for their journey to the space station. We're going to be covering live throughout. Bob and Doug will obviously have a sleep period where they'll get about 8 hours of sleep a little bit later today before they wake up for all of their final approach. One of the major things we are looking forward to in the next couple of hours is going to be their first turn at the controls. So they're actually going to be using those touchscreen displays to take control and manually pilot Dragon. We'll walk you through what that's going to look like, and assuming we have some good ground station coverage, we'll be able to get views from right inside Dragon, looking over their shoulder as they manipulate the controls at the display. But I mean, we had a smooth ride uphill, both stages of the Falcon 9 doing their job, placing Bob and Doug into orbit. I mean, this is a day, this is a historical day. This is us kicking off that new era of space flight that we've all been talking about and longing for since the Space Shuttle program came to an end in 2011.
Yes.
And the weather cooperated.
Yes, second time's a charm.
Right.
There goes my camera again.
Right, so
Fix this.
day for the history books. As you can see, we have lost some live signal there, but the mission still continues, and we're going to send it over to KSC to continue broadcasting live with you
Expected loss
guys.
of signal, Newfoundland.
Yeah, Jesse and Dan, we are just in awe over here. When I woke up this morning and looked at the weather forecast, I was like, man, we're going to be back here on Sunday, but we did it. The room cleared out. Everybody was outside watching, and inside the lights were shaking, the cameras were shaking. Lauren came back in with tears in her eyes. This is really amazing.
I can't believe it. I saw it with my own eyes. This is, I'm a little bit speechless. Just so grateful that we got them up there, and there's a lot more to go, but I'm so happy they're safe right now. I'm just so happy.
Yeah. Leland, you were talking about it. It's amazing what we can do when we work together.
Yes, American astronauts on an American rocket from American soil, showing you what Americans can do when we come together as a team and blast Doug and Bob off to the cosmos. This is what it's all about, and their families and everyone is working together to take them up to space safely. So I don't know what to say. That rocket fuel is still in my veins, and I want to go get on the rocket.
I know. Well, it's too late now. Maybe the next one.
I know.
But we want to go over to Daryl at OSB2. He's there with the administrator, who hopefully has more words than we do, because we're still kind of speechless. Daryl?
Pretty incredible here, Marie, at the Operations Support Building, where a chorus of applause has been happening from the beginning of launch and throughout the various stages. Some very special guests were here to watch it. That includes President Donald Trump.
All right, so while they're chatting, holy smokes. Whoo-wee. I almost had a heart attack, I think. I'm going to let you guys listen. I'm going to let you listen to, I'm going to go back on intermission for a minute, just so I can stand up. You guys can listen to Jim Bridenstine and his words here. I'll be right back in just a minute.
From American soil, and now it's done. We have done it. It's been way too long. I want to give a lot
He's
of
crying.
credit to Charlie Bolden.
He's definitely
He was
crying.
my
I was
predecessor
crying.
as the NASA administrator.
It's crazy. All right, I'll be right back.
He fought hard for this program at a time when it didn't get any support in Congress. We now have an administration that is fully supportive of our spaceflight initiatives, not just on the exploration, discovery, going to the moon, onto Mars, but also from a Space Force perspective. Our budgets are going up, things are strong, and today was just just an amazing day. You know, one of the things the president did right out of the gate when he became president is he created what's called the National Space Council, and he put the vice president as chairman of the National Space Council. And on that National Space Council, you've got the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Education, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, all of these different amazing individuals that deal with space day in and day out. A lot of people don't realize how many parts of the federal government deal with space. And the vice president invited those members of the National Space Council here as well. So we just had, and then we had members of Congress, bipartisan members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, who have been involved in supporting this program you know, for a long time now. So I'll just tell you, I'm breathing a sigh of relief. But I will also tell you, I am not going to celebrate until Bob and Doug are home safely. Tomorrow, they're going to dock to the International Space Station. Tonight, I'm heading to Houston to be at the Johnson Space Center when that happens. So it's a bit of a relief. The nose cone is now open. It's now deployed, which means that now we're going to go into some burns. We're going to have some phasing burns. We're going to have some boosting burns, and we're going to get as much as we can in alignment with the International Space Station as early as possible here. But also, I know it's hard, but the big thing that we need to do now is we got to get Bob and Doug, who have now gone through this exercise twice. They need to get some rest. But I can guarantee you there will be no rest for a good amount of time while they're up there in orbit.
And they are certainly on their way, and a lot of people joining us for this entire celebration and watching it. We just heard 10 million people watching live as this launch happened, and President Donald Trump becoming the third sitting president to watch a launch live from the Kennedy Space Center. The first.
To be clear, I think he's the only sitting president to watch American astronauts launch on a brand new rocket that has never launched before, and that's a big risk. He also said we're going to go to the moon by 2024. That means he's putting himself at risk to say, look, I'm going to be accountable, potentially, I'm going to be accountable to the initiatives that I put forward. And I think we have not had that kind of leadership for space in a very, very long time, and we're so grateful for it.
What was it like watching the launch with the president? How did he react?
Oh, I will tell you, it's obviously something that is near and dear to him. He said it a year and a half ago. He put it in the State of the Union speech. He said, we're going to launch American astronauts on American rockets from American soil. And of course, I was like, in my head, I'm thinking, we better get after this. Of course, we've worked overtime to make it happen. We might be a little behind schedule, but we got it done, and we got it done safely. We're knocking on wood, but so far so good. It's looking good.
You personally, Jim, as that rocket was lifting off and you felt that rumble?
Yeah.
What'd you feel? What'd you experience?
Well, I was praying. I'm not going to lie to you. I was praying. I was praying for Bob and Doug. I was praying for their families. I was praying for their safe return, even though they're just going. But man, I'll tell you, it was, I've heard that rumble before, but it's a whole different feeling when you've got your own team on that rocket, and they are our team. They are America's team. This is Launch America. This is everything that America has to offer in its purest form. And times are tough right now. There is no doubt. We've got the coronavirus pandemic. We have other challenges as a country. But I hope this moment in time is an opportunity for everybody to reflect on humanity and what we can do when we work together, when we strive, and when we achieve. And if this can inspire a young child to become the next Elon Musk or the next Jeff Bezos or the next Sir Richard Branson, then that's what this is all about.
Or the next Jim Bridenstine.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't put me in that category, but.
Well, we appreciate your leadership for the space agency at this time, and congratulations on an amazing day in the launch.
Thank you. It's been a great ride.
All right, very good.
All right, holy smokes, guys. This was just insane. Like, I mean, obviously you guys all saw me bouncing off the walls. Like, I just had to take a cool down period there. That was nuts. I can't believe that just happened. I mean, we got to watch that again and get a replay, but whew, that was intense. My heart's going, breathing's going. That was crazy. Am I overexposed? Should I be a little darker? It should be a little darker. There we go. I can't with my camera going on and off. I gotta set my exposure. I gotta reset my exposure settings every single time. But yeah, so that right there, that's history, folks. That's history in the making. Not in the making, it's done. They launched they tell us, Jim, what did they launch? They launched
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
They did it. That's his catchphrase. I'll play it again. What did they do, Jim? They launched
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
I mean, how many times did we hear that? There's everybody cheering. We heard that a million times, and now finally it's done. They did it 25 minutes ago. And of course my camera is just still doesn't want to operate, but that's got to be the most frustrating thing in the world. At least I'm glad that they have better technology than I have, because this is infuriating. Okay, well, see if we can restart this camera here and get reconnected. And now, like, we don't have to look at weather anymore because we're in it. We did it. It's done. Over with. Oh, no, we don't want to be that dark. We want to be right about here. There we go. Best camera ever. I know it's not the camera, actually. The camera's a really nice camera. It's the software. The software just keeps crashing. And it keeps... I don't know why the software keeps crashing. It's really difficult to troubleshoot that in real time. But yeah, they did it. Now we should replay this. Now, so here's the plan. Before too many people run away. Here's the plan. We're gonna hang out for the press conference. We'll probably take an intermission here. The press conference is scheduled for 6:30 p.m. You can see it down here. 6:30 p.m. Is the press conference is scheduled for that. So we want to hang out for the press conference. And there's supposed to be an astronaut downlink event. This timing might be wrong. This was the time. This was the planned timing for Wednesday for the astronaut downlink event. Essentially, where they were gonna broadcast from orbit. It's my understanding. So we're gonna. I don't know if that's still the right time on the new date, the new launch day today. But there we go. Continuous coverage on all okay, so one thing we have to do, I think, now. I mean, so their broadcast here is done, and I think they have. Let me pull up the media channel. No, it's not what I was looking for, but so interesting. Here's the view of what's left at Launch Pad 39A. You can see the strong back is retracted, the crew access arm retracted. Do I see movement on the pad? I don't know if I see movement on the pad. Thought I saw movement there for a minute, but that's where our Crew Dragon and our Falcon 9 were, but they're not there anymore. I wonder if was this the same view? Was this a different view? This might have been a different view here. But what I started saying was the plan for today, for the rest of the day, is we'll have an intermission in a bit. We'll do some replaying. We're going to watch the launch again. Maybe this time I can see it without tears in my eyes. We're going to watch the launch again, and we'll have an intermission in a little while, and then we'll have the press conference. We'll be back for the press conference at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. What's that? Is that 22:30 UTC? And then we'll end it after the press conference, and in the morning, we will live stream docking to the International Space Station. Docking is scheduled for 11:30? 10:30. I think it might be 10:30. Quick, check the weather. We don't need the weather now. We're good. It's gonna dock. Here, let's type in. I'm gonna use my own command because I can't remember the docking time. Is it docking or was it just exclamation point dock? There you go. Docking. Scheduled to dock with the ISS tomorrow at 10:27 a.m., 14:27 UTC. So I will be live tomorrow morning and we're not going anywhere, so don't leave anywhere yet. We've still got some more from SpaceX going on. But I will be live tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 1300 UTC.
Or the lowest and highest points over the Earth. That means the orbit isn't a perfect circle, but more like a slight ellipse.
Over the next 19 hours, Dragon's going to execute a series of burns which will gradually raise its orbit to align more closely with the station. There are going to be 5 major burns or firing of those Draco thrusters on Dragon that are going to bring it close to station before we begin our final approach maneuvers. The first one is coming up in just a little bit, and it's the phase burn. Right now, teams are doing their go, no go to get ready for that, and it's performed at the first apogee, or the highest point of the initial orbit, and that's going to raise Dragon's perigee to a higher altitude.
And after a calculated time, which is based on what our orbital data shows us, the boost burn raises Dragon's orbit until it's just 10 kilometers lower than the space station, followed soon after by the close co-elliptic burn to place Dragon on orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station. This means Bob and Doug will be about 10 kilometers lower than the station during their entire orbit around the Earth. The fourth maneuver is the transfer burn, where we raise Dragon's apogee, or highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers below the station. And we round everything out with a final co-elliptic burn to once again maintain a constant orbit beneath station. It's just 2.5 kilometers below.
Then we get into the approach initiation and final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also where we start what we call joint operations between the Dragon control team here in Hawthorne and the space station flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. The teams transition to those integrated ops roughly 45 minutes prior to approach initiation, which is another burn that really means Dragon's getting close. During the approach, SpaceX flight controllers work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including establishing bidirectional communications with the station using a system known as C2V2, which stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. They also set up a data stream from Dragon to the station, just giving another path for Dragon telemetry or data about its performance to come down to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts on board the station. They'll also maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and then initialize the navigation sensors used for that very slow and methodical approach to station.
At approximately 5:24 a.m. Pacific time, that's tomorrow.
Why is the audio off here?
Thrusters on Dragon will fire for the approach initiation burn when
What's
Dragon
happening
is
to our
about
audio?
2.5 kilometers below station and just about 7 kilometers behind it.
Is that me or is that them?
Dragon up until it is about 400 meters.
Let's see if that's me or if that's them. Refresh that.
Inside one of those 2 safety zones around the station that requires a set of go, no go pulls with the different control teams. The first zone is called the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary shape measuring about 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, which is essentially a large 3-dimensional oval. Before Dragon is given permission to move inside the ellipsoid, referred to by the teams as the AE, it is configured to be on what is known as a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control...
SpaceX for update and burn briefing.
If Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its...
Go ahead, Jay.
...trajectory would move inside the approach ellipsoid.
Okay. For suit doffing, we're still waiting for cabin to be below 25C and trending down. It looks like it's on the way there, but not quite. And the second item is during the burn, we may have intermittent comm and due to pointing, and this is expected.
We're just listening.
Okay, copy the cabin temp and suit doffing and intermittent comm during the burn.
Good read back, and we are go for the phase burn. Looks like it's in about 12 minutes.
Dragon, go for the phase burn.
We're just getting a couple of quick updates. They're still wearing those suits that they've been in since we saw them suit up in the O&C building several hours ago. Once temperature just comes down inside the cabin a little bit, they'll get to go to doff or just take their suits off. And you just heard we're less than 12 minutes now from that first burn called the phase burn. Getting back to where we're going to be tomorrow, though, once Dragon arrives at just 400 meters below the station, it's going to be what's known as waypoint 0, and that's the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold at 400 meters, or it can continue on if all the systems check out, and then it'll begin the approach to waypoint 1. By this point, the teams will do a go, no go for Dragon to move inside the keep out sphere. It's another one of those zones around the station, and it's an imaginary sphere with a radius of about 200 meters. It's just another chance to confirm all the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before we move it in really close to station. And it carries a similar requirement to the AE that Jesse talked about, where if Dragon lost all control of its thrusters, it would not go inside of that sphere for at least 4 orbits or about 6 hours instead of the 24 hours for the approach ellipsoid.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out in front of the station, pausing at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the docking port. Bob and Doug are headed to the forwardmost port of the International Space Station, the Node 2 forward port. That is where Dragon docked last year on the Demo 1 mission and where one of the 2 international docking adapters is located. These were installed for new commercial spacecraft flights and any other future spacecraft that also use the international docking standard.
Before moving into the final waypoint, the crew will execute their second manual flight test, except this time they'll be in what we call the near field. That just means they're close to the station. The crew will actually command a hold when they're 220 meters away from the station and conduct a series of maneuvers. So it'll be Doug and Bob at the controls. First, they'll fly Dragon to the center line of the docking approach, just precisely lining it up with that docking port. Then they'll do a number of translational maneuvers, so using the Draco thrusters on Dragon to move it around the different axes. And then they'll always be checking in with the ground on how much propellant is used. Again, translational is just you're moving back, forward, side to side. When we refer to attitude maneuvers, it's where you're pointing. But once they're complete with that, they'll transition control back over to the Dragon flight computer to resume that automated docking.
And once Dragon is only 20 meters away from waypoint 2, that the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter. Dragon will then fly in and make contact with the IDA, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to the station. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come about 2 hours following docking.
We're going to be here with you the entire way, and again, it's going to be a 2-team effort once Dragon gets really close. So why don't we jump over to Gary, International Space.
Oh, what's going on with
Houston.
their audio?
It's got to be exciting seeing that launch and knowing that they're on the way to you. How's the team doing, Gary?
I don't, the stream's not buffering, it's just their audio that's buffering.
Dan, there is allotment from the room. We are closely monitoring Dragon's few burns that are coming up here. You both did a great job of describing some of those from the International Space Station.
All right, let's see. Yeah, you look like you're teleporting. I know. I have no. I wish I could say. I wish I could tell you what's happening with my camera. Maybe when I do my longer intermission, my dinner intermission before the press conference, because we got 2.5 hours before the press conference. There's a phasing burn coming up as well, but maybe when we do that bit of an intermission, I'm gonna try to reinstall the camera drivers or something, because I don't know why the camera keeps disconnecting. It's not the camera itself. The camera is functioning. It's the software on the computer that's connecting the camera. So I don't know what the deal was, but one thing I did want to tell you about, because you may not know about this if you've been watching this the whole time, but let me get this pulled up here, because it's kind of exciting and I just did it. This is the SpaceX web store, shop.spacex.com. You can buy some pretty awesome things there, shirts and things like that. But guess what else you can buy there, which I just bought? The Demo-2 dinosaur. What? The Demo-2 dinosaur. Look at that. You can buy one of those. I just bought one. Demo-2 dinosaur. Look at that. Go check if you want to get one. Check it out. Shop.spacex.com. Space Dino. I thought it was a dragon, but it's not. Apparently it's a dinosaur. Shop.spacex.com. How awesome is that? That's pretty cool that they've got that there. Whew, all right. We're going to try A lot of nice comments. Shandy, you really did an amazing job keeping us all informed. Thanks for the hard work. Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys all stuck around. This was a crazy day. Will it go up on one of your weather balloons? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe we'll send it up on a weather balloon. Oh, man. They did, well, they didn't show the landing of the booster. It cut out. I mean, that's pretty normal. The camera's cut out because the satellite dish shakes as the booster comes in.
Thank you, Gary. Now joining me here in Hawthorne, though, we'll get her.
Let's see.
Mic'd up and everything, but SpaceX's Kate Tice, who was with
Kate
us for
Tice.
Demo 1. We got to do the splashdown together. Now we're going to do kind of that initial flight on orbit with Bob and Doug. So, Kate, thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Kate
New host.
Tice. I'm a senior engineer here at SpaceX. Really excited to be joining you for the Demo 2 webcast here with Dan, like he said, in front of mission headquarters here in Hawthorne. So, like he was saying before, Dragon is going to be performing a couple of different things going on in the next few hours. We're going to have 5 major burns, but at the moment, we are coming up to the first burn, which is the phase burn.
And that's going to be, again, the first firing of those thrusters, those Draco thrusters. It'll be using both the forward bulkhead, so the ones that were uncovered by that nose cone, and also the ones around the service section or around kind of the bottom portion. And we've been looking at our timeline, and it's expected to last about 492 seconds is what they have it in there. So it's going to be a fairly long firing. And again, these are done just to gradually raise up the orbit. So essentially what we're doing is we're waiting until we're at the highest point of our orbit over the Earth. We're firing the thrusters, and that raises up the lowest point of our orbit. And then we just circle everything out with what we call a co-elliptic burn once we get back to that other side of the orbit. So they're going to just gradually do that over the coming hours until they're at the International Space Station. And then it's time for docking.
Yeah. So, like Dan said, we have a total of 12 a total of 12 Draco thrusters on board of Dragon. In addition to the 4 bulkhead Draco thrusters, which we'll be using upcoming, there are 12 more Dracos in the service section, which is the area along the lower part of the Dragon capsule. These will be used in every burn and are primarily there to help maintain Dragon's attitude, which is especially important when doing the finely tuned approach into docking. Now, they can also be used for smaller translational maneuvers, but right now we're approaching the phase burn, and that should be about 3 minutes.
Yep, so we're just going to continue to stand by, wait for that phase burn. That'll be the first major on-orbit event since they've done all of their checkouts and the nose cone is open. And then we'll be standing by. We should be having the first manual flight test coming up in just about 50 minutes from now, if everything goes well. So that'll be our first chance to watch Bob and Doug actually fly Dragon. And so, I mean, that's going to be really cool. Again, it's designed to fly itself the entire time, but it's the crew has the ability to step in should they need it, and they'll actually be stepping in and taking control. So they'll be flying a brand new spacecraft for the very first time.
Yeah, something that I like to remind my friends and family, as we've been leading up to this launch for the last several days, this is a demonstration mission. And so like that far field manual flight test that we'll have coming up a little bit later, Bob and Doug, they're test pilots. This kind of mission is what they live for. If I remember correctly, it was 1981. Shuttle Columbia was the last time that we tested a completely new vehicle. So it's been a long time since anybody has had the opportunity to do a test flight like Bob and Doug are doing today and will be continuing to do for the next 19 hours. So that opportunity for them
Dragon SpaceX for suit doffing plan.
That opportunity for them to take control of the Dragon capsule if, for some reason that they need to. That is one of the test objectives.
Yeah, we're right now, cabin environments are stable. Our plan is to give you the go for suit doffing after the phase burn. And we are seeing Draco Orbit 2, Draco 4 is a little bit a low temperature out of family. We're not tracking any immediate concerns, but just wanted to make you aware that we are looking into that.
So we got bad off-family temperatures on Draco 4, it sounds like. Draco would be one of the thrusters, not the Super Dracos.
Okay, copy that, SpaceX. We'll plan on suit doffing after the burn, and then the Orbit 2 Draco 4's low temp.
Good readback.
So, that's Draco 4 That would be one of the Draco engines, the Draco thrusters that they use for on-orbit maneuvers. So they use those Draco thrusters to do all the burns and on-orbit maneuvers and things like that. And it sounds like one of them is not the correct temperature. But it's not a concern, but something they're tracking. So a lot of people asked where Elon was. Elon was expected to be in launch control at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. He was there on Wednesday. Don't know if he was there today. I assume he was. Like, why wouldn't he be there? He was there on Wednesday, although we didn't see him on camera anywhere. We didn't see him in the astronaut suit up. We didn't see him post-launch. We didn't see him pre-launch. So I'm assuming he was there, but we didn't see him anywhere. Did they give the capsule name? No, I don't think they gave us a capsule name yet. A couple people asked about the... Yeah, I don't think the capsule was named yet. A couple people asked what happens to the second stage. The second stage will be deorbited, and it will break up and burn up into the atmosphere. We should be in...
We have confirmation the first burn is in progress. Again, this is the first of the 5 major maneuvers. This one's called the phase burn. Using those forward bulkhead thrusters. So just those 4 Dracos at the very top underneath the nose cone to do these, what we call Delta V maneuvers. So just big changes in velocity that we're going to do to gradually raise this orbit up over the coming hours. So we're watching some of the screens. We're able to see the burn is in progress. It's expected to last for several minutes. So we'll just keep an ear out, make sure that everything goes well, and then we'll get a report pretty much the same time the crew does on how the burn goes. So we're really just looking for those words, good burn, after it's complete.
Like we said, this is the first of 5 major burns that we will be performing over the coming hours. So this is basically the first major step in the free flight of Demo-2.
Expected loss of signal, Diego Garcia.
So yeah, they are performing their first free flight. I mean, this is autonomous yet. They're not manually flying yet, but this is autonomous flight, meaning the computer's flying. A couple people commented about how chill the astronauts were during ascent. I mean, that was kind of crazy. They were just like, yeah, we're flying. We're astronauts. We can do this. It was insane. Do you know why no other platforms than 39A can support Falcon 9? Is it you? Well, that's not true, Simon. There are other platforms that can support Falcon 9. Falcon 9, the rocket, can be launched on 39A, Launch Pad 40, and 4 East over on the west coast at Vandenberg Air Force Base. What can only be launched on 39A is Falcon Heavy and Crew Dragon.
SpaceX for awareness, burn is nominal so far.
All right, we have confirmation that burn is nominal thus far.
Burn is nominal. Oh, there goes the camera again.
We concur, thank you.
The camera is not nominal.
Again, Bob and Doug have insight into how this is going the whole way, just through those touchscreen control panel.
So, yeah, Falcon 9 can be launched on 3 launch pads. But Crew Dragon and Falcon Heavy can only launch on 39A. Crew Dragon, because that's the only place they have a crew access arm. Really, that's pretty much it. And Falcon Heavy, because it's the only place where they have the capability to support all 3 boosters that are attached. They've got the strong back that'll support all 3 boosters. They've got the infrastructure to fuel all 3 boosters, things like that. So it's just, those are the only 2 things that can only go at 39A. But Falcon 9, just the regular single-stick Falcon 9, can go at 39A, Pad 40, just a little south from there, or 4 East at Vandenberg. Oh, man. So we've also got, so phase 1 burn sounds like was good. I don't know if it's done yet. I wasn't sure. And
now joining, we are 3 minutes 45 seconds into the phase burn. This is the first major burn You're getting a look inside of the SpaceX Mission Control Center here in Hawthorne. This is the team that's going to be responsible for looking over Dragon and Bob and Doug on their flight up to the International Space Station. We'll have some intermittent video comm with the Dragon spacecraft itself, only when we're over some ground stations and only when we're doing some of these different maneuvers. But right now, we're just continuing to listen in. That first burn's going well. Every single one of these burns is critical to actually making it to the International Space Station. So it seems like a pretty quiet time right now, but I mean, thrusters are firing on the Dragon spacecraft as we speak. They've been doing so for over 4.5 minutes. So we've got a little under 3 minutes to go, I think. Everything's looking good so far.
Dan, I remember during the Demo 1 splashdown or deorbit, basically leaving the International Space Station webcast, you know, we were going back and forth saying that it feels like it takes forever to do anything, and it's the same deal going up to the ISS. Everything is super controlled, very precise, and very exact in terms of timing and adjustments. So, like Dan said, this is a critical moment, and definitely one of the first exciting events that we have in Dragon, as it now is free flying.
And just to let you know, anytime we have video with the crew during the flight, we'll do our best to bring it to you. So we're just getting a quick check-in on the teams in Mission Control and Hawthorne. I mean, these are the people behind the scenes who have done so much just to get us to this day, taking part in simulations and mission planning with the crew themselves. I mean, you're talking countless hours just to really rehearse everything for this flight before we get here, and we're here.
Yeah.
We had that successful launch, which still haven't come down from. That was incredible, and everything has gone smoothly so far. Good initial orbit. The burn started right on time, and it sounds like it's going well so far. We are just almost 6 minutes into the burn, so should be just about a minute or so left.
Like you've heard us say many times on today's webcast, prior to launch and after launch, you know, Bob and Doug have rehearsed every single procedure with the SpaceX team for this mission. So everything that they're doing now and have done all day, despite the unfortunate scrub that we had earlier in the week, was just an extra practice test, which was awesome. But you know, it was nothing new for them. They had rehearsed everything, and same goes with this. All of the procedures that we are running through now, and will continue to run through all through the duration of the mission. Bob and Doug have, you know, they are super familiar with what's going to happen and what they're expected to do.
And we should be coming up near the end of the phase burn. Again, this is the first in 5. The next major one's going to be the boost burn. That's going to raise their orbit up to just about 10 kilometers below the station itself. And so they're just going to get closer and closer in these incremental steps. And you'll see in this graphic that when they do these burns, it looks like they're kind of doing a little bit of a loop-de-loop. This graph is in relation to the space station itself. So on one axis, the Y, you have how far below you are, and on the X, how far behind the station you still are. It's not perfectly to scale.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal burn.
Nominal burn. It's good news.
Nominal burn.
Oh man, it's still crazy to me. Can you imagine, like, the astronauts, all the work they put in leading up to it to finally hit 0, and they launched.
5 checked. And so that was the first one. The next one coming up is going to be the boost burn in about an hour and 24 minutes. Before they get to that, though, we are going to be looking forward to that manual flight test where they're going to be taking the reins and they're going to be taking control of Dragon itself.
Yeah, so in preparation for that moment, I highly encourage you all to check out the simulation that we have on SpaceX.com. It's actually an awesome opportunity for you to test your own skills at steering.
Hey, Dragon, SpaceX, we are disabling cameras, and you are go for suit doffing and on-orbit cabin configuration. Note that camera caps, which will be tethered, can be found in location 8, and cameras are currently configured.
Yeah, so as I was...
Okay, Dragon copy, suit doffing in work. We see that the cameras are off, and we can do on-orbit activation.
So there you go. They're shutting off the cameras so they can take off their spacesuits now. So now that they're in orbit, they're good to go. They're going to take off their suits. Be all set and good to go. So I think I was going to talk for a little while longer. But honestly, like, I mean, I'm still going to be live. But, like, I gotta, like, take a break or something. Because I can't even think straight at the moment. I'm still going to town. So we did phase 1 burn. We're gonna have manual flight coming up. Manual flight test. Astronaut downlink is a question mark. We don't know if the astronaut downlink is gonna happen, and we have the press conference. So I want to take not a crazy break, but a good amount of time break. So I guess what I want to do for that is maybe, let's see, maybe I have an idea. Because I don't want you to think that I left y'all. But I want to take a good break so I can have something to eat, because I've only been snacking on things all day. And I just feel exhausted from the launch. Like, I was just so amped up. I mean, I'm still amped up. It's crazy exciting. And so I'm gonna go take a break to eat something to eat. I'm thinking maybe this might be like a 30-minute break. Is what I'm thinking. We'll do like a 30-minute break. You guys can chat it up. Feel free to join our Discord. Maybe one of our moderators can type !Discord in the YouTube chat, and you get a link to join our Discord if you want to chat with some of the others in our Discord server. We're gonna stay live, and I'm gonna set a timer so you guys know where I went and when I'm coming back. But let's see, it's 4:20 p.m. right now. We'll come back at what are you gonna eat? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm gonna eat. But this was so exciting that, like, I just feel like I need a moment to decompress. Call me crazy, but I feel like I gotta take a minute, like, and a good minute, like, not like a quick, like, runaway. Like, I feel like we gotta get a stretch in. We gotta grab something to eat. And then we're going to come back in a little while. And, I mean, so what we have coming up for the rest of the day here, we've got manual flying coming up. We've got the press conference coming up. And then we've got, and then that'll be it for the day. So the manual flight and then press conference. So I think that's what I'm gonna do here. I gotta have just a break, like, because it's just been, whew, like I just feel like I gotta come off the mountain for a second. So let me see. I started setting this up. We're gonna switch to this intermission, and then I just want to add the countdown timer to it, so you know where I went and when I'll be back. All right, there it is. Okay. So that's it. So I think I have everything set up. I'm going to take a break. It's going to be about a little more than 30-minute break. We'll come back at 5 p.m. Eastern time, see where we're headed. We'll do a replay at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We can chat about, like, what just happened. And then we're going to see the press conference a little bit later too. So, it was just insane that we just finally launched. What did we launch, Jim? We launched
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
It was just amazing. I can't believe that actually went there. So I'll take your questions and everything when we get back. And we're going to take a little bit of a break. Then we'll come back. We'll chat some more. At 5 o'clock, we'll be back. About a little more than 30 minutes from now. We'll watch a replay, talk about what just happened. We'll take your questions. So this is going to be my longer break of the day, but I'm going to leave SpaceX running so you guys can watch and listen in if you're still going. And then I'll come back in a little while. Okay, thanks guys for watching so far, but don't go too far. Don't go too far. Make sure you've liked the video, subscribe to the channel, and because even if you don't come back later, oh boy, there goes the camera. All right, I'm gonna go to intermission. I'll fix the camera while I'm in intermission. We'll see you in a bit, guys. Thanks.
This is expected to be done on orbit to protect for a scrub. And Dragon SpaceX, this is just clarification. This will get us back into the expected on-orbit config.
Dragon copies. Dragon SpaceX prop reconfiguration is complete and expected.
And if you're just now tuning in, you missed the launch, so you might want to head online and make sure you go back and check that out. But Bob Bank and Doug Hurley, our 2 NASA astronauts, are flying through outer space right now after that successful launch just a little while ago. We're going to be bringing you this ground track that you're looking at. You're going to be able to see exactly where Dragon is over planet Earth, and you're going to see a number of different lines, so usually 3 at a time. And so what that is showing is each of those orbits around planet Earth for the Dragon spacecraft. And it looks like it's wavy, but that's because you're taking a globe and then stretching it out flat. And so that's why it looks like, so it is a straight line if you were actually looking at it around the globe. So with that on-time launch, they've already traveled well away from the Kennedy Space Center. They're already downrange, way in excess of 600 miles. But they're going to continue to fly around the planet Earth. They're going to continue to raise their orbit over the next 19 hours. They were successful in doing so with their first burn, the phase burn. That was done.
And SpaceX Dragon for suit doffing. We started a timer for the drying of both suits about 4.5 minutes ago, if you guys want to back us up.
Copy. Timer started for suit drying 4.5 minutes ago. We'll back you up.
And that was the DM-2 commander, Doug Hurley, talking to the core behind us right here in Mission Control Hawthorne. The crew has doffed or gotten out of their spacesuits that they've been in for several hours now, and they kind of hang it up, almost like hanging up your clothes just to dry, and they're going to continue to they have a timer just to know when they're fine to just pack them away. They're not going to have to put those suits on again until tomorrow when it's time to dock with the space station.
Quick, I want to comment there on the view on the right-hand side of your screen. That is, if Bob and Doug were looking out the window, that's basically what they'd be seeing right now. That's a live shot from Dragon, and with planet Earth rotating below it.
Yeah, they're going to continue to make their way up over the next couple of hours. We have a number of items coming up for them, though. We are still counting down to that manual flight test. That should be coming up within the next half hour, and that's going to be Bob and Doug actually taking control of the Dragon spacecraft for the very first time. So that's going to be really exciting. Hopefully we'll get some video inside of the cabin. We'll have video inside the cabin anytime that the crew is ready for us to come on board. And anytime we have connection through ground stations, through SpaceX's worldwide network of ground stations to communicate with the spacecraft.
Yeah, and just real quick, I want to correct myself now that I can see the image a little better. That's actually a live shot from the International Space Station.
I thought it looked like a radiator.
Yeah, for a second I thought it was the Dragon trunk there, but nope, that is the ISS. So that's where Bob and Doug are heading. And like we have been saying so far, this is just the beginning of what is a 19-hour journey for them. So they've got a lot of stuff coming up. Like we've been saying, there are 5 main burns. We've completed the first of those 5 main burns, and they will be going to sleep in a while. Well, they'll eat first, and then they'll get to sleep. And that sleep portion of the mission is actually really important because we need them to be really well rested and comfortable whenever they start doing the approach phases to the International Space Station. So they get scheduled 8 hours, if I remember correctly. Yep. And I mean, you can see whenever we had the views inside of Dragon earlier, you can see that
SpaceX Dragon 4.300 is complete.
Copy. 4.300 complete.
So again, that's Bob and Doug just getting the cabin configured. They're out of their suits, getting a little bit more comfortable, and then hopefully we'll be getting to that manual flight test in just a little while. Yeah, they'll have about 8 hours of sleep scheduled. I don't know how you can go to sleep on a day like today, but I also don't know how they were as calm and collected as they were. So again, you're dealing with some special people when you're flying somebody into space.
For sure. And as we saw from our views inside the cabin earlier, they will be sitting in a sitting position while they're sleeping. Whereas on the International Space Station, they have a flat bed, if you will, that they get strapped in. So the sleeping situation that they have for their ride on Dragon is definitely a little different than what they'll have on their longer stay on the International Space Station.
just to walk you through quickly, we're looking live right now from Bob and Doug's destination, the International Space Station. They are scheduled to dock tomorrow, with that initial docking coming at 7:29 a.m. Pacific time. So over here on the West Coast, it'll be 10:29 a.m. over on the East Coast. It's about a 19-hour ride. It'll be 19 hours and 7 minutes if they dock directly on time from launch all the way to that docking. It'll take 5 successful burns to get them in close proximity to the International Space Station, followed by a number of smaller maneuvers during that rendezvous and that final approach sequence. But it's going to be a pretty lengthy trip for them to get there. And again, starting off from Kennedy Space Center just less than an hour ago, I think at this point. Time is starting to all flow together, but already moving in excess of 17,000 miles an hour as they continue to raise their orbit and chase down the space station. And once they get there, they're going to be joining the Expedition 63 crew already in progress. There's NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy's the current commander. He's on the right there of that photo. And then he was joined right now by 2 Russian cosmonauts, Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner. They've been on board since they launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just several weeks ago. Right now, only a 3-person crew on board. That's one of the major reasons we wanted to get this commercial crew capability online, because we're no longer flying 4 Soyuz spacecraft a year. We're only doing 2 a year. And so we need these commercial spacecraft, Dragon now in orbit, and eventually the Boeing Starliner to begin carrying larger crews up to orbit. So they're going to be joining them. Chris Cassidy, the current commander of the space station, is going to welcome Doug and Bob on board. They'll be residing inside what we call the USOS segment. It's kind of the half of the station.
Dragon SpaceX for suit drawing, low priority.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we just wanted confirmation that you are drawing suit 1 or suit 2 and seat 1. Just because we're not seeing telemetry from umbilical.
Yeah, that's affirmative. Suit, my suit from seat 2 is in seat 1, and it's hooked up, and we've verified airflow.
Copy, thanks.
And at this point, the crew is out of their suits and they're drying them, so they're actually reconnecting them to the umbilicals of the seats that they're not using. You heard them refer to seats 2 and 1. If you were looking inside the Dragon capsule, it goes seats 1 through 4 from right to left, so it's a little backwards. Doug Hurley is in seat number 2, that's the commander's seat. Bob Behnken seat 3, that's the pilot's seat for this flight. And obviously, nobody in seats 1 and 4 on this way uphill, but they are getting their suits connected to the umbilicals, which can provide communications when the astronauts are actually in the suit, but you can actually flow air into the suit through that umbilical, and they're just using that to dry it out now that the crew's not wearing them and they're comfortable on orbit.
Yeah, I can imagine that despite that airflow going through the suits throughout the entire time of leading up to launch and launch itself, I can imagine it's still, with the adrenaline and their hearts pumping, I imagine it might have gotten a little sweaty in there anyway.
Yeah, doing a little bit kind of like hanging your laundry in space almost, but they're going to be out of these suits for the next several hours. They'll be able to get a little bit more comfortable in the Dragon capsule. They will be wearing them again when it's time to dock, though. We typically have astronauts suit up anytime they're in a dynamic operation, so that's obviously a launch, anytime you're docking or undocking from a spacecraft, and then definitely on that re-entry and landing.
Yeah, so as you've heard us say before about these suits, they are custom made for Bob and Doug, so there's really no chance that they might be able to put the other ones on, like their name is stitched on it for obvious reasons, but these suits are highly intelligent and highly functional, so even though they naturally will be more comfortable out of the suit, they have said that the suits themselves are pretty nice to sit in, and as you can see from today's events and the launch attempt that we had before, they do spend quite a bit of time in those suits. So yeah, they are custom made for each individual astronaut, made here on site in Hawthorne, California, same building that we build the rocket, and same building that we build the spacecraft. So pretty cool to see of that piece of hardware itself now in action, finally in Dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about how the suit is almost like a mini spacecraft itself, and we always say that when we talk about when crew members go out for spacewalks, because that suit is kind of self-contained to have all of the breathing air, things like that, just in case they need it. Specifically for these flight suits on Dragon, they're going to be most needed if you have a depressurization, so just a loss of cabin pressure inside of Dragon. They're able to be in their suits. They can get pressurized nitrox or even pure oxygen if they are depressurized, and their suit will be at a lower pressure, because if you put the suit up all the way to 14 psi, it'd be kind of what we look at when you talk about wearing the large EMU, the great big white suit that we wear for spacewalks. Pressurizing that all the way up to atmospheric pressure would be you in a giant balloon where you probably wouldn't be able to move your arms very easily. So when you're in a suit and it's pressurized, you're typically at a much lower PSI. I'm not sure what the SpaceX suits are at, but our EMUs are at about 4, and then you have to up the oxygen content in what you're breathing just to make sure you're still getting enough. So they'll be able to flow pure oxygen into those suits if required.
Yeah, so just as a quick update, in case if you are just joining us, we have obviously lifted off. Bob and Doug are now on their way to the International Space Station, probably about an hour and a half into what will be a 19-hour journey in chasing down the space station. And we are approaching what is known as the Far Field Manual Flight Test. And this is basically the opportunity that they'll have to take back control of the Dragon capsule and just perform the ability to pilot it manually. Dragon is a fully autonomous spacecraft, meaning that it drives itself. It is highly intelligent. The flight computer makes all the calls using all the inputs from the sensors and the data that it receives. And so realistically, this is meant to be a fairly hands-off flight to the International Space Station. But in the event that for some reason Bob and Doug need to, or whichever astronaut is on board Crew Dragon might need to take manual control, the Far Field Manual Flight Test, which we have coming up in just a few minutes actually, is what we will be doing to basically complete the test objective for this mission, saying, yeah, that is absolutely possible to do.
Yeah, it's right there in the name. It's a demonstration mission 2, which on demonstration mission 1, we didn't have crew members, but did a lot of tests of Dragon's maneuverability, even testing an abort when we were on that final approach and docking. And so Bob and Doug are really just on board to really put it through the ringer, to put all the systems through and check them out that would require a crew being on board, because this will be that final test before NASA looks to certify SpaceX to begin those regular crewed flights to the space station. So we're talking about those 6-month to year-long missions with crew members living and working in space. And we're looking at doing that later this year, as soon as we're wrapped up with Demo-2, as soon as a month after Bob and Doug return. We'll be looking for that next crew to go up, 3 NASA astronauts and 1 from our partner agency, JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency. So things aren't slowing down. We're just at the very start of this mission. It's hard to think that we're already thinking forward to the next one this quickly, but that's just the nature of the business right now. Things
Absolutely.
are definitely picking up in space.
Yeah, as SpaceX engineer myself, part of my job is to help NASA come in and certify the hardware that we're building. So I have been inside of the capsule that's now in space. I've been inside the capsule that, as Jessica Jensen mentioned earlier in the webcast, earlier this week was just in the Dragon clean room, which is down the hallway from us here, which is now in a different building for it to complete high pressure testing. But as someone that has spent the last 5 years working for this mission that we're executing today, it is so surreal to now be performing the parts of testing, of demonstrating with the astronauts. I still remember hearing the comms check on Wednesday of, just pre-flight, making sure that all different the key players in the mission were able to communicate back and forth, as well as to Bob and Doug. And I just got chills whenever I heard that tone of them communicating back and forth to mission control.
Yeah, well, it was great to see them get off the ground today, and hopefully we see them in just about 10 minutes or so doing this flight test. So we're going to continue to follow along. Again, we're here for the duration.
Dragon, SpaceX for timeline.
Hopefully we get a call on how quickly we get that test right here.
Go ahead.
Okay, just for awareness, we have the manual flight demonstration here in about 10 minutes. As soon as that is complete, you have your go to step into your meal 3, and just to be aware that the boost burn is at 2142. So those 3 events are going to be pretty close in succession.
Thanks for the update. Yeah, we were looking at that. I think we're just about changed, so we'll give you a go to come back on board here in about maybe 5 minutes or so.
Copy that. We'll be standing by. And also at your discretion, you can also de-stow the floater camera. And this is just prior to 2238.
All right, so there you heard it.
Copy that.
Should be joining Bob and Doug back inside the Dragon capsule in about 5 minutes or so, and then we should be seeing that manual flight test in a little less than 10 minutes from now. The International Space Station right now is flying. Let's get a quick look at the ground track. It's flying over the Pacific Ocean just to the southwest of Mexico, about to swing out over the central part of the United States. At the time of launch, though, it was right over North Carolina and actually passed right over the Cape minutes before flight. And we were able to get a couple of images down from the current Expedition 63 commander, Chris Cassidy. This picture is of that pad, 39A, at the Kennedy Space Center with Bob and Doug still on the launch pad, the rocket still there, taken 2 minutes before the launch.
That is
and
incredible.
He was able to send a couple of them down. So eagle eye for Chris Cassidy to snap these. We literally just got these down, so we wanted to share them with everybody. But the space station was flying directly over at the time of launch. We're almost at an hour and a half since launch, and it's already almost gone around the entire planet. Again, it's about to cross over the United States in the next couple of minutes. So that's what they're chasing down, and that's where you can kind of start to appreciate why this might take so long. When something is moving that quickly around planet Earth, it's not as easy as just kind of getting your car and going a couple miles. It takes a lot of energy, which means a lot of fuel, which can mean a lot of time to catch up to another spacecraft already in orbit.
Absolutely. And the fact that it is in orbit, the International Space Station in orbit around Earth, is really critical to understand there, because in reality, Bob and Doug are only going 250 miles up. So that's basically the distance from Los Angeles to San Francisco. So when you think about, even though it does take them a long time to catch up to the International Space Station, it's because it's going so fast, and they have to go around planet Earth a number of times in order to chase it down. But in reality, they are not. They are above Earth only about 250 miles, which I believe is a pretty relatable distance for everyone in terms of understanding just how far up they go.
All right, well, we are just about 6 minutes away from the start of that manual flight test. We'll hang out for a couple of minutes. Hopefully we see inside the capsule again shortly, and then we'll be joining Bob and Doug as they take the reins of Dragon for the very first time.
Yeah, and that timer for the suit drying, we should be getting confirmation of that.
SpaceX Dragon for suit drying.
There we go.
Dragon, go ahead.
Jay, our timer shows about 23 minutes for suit drying, and we're holding in 5 Bravo decimal 7 if you're happy with us shutting off the suit fan.
Yeah, we concur on the timer, and we are go for you to shut off the suit fan.
We should be just about 5 minutes or so from that manual flight test. Again, we're just standing by and hopefully getting those views back inside Dragon with Bob and Doug shortly. If you are just now joining us, we did launch successfully 3:22 p.m. Eastern Time. So it was a flawless ride uphill. We got them right into their initial orbit. We've already done the first of our 5 major burns to get to the International Space Station, that phase burn being done successfully on time. We're standing by for the manual flight test coming up in the next couple of minutes.
SpaceX Dragon, you guys are welcome back on board anytime.
Copy all. Yeah, we'll be setting up for the manual piloting demo shortly.
Okay, so that was Bob and Doug giving the okay for us to turn the cameras back on inside of Crew Dragon. And I did hear in one of the previous commands earlier that...
And Jay, just a quick tag up, the detectors are all confirmed off OFF.
Copy, confirmed off.
I did hear earlier that they got the okay to unstow the floater cams. So maybe if we're lucky, we might get a little bit of a hello from Bob and Doug. Fingers crossed.
It's going to be incredible to see this flight test, though, because, I mean, imagine if you were sitting in the cockpit of like an F-18 the first time somebody flew it or something. I mean, these are test pilots test piloting a spacecraft, and we're going to be looking right over their shoulder, and it's an incredible, like, I'm really excited to see this and to just really be with them their whole flight up to space. They'll have this, and then we'll have another burn coming up in a little less than 50 minutes from now. That'll be the second one. Will be a boost burn to really raise up that orbit as they begin to chase down the International Space Station. Then for the rest of the day, the crew doesn't have a whole lot. They'll have their evening meal, which we'll go through in a little while, and then it'll be time for bed. They'll have about 8 hours scheduled for sleep, and then they'll be able to wake up tomorrow and do that final approach and docking to the International Space Station. So it's already been a long day for them. They've only got a few more things, and then they'll be able to kind of kick back and enjoy outer space for a little bit.
Yeah. And like we said before, this far-field manual flight test that's coming up is the opportunity for them to is the opportunity for Bob and Doug to take manual control of the Dragon spacecraft, just to demonstrate that it is possible to do so in the event that they need to steer it themselves. This is a demonstration mission, so this far-field manual flight test is actually one of our big test objectives for this mission. So that'll be really exciting to see. But touching on the point that Dan said, which, by the way, that test should be coming up in a...
And Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we're back on board.
Dragon copies. Welcome aboard.
All right, so that was the confirmation that we should be getting camera views inside the cabin once again. And there we got them. So we can see they're looking at their touch screens, preparing for this manual test that will be coming up in about 30 seconds. What a sight. I love that we can see right over their shoulders. We can see the screens.
Yeah, it's just incredible. If you keep your eye on the displays, the one on the far left will look very familiar to you if you've done that automated, or not, if you've done the manual docking demo that we were talking about a little bit earlier on the SpaceX website. Doug Hurley's going to be at the physical controls, so he's going to be the one flying today.
Dragon SpaceX, if you are ready, we're going to command far field pointing.
Here we go.
We are ready.
Copy. I'll give you the go after the transition is verified.
So again, they're going to put Dragon into a far field pointing.
Copy.
So they're going to put it into a special configuration just to let the flight computer know that, hey, this manual flight test is happening, and then the flight computer won't be trying to fight it or adjust the attitude at any point during this. And again, all of the inputs that Doug is going to make as he's doing the manual flying, they're not going to send those final commands to the flight computer. So when they're done, the flight computer takes back control of the spacecraft, continues flying on its way to the station.
Yeah, so I would imagine that right now they must be really excited to conduct this test. Bob and Doug are test pilots. This is what they live for. And for them to have the opportunity to test out a completely new vehicle, this upcoming test is certainly something that I'm sure they've been looking forward to.
So we're just going to continue to stand by. We'll get this test started. We'll be hopefully over their shoulder the whole time, and we'll bring you the results after it's concluded.
Okay, Dragon SpaceX, we'll see you in far field pointing. You are go to perform manual piloting test per 4.042, far field manual piloting. The test must be completed by 21:26.
Okay, we copy. We've got to go for 4.042. We'll put that in work and understand the test needs to be completed by 21:26 Zulu.
Good read back.
All right, we're back, guys. How we doing? How was break time? For me, it was awesome. I got something to eat. Laid down for a second, shut my eyes just to kind of decompress. Whoa, that was so intense. I had to come back down. I had to come down. That was so intense. Now we've got hello, everybody. Everybody saying hi. Juan, Rooster. What's happening? Karen. Are they...
This is Mission Control Houston. For those of you watching, Bob and Doug are inside the Crew Dragon vehicle performing the manual flight test. You can maybe see a little bit on the front screens here from the inside cabin. Bob and Doug manually piloting the Crew Dragon. They're in something called local vertical...
No. What just happened? Was that supposed to happen? They just cut away. That was quick. Is this supposed to be this way? I see the presidential seal.
Go NASA.
Where is he? What just happened?
Go SpaceX. Go America.
Where is he? I don't even know.
It was just a year and a half ago.
This was unexpected.
The President of the United States put in his State of the Union address, he said, "We are going to launch American astronauts on American rockets from American soil." And he looked at me and he said, "You're going to make that happen."
I'm not going to.
Here we are, a year and a half later.
I kind of wanted to watch the maneuvers, but.
Of Elon Musk and the SpaceX team, we have delivered. But of course, the president's agenda is just beginning. There is so much more. He turned around and he recreated a moon program.
Do we want to? Okay, I think I can pull this up on the other media feed here.
We as a nation are going to get to Mars, and I will tell you, this area.
I might switch back to this.
Agency we call NASA is excited about.
Let's see.
I want to tell you a quick story. My job is to introduce the Vice President of the United States.
I don't. Okay.
X, Y, and Z.
I kind of wanted to go back to this. I'm not.
As expected. That coming up a little bit closer to.
You guys let me please bail out of this. Yeah. How's this? Better? We're back to here. I pulled up my other media feed.
Closely. Back over to you over in Hawthorne.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I just don't want to.
Hey, thanks, Gary.
I mean, I'm kind of with you guys. I just didn't want to. I don't know. I'm all about a press conference, and I would like to, you know, at some point hear the press conference about the mission. But like, I want to hear the science press conference. I don't particularly care much about the political press conference. So I don't know why all of a sudden they switched over to that. That was weird.
Into their velocity vector, so the direction that they're going. And then the bottom of the spacecraft, or essentially where Bob and Doug's feet are when they're in their seats, is pointing back down towards the Earth. So they're just sending commands to the thrusters, primarily those service section thrusters. There's 12 of them around the lower part of the Dragon spacecraft that are used for what we call attitude control, which is what they're testing out right now. And they're just going to continue to do this. And this is really their last major task for the day.
And it has been a day for sure. After they perform this test, they will have the opportunity to have their evening meal. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but it's safe to say that if I were an astronaut, I would definitely have an appetite right now, and I would most certainly be looking forward to having.
I don't know what that little that little disturbance is. That little.
On board Dragon will be a little broken up over the flight there. I will obviously get a lot of great views of the spacecraft on its final approach to the
audio sounds kind of weird right now, but
which we are going to be looking forward to. Again, it's about a 19-hour trip from launch till docking. We'll be looking forward to that docking tomorrow morning.
Yeah, probably the manual maneuvers. Yeah, I guess maybe that sound is the maneuvers happening. Are we hearing? I don't know how we would hear sound from that. This is such a cool shot, though.
We will be staying on air for the entire time until Bob and Doug hop on the International Space Station. So.
I love this particular shot, especially now that they're out of their spacesuits. Like, it's just two guys just chilling in, no big deal, just chilling in space right now. Just two guys hanging out. Like, that is so awesome. And look at, he's manually flying it. Like, he's touching the manual controls on the left screen there. It's just like the docking simulator. And you can even see he hit the roll program and it's rolling. Like, you can see it rolling slightly. And he's using the thrusters that's translation there. And you can see, if you look carefully, you can see the arrows on their displays moving over, so it's actually like it's changing. I mean, they're flying it. They're moving. This is the manual flight test right here. This is pretty cool. That's the stage that we're at here now. I mean, we're pretty much done with the countdown. I do still have the events thing here that has all the events of the day. It sounds like that.
0 Core 2. We see ourselves down through step 2.6. We'll have some comments on the thermal camera blanking out during the maneuver, which was different from training, but other than that, we think we're ready to move on to section 3.
Yeah, did you guys see the screen blanking out? I saw that too.
Copy. Yeah, we saw those flickers as well, and we are ready to copy your words and copy you're moving into section 3.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and pick up in section 3. Here comes far field coast.
Copy.
And he said it was the thermal camera that was blanking out. So maybe they have another camera too. But he did say that was different than training.
And we're down to 3.4, SpaceX. We're ready for you to command back to far wait.
Sounds like they're done manually flying.
Copy.
Those beeps that you hear, those are called Quindar tones. I heard those way back in the Apollo days. And I'm not sure. I think that they...
And Dragon SpaceX for this place.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is to mitigate a risk for a benign command being sent. We'd like you to go to audio settings from the display you use for manual piloting and adjust the gain setting for seat 1 or 4.
Adjust the audio gain setting?
Okay, that's complete, and I did it on seat 1.
Copy.
I don't know what that means. That was interesting.
And expect the transition to far wait momentarily.
So now...
Okay, copy that.
So, when I was talking about the Quindar tones, way back in... Oh, God, there goes the camera again. Really? Hold on. Reconfiguring for flight. Maybe. Maybe reconfiguring for flight. Hold on. I'll be back. I said I was going to mess with or reinstall that program during the break. I did not.
And this is the team coming to you from Hawthorne. It does look like
But I will do it.
Wrapped up this manual flight test. So again,
I will do it in preparation for tomorrow.
Doug Hurley, the commander of Demo 2, take control of the Dragon
Oh, he's taking a picture with his iPad. Look at that. It's probably...
At this point,
he's like pointing at something, so there must be some kind of documentation that they're doing, that they're taking a picture of the screen so he can send it back to SpaceX so they know what's happening.
Yeah, so as we can see on their screens there, they are completing, and like we mentioned before, we do have a simulation available online if you want to check out what it's like to steer Dragon manually yourself. Just head on over
So I started saying, they're talking about the simulator, iss-sim.spacex.com if you want to mess with that. But I started talking about the Quindar tones back in like the Apollo days, like long time ago. Those Quindar tones were used to like open channels and relay communications around the globe. Back when our technology was a little more primitive. These days, though, we don't really need those. But they still use them. And I think they're just using them. They'd mentioned this the other day on the webcast. I think they're just using them as like an indicator now. So now it's just like something that they're listening for. And when they hear that Quindar beep, then mission control or the astronauts know, oh, hey, time to listen. The mic is being opened. There's things being said. So, oh, what is happening with this camera? It must be overheating.
You're welcome to start your meal at your discretion, we've reconfigured interior cameras to no interior.
I'm gonna let this.
And enjoy your new spaceship.
Enjoy your new spaceship.
Wow, we are definitely doing that. Yeah, let us do a little housekeeping and get a little bit of dinner, and we'll call you back and bring you on board once we get everything cleaned up. But it's been a spectacular spaceship so far. Congrats to the Dragon teams and obviously everybody there in Hawthorne that's done all this work to get us up here.
Thanks, guys. Boost burn is in 30 minutes, and next time you'll hear from us, it will be with Laura.
Just like to say thanks to you, Jay, and Jason, and the whole Ascent team. It was quite a ride. We'll certainly tell you about it when we have a little debrief on board station. And yeah, everybody go home. And one thing, just kind of remember this moment. It's been pretty incredible. And you guys have a great night.
Thanks. You too, and we'll be following along.
So what we heard there, a little bit of back and forth between mission controllers here in Hawthorne, behind me, and Bob and Doug chasing down the International Space Station. We had confirmation that far field went well and that the capsule was put back into its autopilot, essentially. So they will now be starting up their evening meal.
Look at that view right there. You can see this, like the sun reflecting off the
Guess
water.
there was no comment. So like I said, they're going to start their first meal on board Dragon. They have enough food on Dragon for 12 meals, along with the snacks for the trip up. As we heard Bob and Doug describe before launching, the food is similar to MREs, or meals ready to eat, which that's what they consume during their time in the service with the military. So their MREs are essentially prepackaged meals that are ready for consumption without any heating or addition of any ingredients. They, of course, also have about 30 liters or 8 gallons of water up there with them.
Yeah, it's just the food to kind of get them to the space station. Once they arrive on board, all of their food is waiting for them, and they'll be enjoying the same menu that long-duration crew members have on board. It has quite a bit of variety, and it's a lot of thermostabilized or dehydrated foods or irradiated foods. So really just made to be shelf stable, so have a really long shelf life. A lot of the food that flies to station is good for at least 2 years. And they're able to extract a lot of the water from the food before they fly it, which saves on weight. And we all know that weight means more fuel, which means more money when we're launching things into space. Weight is everything. And once they're on board, they can just add water back into the food through special water dispensers on board the station and just heat it up. And they have everything from shrimp cocktail to they get pretty cool holiday meals. I know they always get turkey and stuffing and things like that on Thanksgiving, so they'll just have that once they get on board.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear what kind of food is available on the International Space Station. And depending on your mission as an astronaut, you could be up there for a few weeks or a few months. So it's safe to say that I can certainly appreciate the excitement we see on their faces when they open up a cargo Dragon mission that has fresh oranges, because that isn't really a standard option available to them. So it's pretty awesome that we're able to send them treats like that, that puts it into perspective in terms of what is available and what space food actually entails. It's not all just dehydrated ice cream, although I am a sucker for dehydrated ice cream.
Yeah, coincidentally, the biggest thing that they usually look forward to is ice cream flying up in some of the cold packs on spacecraft like the Cargo Dragon. So always a treat for them. We haven't heard if they're bringing up any special treats for Chris and their Russian crew members, but I'm sure, again, we'll follow along the crew members on their social media, and we absolutely encourage you to do so. Both Bob and Doug are on Twitter, and you can go check them out and follow their entire mission throughout. and just see what they're doing in space every single day.
Yeah, they're also both on Instagram. And I have found that their posts have been really interesting over the last few days. I got a chuckle when I saw Doug post the breakfast, steak and eggs. I always wondered what they would be eating the day of, and what really fascinated me was that NASA has plates. I was not expecting there to be a NASA plate being served to them, and I just thought that was a nice little insight into their life as preparing for Demo 2.
Yeah, the meatball's everywhere right now. It's everywhere.
I personally, I'm a big fan of the Worm. I'm certainly with my co-host Lauren Lyons on Team Worm there from the earlier webcast.
I kind of like the Worm too, although I'm decked out.
We would like to share
decked out in meatballs here today.
Proud to yield the title of the last commander of an American launched spacecraft to @AstroDoug, who with @AstroBenkin has returned U.S. to space from KSC after 3,252 days. Well done at Commercial Crew and SpaceX.
Yeah, and of course, so that tweet comes from Chris Ferguson. He was the commander of the very last shuttle mission, STS-135, which Doug Hurley was his crewmate and his pilot for. Chris Ferguson works with our other commercial crew provider, Boeing, and he's been instrumental in the development of their Starliner, and will be on the first Starliner mission to carry people along with NASA astronauts Mike Fink and Nicole Mann. So really cool. It's really just kind of a big space flight family. We all like it when each other succeed, and so it's really great to see those words from him.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like we said, the crew will be coming up to their evening meal. Like we mentioned before, they are MREs, or meals ready to eat, which is what Bob and Doug both would have consumed while they were serving in the military. So they would be pretty familiar with this. I associate MREs with kind of like camping food, your granola bars, the things that you can just pull out of your backpack and eat on the way. No water added, no temperature changing, just straight out of the package. So yeah, that's about what they should be doing now. As we are, let's get a quick check. We're approaching the T+2 hour mark here in a few minutes. So gosh, I can't believe that we lifted off 2 hours ago practically. Time has flown and stayed still.
2 hours ago.
Time.
Wow.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like it. I mean, in addition to that meal, though, the other major milestone we're going to be looking for is the second of our 5 burns to get to the International Space Station. It's going to be the boost burn. That's coming up at about 2:42 p.m. Pacific time, or in about 22 minutes or a little bit more. So we're going to be looking out for that. We're going to be following each of these burns as they happen, as those are really the critical mile markers essentially on the flight to the International Space Station. After a calculated amount of time based off of our orbital data, they're going to do this.
I'm going to switch.
Beneath the station. We'll have just 3 major burns after that left.
I wanted to switch feeds here. Sorry. Because I'm trying to get rid of that little sound, whatever that is.
And Dragon's final approach to the International Space Station.
Really exciting things going really smoothly so far. We were spoiled with a really beautiful launch and a ride uphill. Dragon being carried into orbit by that Falcon 9 rocket. We've already completed our first successful burn, and that was the phase burn, which was just about an hour ago. It was completed successfully at 1:16 p.m. over here on the West Coast. The manual far field flight test, so Bob and Doug taking control of Dragon, Doug Hurley at the controls, changing Dragon's attitude or its pointing to put it in a very specific orientation, done successfully. And right now the crew stepping into that evening meal, and we're just going to continue to count down until we get that next boon, the boost burn. I've been talking for way too long.
You must be very tired at this point.
Very amped up still. We've got Americans in space on an American spacecraft. They'll launch on an American rocket from American soil. So, I mean, it's a great day so far. And
you got to get it right. That's not the quote.
Ahead of us still.
Tell us what the quote is, Jim. We launched what?
American astronauts on American rockets from American soil.
That's the quote right there.
Looks like they're getting ready to do a handover inside the flight control room here in Hawthorne. And I know the teams over in Houston also getting ready to do that handover.
So I did remove the astronaut downlink event from my
And
list
then
of
on this
events
ground
here.
track, we do just want to point out for you how to see where Dragon is. You can see it pretty much right in the center of your screen over the very northern part of Africa, the small circle with the Dragon capsule in it. So we'll continue to have this up throughout the flight just so you can help track where Bob and Doug are over planet Earth at any given time. And pretty soon they'll be lining up pretty closely with the space station itself, which right now is a couple hundred miles ahead of them. It's actually already over the northern part of Africa, crossing just over the eastern part of Libya, about to swing over the corner of Egypt and then out over the Sudan.
Now what's the camera doing? I think my camera's overheating.
Depending on where you are,
I'm gonna shut it off for a bit.
Along with our journey this afternoon or this evening, depending on your location tonight. If you spot that it might
abstract
be in your
camera
area,
art.
take a walk outside and see if you can glimpse it. The International Space Station is, surprising to most people, it's actually really quite visible to the naked eye. You know, if you're in the right place at the right time, and the sunlight is reflecting off of these solar arrays.
I'm gonna give my camera a minute to cool down.
You might even be able to catch a glimpse of Dragon following it. Like we said, Dragon is chasing down the International Space Station, and on previous instances for Dragon cargo missions, I have been able to see Dragon chasing the International Space Station, and it's pretty darn cool.
Yeah, it's always a surreal feeling to look up and know that there are people.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the magical things about when you see the space station flying overhead. There are people on that thing, and now you might be able to look up. It'll probably be hard with the Crew Dragon because they don't have the large solar arrays able to reflect light, but we'll be getting some really spectacular views of Dragon as they make that final approach tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so I'm still here, even though it says
right now,
intermission.
Things a little bit quiet. We are a little over 17 minutes away from that boost burn. The crew on board, Bob and Doug, moving into their evening meal. And we might have a little bit of chatter between them and the ground over the next couple of hours. They are scheduled to go to sleep, though, wrapping up a pretty long day in a few hours.
That boost burn that we were talking about, we're looking for that to start at 2:42 p.m. Pacific, so in almost exactly 20 minutes.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm still here. I'm shutting off the camera for a minute. I'm gonna try to let it cool down because I think maybe it's overheating or something. But this is where we stand now. We're T plus 2 hours. Oh, there's my camera still. You can see no signal because I shut the camera off, but that's where we stand. I guess I'll go back. I'll go to this view for the moment while we let my camera cool down. But Bob and Doug are having a little bit of dinner right now. Dinner time. Even go back to this view, so get that out of here. But are you going to be live the entire flight? Ask MJ. I will be live. Let's try 30 frames per second. That's actually not a terrible idea to try to switch my camera back to 30 FPS. I might try that. GHK Beetle. I might try to switch back to 30 FPS on my camera when I plug it back in. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Like 750 times today. We've turned it on and off again. So somebody asked if I was going to be live the entire time. No, I'm not going to be live the entire time. SpaceX will be live the entire time. I'm going to be live until after the press conference, and not the press conference that's going on right now. Not the one that we started to see. That's not the one I'm looking for. The one I'm looking for is the press conference. Oh, let's turn this out. The one I'm looking for is the press conference.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're getting a live look at the inside of the International Space Station flight control room. You were just hearing over from Hawthorne that the teams there are about to enter into a handover. We're going to do the same here in Houston from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. That is one of 3 operational rooms that we're going to be using throughout the flight of the Dragon. Now, because of COVID-19, we actually opened up all 3 operational rooms to control the flight of the International Space Station with the ultimate goal of ending up right back here in Ficker 1 for docking. Very shortly, we'll be handing over to the blue flight control room. Last time maybe you have seen this room was during the flight of Exploration Flight Test 1, or EFT-1, the first test flight of Orion back in 2014. The teams here will hand over to the blue flight control room, then to the white, and we'll end up back here for the docking of Dragon with the same team you see here, led by Flight Director Zeb Scoville. Zeb Scoville gave some kind words to the teams here of Orbit 2 that oversaw the launch and took part in this historic mission today, and offered some congratulations to the SpaceX teams over in Hawthorne, congratulating them on a job well done and setting a new standard for the future of operational missions. Really looking forward to not only commercial flights, but ultimately this is maybe what the moon looks like. Now, Chris Cassidy aboard the International Space Station is about to enter into his designated sleep period. He's shifting a little bit from Bob and Doug, entering into his sleep a little bit earlier than the 2 crew members aboard Dragon are. But just before entering into this sleep period, he was able to say some kind words to Bob and Doug, even make a joke, and I'm paraphrasing here, that I think they just wanted to delay so they didn't have to do the cleaning duties aboard the space station today. Saturday is usually designated for cleaning the space station. Bob and Doug taking their time getting to orbit, but ultimately getting up there today. Everything going according to plan. So again, flight control teams here in Mission Control Houston about to hand over to the new teams over in the blue flight control room. We're counting down to the boost burn. We'll be following every step of the way, entering into orbital, into joint operations here soon.
Laura,
Before that
boost
burn, I'll toss it back over to Hawthorne.
Outstanding to hear your voice from space. How are you today?
I am doing wonderfully. I am so happy to be talking to you guys today.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to hear your voice, and we're ready for the boost burn words.
Yes, Doug, SpaceX is go for the boost burn, and you can monitor per your displays.
Copy, go for the boost burn.
Okay, I'm back here now.
And Laura, from Dragon, it's great to be...
We're with you on 2.
Josh, any expectation of changes to the timeline tomorrow, or what's on board we think is pretty solid?
Doug, from SpaceX, are you still with us?
And Chris, as far as we know it, as you see it,
We had a temporary LOS for a teacher's handover. Can we have your words one more time?
We're getting both, like, I think...
Yeah, it's just great to be talking to you and Chris and the whole team as we work our way towards our first bedtime in space.
Yeah, we are looking forward to that. We'll talk about the rest of the timeline in between the next 2 burns, and we'd also like to tag up quickly on the media event in between those burns when we're complete with this first one.
That sounds good.
All right, so let's see. Oh, I see a new Stream Elements just notified us of a new tweet here. What is this all about? I don't know. That's I thought maybe it was the name of the capsule. It's not. All right, we'll see if my camera holds out for a little while. We don't have much longer left. We're waiting for the press conference, the big press conference, not the one that they just did, the one that they kind of switched to. I'm looking for the press conference with like Kathy Leaders, the commercial crew had a commercial crew program, SpaceX representative, which maybe is Elon. Elon was at the vehicle assembly building with the president and vice president, so he is down there at the Cape. We did see him during that. But I'm looking for the big press conference, which I don't think is what they're doing right now. I think right now they're just kind of having a rah-rah celebration at the moment.
We are a little over 9 minutes now away from that boost burn. You heard the oncoming core here in Mission Control in Hawthorne talking to the crew, Bob and Doug.
They've not released the name of the capsule yet. No, haven't heard a name yet.
From that boost burn, in 2 minutes, we're going to hear them do what's known as a slew or a maneuver to the burn attitude. So the Dragon spacecraft will reorient itself to be in the proper attitude to fire the Draco thrusters in the correct direction for this upcoming burn. The boost burn is going to last about 2.5 minutes is the planned timeline for it, and that's going to just raise Dragon's orbit up until it's about 10 kilometers lower than the station itself. It won't be 10 kilometers directly below, but its overall orbit will be at an altitude of about 10 less than the International Space Station.
Yeah, like I said before, that burn is targeted to start here in exactly 10 minutes, and it'll last a little more than 7.5 minutes. But yeah, after this upcoming burn, we'll have just 3 more burns left before we get to the integrated ops operations for Dragon's mission to the International Space Station.
Right, so we'll have this burn, and you heard them refer to a media event. We might be having Bob and Doug bring us inside Dragon just to offer a couple of words, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. It all depends on just kind of how they're feeling for the rest of the day. But they are just wrapping up their first meal. We'll have this burn, and then pretty soon it'll be time for them to actually go into their sleep schedule. They try to not do any of these burns as much as possible while the crew is asleep because you can hear those thrusters firing.
They're loud.
We actually were able to hear what it sounds like when those thrusters fire when we were up in the crew training room. They have this really cool setup where they just have a speaker where they've recorded what those Draco thrusters firing sound like. So the crew already knows what to expect, what they're supposed to be hearing when this vehicle is firing off those engines. So they're going to be just kind of monitoring. They're getting all of their insight into the burns, how it's going, when it's happening through those displays right in front of them. They don't have to do anything. Everything is automated with these burns. It's just Dragon charting the course to station all on its own.
All right, I like, so this is what we're going to do here now. I like, who was it? Karen's recommendation that wants to watch the launch again.
Nope, no comms there, false alarm.
I think that's a good idea.
These burns that we have,
I think we ought to watch
it would be easy to assume
watch the
that
launch
only thing
again.
we're planning for
Let's
is
see, I'm
the
just
hardware.
getting
And now we are taking into account
getting things here set up to
choreography is the sleep schedule and the
watch the launch again. So I think we ought to back it up because I think I blacked out at the time. Oh, it was such a while ago, but we should watch. We should watch the launch again, I think, and bring it down. This was such an exciting moment that I can't even describe. Let's see, we got to get this thing out of the way. The replay, we'll put it up here. We'll put the replay right there.
Dragon is in countdown.
Might even make it a little bit bigger.
Armed for launch.
Because this was so exciting. We just have to. We got to see this again. Because I was going nuts.
Go for launch.
This was so exciting. Let's watch this again and let's just really.
We're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Let's really enjoy this here. I'm gonna turn it up and see if I can not.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Not bounce off the walls. Look at this. This was so crazy. Oh. What happened?
Stage 1 tanks pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition.
liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
I thought I would be okay watching it a second time.
Plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
This is so
Falcon
crazy.
Power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
That's what I'm saying, Jesse. I think it was
We've
just as
exceeded Mach
emotional
1 on the
the
Falcon
second
9.
time.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit. Coming up in about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage. And we have MECO.
MECO.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
Just thinking, how much is at stake there with 2 astronauts on
board? The first
board?
stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second stage.
Stage 2 propulsion is nominal.
And look at how chill they are, just hanging out.
Cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out 2 Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard almost to Canada. Things looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Man, it's great. Like Bob is just sitting there like, just got his
Dragon
fingers
SpaceX
crossed.
nominal trajectory. Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
There's so much at stake here. I mean, you got human lives.
Nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill.
Pretty much the future of our crewed space program here.
That they're using to get telemetry and data back from this.
All riding on the line right there.
Nominal.
That's crazy. I almost want to back it up and watch it again, but at what point should I back it up and watch it again? I still like the landings a little more. I mean, I normally like the landings, but
little over
like
4
this
minutes,
is
40
two
seconds
humans,
into the flight.
2 humans
flying at
on board this rocket.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Already almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory. continue.
It's insane. After booster landing, I'm going to back it up. We're going to replay it again, because I want to watch it again. I keep noticing new things. Yeah, once the first part lands. Yep. After booster landing, we're going to back it up. We're going to watch it again. I can't get enough.
And while they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Nominal
starting
trajectory.
chill for entry burn.
there's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon, still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen.
I mean, it's just so amazing to me that those astronauts are just sitting there like arms crossed, like, yep.
Again, on your right screen is that
Just
first
hanging out.
stage booster coming back.
So we're done.
towards our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes from now, we'll hear the call out SECO. It'll then be a little
Stage 2
under, or a
propulsion
little
is still
over,
good.
a little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
So a question was,
Continuing to check in with Bob and
question there, I don't understand the significance of this launch. What's different from other astronaut launches? So this is different for a number of reasons, but number one, the biggest reason is this is the first flight ever of this brand new crew capsule. In the United States, we've only flown crew on 5 launch vehicles: Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Space Shuttle, and now Crew Dragon. This is the 5th time we've flown astronauts on a brand new capsule. We've only done that 4 other times in our history in the United States. And the last time, we haven't flown anybody in the United States into orbit since 2011. So this is finally bringing the United States back into launching astronauts into orbit from the U.S. So that's the biggest, one of the biggest things. But yeah, I mean, just think this, no human has ever ridden on this, in this crew capsule or on this Falcon 9 rocket. I mean, the stakes are so high that, you know, you have, I mean, it's just, nobody's done it. You don't know what could go wrong. You don't know if it could all go right. Fortunately, everything's gone right so far, but, you know, waiting for that to happen, I mean, you just don't know. And now it's happened, and so this will significantly bring down the cost of launching astronauts, because the cost here is only $55 million per seat versus $87 million per seat on the Soyuz. It'll also increase the frequency, and it'll allow NASA to better control when they send astronauts to space, how many they send. They're no longer relying on Russia to allow them to send astronauts to space. And then, yeah, as Howard mentions, this is privately owned. This is a private spacecraft that was developed by a private company, not developed by NASA. I mean, NASA paid the bill, but a private company built it, tested it, designed it, and now humans are flying on it.
What you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down.
So this was during landing burn. We lost the
Looks like we
signal
lost that live view, but
because
we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
the antenna shakes a little bit, communication antenna.
And there you can see on your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry humans to orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
M1D to recovery 1.
So exciting today.
M1D.
It doesn't stop.
It does not stop.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good orbital insertion, so that means Falcon 9 and Dragon right now exactly where they're supposed to be.
And we need a FRC on Recovery 1.
And it's right at about 12 minutes when Dragon will separate. Looks like
All right,
we
let's
saw
go.
0G indicator.
So we said we were going to replay. Here we go. Let's look at that. There's Bob. He's trying to reach for the dinosaur, the 0G indicator dinosaur. He's just tethered to the seat, so he's supposed to float around, but I think he floated away. Bob can't reach him while he's strapped in the seat. You can see his arms are just kind of like this. From what I've been told, never been in 0G, maybe just swimming under a pool, but from what I've been told, your arms naturally go up. Like, this is the natural resting position of your arms. It's not down here by your side. So when you have no gravity on you, you're like this.
Exactly. So we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now.
Yeah, so we're coming up on 8 hours. This is a good point. I don't know the answer. I've never streamed for this long before. I think that YouTube will allow me to keep streaming. I think, but I don't know. I don't know if we want to do it, if I want to risk it, or do we end it and start another stream, or do we just try to keep it going? We're coming up on 8 hours. I know that if you're watching on Facebook right now, I'm fairly confident that Facebook's limit is 8 hours. And so I think in a moment, Facebook is going to cut me off. So, yeah, I think I'm going to risk it. Sevi says risk it, yeah. So I think I'm going to risk it on YouTube because I think there's a chance that YouTube may allow the stream to continue even though we've been going for 8 hours. If for some reason the 8 hours is old, you can run indefinitely. Okay, thanks, Chance. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I think YouTube... I thought that was an old limit, but I couldn't find any documentation about the YouTube limit. So I think we'll be okay from a YouTube standpoint. I think Facebook might have a limit. So if you're watching on Facebook right now, the stream will probably go dark in about, let's see, we've been streaming for 7 hours and 53 minutes. So just in case, because we're on 5 platforms all at once, YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch, and Mixer. I think all of them are okay, except for maybe Facebook. Facebook might cut us off, but I think YouTube, I think the limit is old, so I think I can keep going on YouTube, but just be prepared if it isn't. I think Periscope, I think I can just keep streaming. I think it's almost indefinite. I think Twitch, somebody said Twitch is 48 hours, so I think we're good with Twitch. I imagine Mixer is the same, and then we've got Facebook, which is the big question mark. So, particularly, the question marks are Facebook and YouTube, particularly the Facebook people. I think at 8 hours, it's going to cut off this stream. If it does, I will immediately start a new stream. So I can I'll just restart the stream. It'll be a new video. You'll have to start watching. And same thing on YouTube. I don't think it will cut it off, but if it does cut off the stream, I have another event and I'll just start streaming right away. So we'll see what happens. I don't really know how this is going to work out. Uncle Bill on Twitch says might not even be a limit for the stream itself. I remember 24-hour streams lost recording after 12 hours during the Ultima Thule flyby. Yeah, that'll be a good question. I don't know. Be interesting. Hopefully my recording is still present. I mean, I'm on 5 platforms. Hopefully the recording is on one of those platforms. Fritz says there's no limit on YouTube, but if it's more than 12 hours, it won't be uploaded as a video. Well, that's good, because we won't be live for 12 hours. Because we're only going to be here for, let's see, it's 8 hours now. Press conference is in 40 minutes. And we'll probably be, so that'll be 8.5 hours. And then we'll be live for like an hour after the press conference. So we should be, the stream total will probably be about 9.5 hours. Woo! Yikes, 9.5 hours. So we're gonna see. I don't know if Facebook is gonna deal with that. So you may have to switch over to a new video on Facebook. But I think all the rest of them are okay. I think they'll let me keep streaming. So we'll see. It's coming up in 4 minutes here. Just have to keep an eye on it. Wasn't a press conference, it was a rally. Yeah, I'm not talking about the one that we already saw. That was not the press conference I'm looking for. The one I'm looking for is the actual like science press conference from NASA with Kathy Leaders, the program director for Commercial Crew Program, all those, you know, the one that they do in the NASA press room with the press and everybody there. That's the press conference I'm looking for. That's supposed to be at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is in about 40 minutes from now. So we're gonna see. We'll find out. We're gonna find out. And I guess I'm gonna keep this replay running for another like 4 minutes, just until we find out if my stream is gonna die. I don't want to start a new replay if my stream's gonna die in 3 minutes. Particularly on Facebook. I think Facebook is the Facebook people that are watching. Just be prepared. You may get cut off. And then after we verify whether or not they've been cut off, we're going to do another replay of the launch because that was pretty awesome.
Yes, second time's a charm.
Right.
I can't believe they just said the weather cooperated. I still can't believe, like, it was so stressful. Oh, coming up to launch and just not knowing what was going to happen with the weather, like, God, that was stressful. Yeah, Twitch has a 48-hour for single person. A channel has no limit. SpaceX is not streaming to their Twitch channel. Yeah, so we are, I think we have some, I think we're going to be okay. Let's get rid of this for the moment. We're going to do it. We'll do another replay in just a second. I'm waiting. We're at 7 hours and 58 minutes. Waiting to see, particularly if Facebook cuts off the stream. So you're Facebook people, you're T-minus 1 minute and 40 seconds until the stream gets cut off, I think. So be prepared to start a new stream. I guess I ought to pull up what I need to start a new stream here. We'll get ready for that. Everything still shows online. So that's good. But yeah. Facebook says I've been live for 7 hours. Well, how does this compare to what mine says? Facebook says 7 hours, 58 minutes, 20 seconds. Mine says 7:58, so it's about 30-second delay to Facebook. Press conference was filled with the... Well, I don't think that was the press conference that we... That's not the actual press conference. They did have some sort of, like, celebratory gathering, but that wasn't the press conference that we were looking for. At least not the one I'm expecting to see. Expecting to see an actual, like, regular press conference with all the press people to ask, like, details about the mission. We're gonna see. We're T-minus about 1 minute to Facebook cutoff. And we'll see if this cuts off. If Facebook cuts off my stream, we'll start a new one. Around T plus 12 minutes, 35 seconds. Uptime, 7 hours, 59 minutes. Ready? Boom, right there's the 8-hour mark. According to OBS, that's 8 hours since I pushed the start live streaming button. The question is it still live? Will it keep going? Nope, it ended. I knew Facebook was going to end it. Stupid Facebook. There we go. Okay, so Facebook is dead. Unable to connect to Facebook. All right, watch this. We'll restart another Facebook stream. Let's see, did it start a new one? Are we back on Facebook? Are we back, Facebook people? Let's see if we're back. Oh, it says we're online, so I think we're back. Sounds like all the other platforms, just like we kind of predicted. All the other platforms were fine. It was just Facebook that had a problem with. Yeah. Yep, that's it. Okay, so we're back on Facebook now. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see. Okay. Hey, there we go, and everybody made it back too. So there. Now we're and we're disco partying again. Oh, jeez. Look at the disco party. What is going? This camera, I swear. Oh my goodness. Is it just overheating? Yeah, 30 frames per second didn't help. 30 frames per second did not help the cause. Oh, the camera driving me crazy. And now I can't get it back. Let's see. It's this EOS utility that I use for the Canon camera that I have. Okay, there we go.
Had that kind of leadership for space in a very, very long time, and we're so grateful for it.
What was it like watching the launch with the president? How did he react?
Oh, I'll tell you, it's obviously something that is near and dear to him. He said it a year and a half ago. He put it in the State of the Union speech.
All right.
He said,
yeah, we're still can't get this. This is what happened earlier. Hold on, bear with me. We'll be back. We'll be back in a second. Oh, technology. It's got to be overheating or something, right? Are we back? We're back. Oh, but we're back, but we're in the wrong settings. Hello. Hold on. All right, I think I got it. Jeez. I swear, this is killing me. This camera. I don't know if we're gonna make it for the next hour and a half. Man. It's gotta be overheating or something. And it's just freaking out the signal. I mean, I don't normally stream for 10 hours, so... But this was happening the whole day. So I don't know why it's doing this. Order you a new one. I don't know if it's the camera. The camera is practically brand new. Camera's not even a year old. And actually the camera that I'm using right now is only like a month old because I have a second one. My older one is upstairs now. But again? Really? Really? You gotta be kidding me with this.
Follow along always on Twitter at @NASA and nasa.gov for mission updates as it progresses. Here now are highlights from the mission so far, May 30th, 2020. Remember
We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to
Eastern
live.
time from Pad 39A, the Falcon 9 rocket delivering Bob and Doug to their initial orbit. We haven't been tracking any issues with Dragon since they arrived in outer space. We've already completed 2 of our burns so far, 2 of 5 that are going to be responsible for getting us to the International Space Station. We did that phase burn just a few hours ago, that wrapping up at 1:16 p.m. over here on the West Coast. And then Bob and Doug also did the manual flight test, so at the controls of Dragon for the very first time, and they were able to complete that test objective successfully, putting it into a special orientation known as LVLH, or local vertical, local horizontal, literally just using the Earth itself as a guide to position themselves as they were flying. Also able to do that boost burn successfully. That wrapped up just about 20 minutes ago. There's another 2.5-minute firing of those Draco thrusters, the second of 5 burns to get us to the International Space Station. Right now, though, at this moment, the crew is still on board Dragon, and they're at the latter part of their day. It's been a pretty long day for Bob and Doug so far, but at this moment, they are just wrapping up their meal. It's the first meal by a crew, onboard Crew Dragon, and we'll see if they let us in on what they were eating when we get inside with them in the cabin in just a little while. The next major milestone coming up is going to be the close co-elliptic burn.
We'll see how long this lasts.
This is just to a little bit more circularize our orbit, so we're going to be a constant 10 kilometers lower than the International Space Station. That's coming up in just under 21 minutes from now. And then assuming that that burn gets done successfully, we'll be 3 of 5 in the bag and well on our way to the International Space Station. And then we should get a chance to check in with Bob and Doug on board.
And just really, really pleased with the mission progress thus far. Like we've said before, launch today, that is not where it ended. Obviously, Bob and Doug are en route to the International Space Station, but even once they, hop on board the space station, it's still not done, right? We got to get them back home. So just as a reminder, while it will be a very long initial day of the mission, it certainly is not the conclusion. So just something to keep in mind. We will be staying live here with you on air, bringing you updates throughout Bob and Doug's journey to the International Space Station over the next, let's see, we've probably got another 15 hours left at this point, 15 and a half hours or so. And so, yeah, really exciting day. Even still, the energy in the building here at SpaceX headquarters is very much electric, given the success of the day thus far. But mission control here is right next to me, to my left. We just had a shift change among the Dragon operators, and we're still going strong.
I know Gary walked us through. They're also doing a shift change over at Mission Control Houston, but I mean, you have teams working around the clock there in Houston and around the clock now for this flight uphill for Dragon. Just some of the voices that you're going to be hearing throughout the launch. Jay Aranja was the core, so essentially the Capcom here in Hawthorne that was talking to Bob and Doug. He's since handed over to Laura Crabtree, who's now on console there, right behind us in the Mission Control Center here in Hawthorne. Going to be talking Bob and Doug through the last couple of hours of their day before they get ready to go to sleep. Again, they have about 8 hours timeline for them, and then they'll wake up tomorrow morning, and by that point we'll be wrapping up those fifth and final burn before we get into what we call the approach initiation. So really, the really close maneuvers in towards station. By that point, they'll only be a few kilometers below and about 7 kilometers behind, and then they'll execute a burn that's going to bring them in really close to the space station. And by that point, we'll also be getting some views from the station, which we're always going to be looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so I think what I want to do, well, while the camera's kind of holding out, I don't know. I mean, the problem is it's a software issue is what the problem is. Like it's not the camera. And I don't believe it's any of the cables or anything. I believe this is a software problem. Because everything was fine on Wednesday. The only thing that changed is I got forced through a mandatory Windows update yesterday, like last night. So I couldn't even, I could barely had time to prepare for it. So, unfortunately, that's something we have to deal with here. But, so what I want to do, we're going to go back. I know I said I wanted to do another replay. We're doing another replay here. We're going back. Let's see, not that far. A little farther. We're going to go here. This is replay. Replay time. Oh, tell me that's not going to work either now. Can't add the replay text? Okay. Man, everything's falling apart on our live stream here.
Falcon 9 is in setup. Dragon is in countdown. FTS is armed for launch.
Well, here, we can add
Under a minute
can manually add a
FTS,
replay,
the
some
flight
replay text.
system has been armed.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Let's get this. Let's get some replay text up here.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Won't be in my nice, fancy replay text, but
Stage
there.
1 tanks pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds.
That'll give us what we need.
10.
Here we
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched. And so rises a new era of American spaceflight, and with it the ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And we heard that 1 Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit.
Man, every time I watch
it, 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage.
Every time, it's so
and
amazing.
We have Miko.
Miko.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
How is it possible there's no shake in the cabin? The Falcon 9,
we
they
have stage separation confirmed. The
pretty
first
much
stage
designed it to
beginning
be a
its flight
pretty
back.
smooth ride.
Being powered by that
So, I mean, I'm sure there's a little shake in the cabin, but it's a pretty smooth ride, especially once you get up past most of the atmosphere, which is where they are at this point. But most of the shake would be from atmospheric resistance. And also, it's not going to shake as much as the solid rocket boosters. Like, those solid rocket boosters that were on Space Shuttle were crazy powerful. I mean, that's where you would get a ton of shake, and then once solid rocket boosters jettisoned, the ride would actually be pretty smooth for astronauts. Once you were just on Space Shuttle main engines, the SSMEs. So, is this faster than the speed of sound? Yes, definitely faster than the speed of sound. They break the sound barrier pretty early in flight. They go supersonic. Yeah, I don't even know where. Very, very. How many G's on the crew? They will experience, or they would have experienced, they're done now, but it was up to, I think, 4.25 G's during launch. The majority of the G's were at the tail end of the second stage boost phase. So right now they're in second stage boost phase. Their G's will gradually increase as they get to the end of the second stage boost phase. The first stage boost phase, I think they were less than 3 G's. And then at this point they restart at like 1.5 G's as they build up speed again on the second boost phase. Why are you so far behind? It went up hours ago. Henry, it's a replay, man. We're just replaying it. We've been streaming for almost 9 hours now. It's just a replay. We're just watching it again. I liked it the first time. I liked it the second time. I think this is our third time watching it again. Just a replay. Yeah, no Space Caterpillar this time, says John. The Space Caterpillar would have showed up on the right here, this camera, by the grid fin. They might.
While they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Didn't see it.
Yep, on your right screen. You
Space Caterpillar, for those of you who don't know, is the little bit of liquid oxygen sometimes comes out the oxygen vent port, which is on the interstage. As they're right before they ignite the second stage engine, they have to do engine chill by flowing liquid oxygen through the engines and all the plumbing and everything. And it'll flow through the plumbing and the engines, and it'll come out the vent ports. And when they separate, there's a hose that runs from the second stage out the interstage. The hose stays with the interstage and the first stage, and then they separate, and there's a little bit of hose there with liquid oxygen in it that will gradually seep out, and it starts to solidify and freeze. And then when it exits the vehicle, sometimes it'll be this long, like partially solidified, a little bit of partially solidified oxygen. So that's what we call the Space Caterpillar, but not this time. You're so laid back for the replay. I have to be. I used all the energy during the real launch. I got nothing left. How long will it take for them to get there? 19 hours to get to the International Space Station.
Stage 2 propulsion is still good.
Was that a brand new booster they used? Yes, brand new booster. That was a brand new booster that they used. They will I don't know if they I think they can use a reused booster, just not a reused capsule. But I don't think they will use a reused booster. I think they're always going to be new boosters for commercial crew. Not 100% sure on that, though. Good question. We're going to get a shirt like yours. I wish I could tell you. I can't remember. I don't know where I got it from. It was a gift to me. What happens to the second stage after it separates? It will flip around. It'll do a burn, a deorbit burn, and then it will re-enter the atmosphere and burn up into a million pieces. 19 hours, really? Yep, 19 hours to the International Space Station. It's doing on-orbit demonstrations. They were doing manual flight demonstrations. 2, they're performing a sleep test where they want the astronauts to test sleeping in the capsule. That's 8 hours. And number 3, it's about orbital mechanics and phasing in order to catch up to the International Space Station. Just depends on the time they launch, the time of day, how much energy they want to expend. So there's a whole bunch of variables at play. But yeah, this was a 19-hour phasing period, which they could go shorter, but this is actually preferable to have this longer bit for this demonstration mission. Because remember, the mission is the flight of the capsule. It's not, I mean, this being on station is secondary. The primary mission was testing the capsule. So they want as much time testing the capsule as possible. That's the primary mission.
Coming up 25 seconds or so away from SECO.
Do they plan the path of stage 2 so it doesn't hit anything? Yeah, there's a published hazard off the west coast of Australia for where the stage 2 will re-enter. And that's where it breaks up in the atmosphere. And it does come in a million pieces, but there's a note mar, which is a notice to mariners to let them know that that there is incoming debris. How are they getting back? They'll get back into the Dragon capsule. So they'll go up to the International Space Station, they'll dock there, hang out for anywhere from 4 to 16 weeks, and then they will, when it's time to come home, whenever they decide what their mission length is going to be, they'll get back in the capsule, close it up, spend a couple hours on orbit by themselves, and then they'll re-enter in the Crew Dragon capsule. Splash down in the Atlantic Ocean.
A live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Let's see, what else? When is Boeing Starliner going to be ready for launch? Is that coming this year? Hopefully by the end of this year, they will launch crew, but they have to, they're going to need to do their demonstration, their uncrewed demonstration flight. They need a redo on that because their last one was not good. A lot of problems on the last one. So they have to redo their uncrewed demonstration mission. That's planned for August, I think. And then hopefully if that goes well, then by the end of the year they could fly crew potentially. We'll see. To miss the booster landing, yeah, cut out unfortunately while the booster landing burn was there. Oh, there's our 0G indicator.
Looks like we saw a 0G indicator floating around there. I know Bob and Doug owe us a little bit about what exactly that is that they brought up with them.
So there's our replay there so far.
And before separation,
how can they travel so far out without any weapons? I don't. What do they need weapons for?
They do ensure that the vehicles.
Do the astronauts have in-flight entertainment? I think they're pretty busy on orbit. Remember, this is their mission. This is their job. They're testing the spacecraft, so they're pretty busy. I mean, they'll have some downtime where they can kind of hang out, but like, they're flying in space. Like, do you really need Netflix if you're flying in space? Like, I think that's enough entertainment. You could put me in a space capsule and just let me float around for 8 hours. I'd be just happy as could be. Not this capsule. I wouldn't be the first one on. I'm not that brave.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over.
Is it? What? Let's see.
24 miles traveling in excess.
Yeah, new loss of signal screen on the of course I Still Love You drone ship. That was kind of new, interesting.
15,000 miles per hour.
Can you tell them to bring me an alien home? Yeah, right. Let's hope the capsule touchscreens don't do a Windows update. Yeah, right. Jeez, especially after my Windows update that screwed up my camera here. Do they just sit until they reach the ISS? For the most part, yeah. I mean, they'll move about. They're free to move about the cabin, but they did do a manual flight test. They already did that. They have a couple of boosting or phasing burns to catch up, and they have to raise their orbit. So they start in a lower orbit. The space station's flying above them. They have to raise their orbit to catch it, and they also have to. So they're doing some boosting burns and phasing burns to get into the right orientation and the right altitude to meet up with the International Space Station as it's coming. So they'll be in a, let's see, can I demonstrate this? They'll be in a lower altitude, the International Space Station will be in a higher altitude, and they'll kind of do like, oh, and then they'll catch up to it. So they do a bunch of those phasing burns. I think 12 phasing burns total, or was it 5 phasing burns total? Can't remember what they said.
Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
And so that's the point that they disconnected from Falcon 9. At that point, Dragon...
First human ride for Falcon 9, and it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
Good luck.
Yeah, so at that point, they...
Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
So at that point, Bob and Doug and the Crew Dragon capsule are separated from the Falcon 9, so Falcon 9 is done. It did its job. Falcon 9 is done. Now it's all on Crew Dragon. This is the part that's very experimental, because Crew Dragon has only flown in space one other time during the Demo 1 mission.
We're monitoring.
Falcon 9, though, Falcon 9 has been quite reliable over the past couple of years. They've got dozens and dozens of flights.
That we have confirmation the nose cone is deploying. So again, that nose cone is going to open up a little bit more than 90 degrees, goes up to about...
What's the point of this? Is it for future space travel? Well, this is, I mean, the main point is to kind of lower our costs to get to the International Space Station, allow the United States better control of when they go to the space station, who they send to the space station, how many astronauts they send to the space station. I mean, right now, we have to pay the Russians to go to the International Space Station, so...
Also heard good activation of the ECLIS, that's the environmental control.
I don't know, Martin, what percent they throttle down when they go in the throttle, what they call it, the throttle bucket, because it looks like a bucket because they throttle down and then they throttle back up, so it looks like a bucket. But I don't know what the exact percentage is that they throttle down to. Has everything been successful so far? Yeah, the only thing we saw, we heard two minor issues. One was the infrared camera, which is on their screen display there. Those little, the screens that you see with the astronauts right there. They had an infrared camera during manual flight, and that was like blanking out at one point. So that was one problem. And then the other problem that we saw was some Draco thrust. There was one Draco thruster that's temperature was out of family, meaning that it was not at the correct temperature.
Where they'll get about 8 hours of sleep a little bit later today before they wake up for all of their final approach. One of the major things we are looking forward to in the next couple.
Oh, looks like we got another burn happening right now. Let's go back to live here.
So they're actually.
Let's listen in. How many people is Dragon capable of carrying? It's capable of carrying up to 7, but NASA will only use it to carry it up to 4. What's the difference between the Falcon and the Dragon? The Falcon
has begun. Again, this is the close burn. We are expecting these Draco engines to fire for about 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes total. So the burn has begun. We'll continue to get status updates on it throughout.
Yeah, so right now, Dragon is firing the 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. And like I mentioned before, we use these primarily to help Dragon in the delta velocity maneuvers that, require bigger changes. There are a total of 16 Dracos on Dragon. The other 12, so we got the 4 that are firing right now. The other 12 are located in the service section. And that's the part of Dragon that is around the base. And those are used for attitude and low impulse translational control.
And right now we're coming up on 2 minutes since the start of the burn. Again, we're expecting just under 10 minutes. If you're watching on NASA TV or on the NASA public channel, we do have our post-launch news conference coming up in just about 5 minutes. So we'll have a number of personnel from down there at the Kennedy Space Center. We'll have Administrator Bridenstine and the manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Kathy Leaders, and then a representative from our partners at SpaceX. If you're watching on along with Kirk Shireman, the manager of the International Space Station Program, and the NASA Chief Astronaut Pat Forrester. Again, if you're watching the coverage on NASA TV, on the public channel, that'll be coming up in about 4 minutes. For those of you still following us along on the SpaceX channels, our operational coverage is going to continue. We have this burn already started. It's the third of our fifth, and we are coming up. We're just past 2 minutes and 50 seconds into this burn.
And if you've stayed with us this long throughout the entire webcast, we thank you. It has certainly been an exciting day, but just another thing for you to look forward to. In about 10 minutes, we're hoping to be able to chat with Bob and Doug and get some views from their point of view inside of Dragon and hear more about how the ascent phase went for them.
Oh, so we've got
this is the first time we're really going to hear from them. They've been fully in operational mode the entire time, talking with the team down here in Hawthorne, so they're going to bring us on board. We heard a couple of the exchanges, even going to give us a look out the window. We should maybe even be getting a sunset, which will be pretty spectacular. But we're going to get to that after this burn is complete. We're almost at 4 minutes since the burn begun. And again, all told, it'll last just under 10 minutes.
So it sounds like we've got the downlink event scheduled for about, it said 10 minutes after the press conference. Starts 10 minutes after the press conference starts. So that'd be, let's see, I'm updating my the events list. So we know what's happening here. Here's our events list that we've still got going on. We're at T plus 3 hours and 5 minutes now. We've got the press conference coming up any minute in about 2 minutes. Oh, there goes the camera again. Let's fix the camera. There, back. Quick fix this time. I swear that camera is just driving me nuts. You need a better no signal screen. This was not planned at all. If I knew this was going to be an issue, I would have planned a better no signal screen. But yeah, I don't. I didn't plan that out, because this was not a problem on Wednesday. On Wednesday when we did this, it didn't do this. Let's see. What else did we... Oh, so the press conference, we need to pull that up.
All right, we're a little over 5.5 minutes into this burn. Again, right now we're doing the close co-elliptic burn. So the highest point of Dragon's orbit at this point brings it about 10 kilometers lower than the International Space Station's altitude. Not directly below it at this point. We're still pretty far behind it, but we'll be about 10 kilometers below. This burn is just to raise the lowest part of Dragon's orbit, the perigee, up until we'll be on what's called a co-elliptic orbit. So our orbit is at a lower altitude, but it maintains pretty much the exact same lower altitude as the International Space Station. So we'll be on an elliptical orbit, so not a perfect circle, but we'll be at a steady 10 kilometers lower than the space station itself. And this will be the third of those 5 burns. This will be the last one we do for about 10.5 hours, because after this one, the crew will be getting ready to go to sleep. And then right around when they're waking up, we'll get into the 4th and 5th burns, the transfer burn and the final co-elliptic. And that'll put us well within reach of the International Space Station. And we'll be starting all of that approach, rendezvous, and docking. So everything going well so far. We're 7 minutes into this burn. Should be just a little over 2.5 minutes to go, and we'll be standing by for confirmation of good burn once it's complete.
Based on our global tracker, it looks like Bob and Doug are now traversing over Southern California. They just came out of the Pacific Ocean and now over land. So I'm very curious to see what kind of shots we're going to get during our little tour of Crew Dragon.
Should have gone outside and waved.
It's not too late. It's probably too late.
Yeah, they're moving nearly 17,000 miles an hour at this point. Again, pretty much the same speed as the International Space Station. They're starting off a good ways below it and a good ways behind it. But in 19 hours from launch to contact with the station, that's all it's going to take for them to get to their new home for the next several months. And we just crossed 8 minutes into the burn. Again, this all told will be just a shade under 10 minutes.
The completion of this burn will be
Our press conference should be starting here soon.
Crew Dragon will be performing again.
We're going to listen to at least part of the press conference. If Doug and Bob, I'm going to keep an eye on the SpaceX stream, because if Doug and Bob go live, we're going to switch to Doug and Bob. If they start the Astronaut downlink event, then we'll switch to that. Let's see. Well, I guess we'll switch to this one. We don't really have a view right now. But if, so we got the press conference, which should be starting any second. And then the Astronaut downlink, which will basically be a live feed from Doug and Bob. If that starts, they said it was going to start in about 10 minutes. So if that does start, I'll cut away from the press conference, because I'd rather see Doug and Bob, to be honest. And we'll see what they have to say.
Normal household things you do, they're also doing them in space, and it's really just an hour for them to get ready, and then they'll have a hard scheduled 8 hours. They won't probably fall asleep right at the start of that sleep period, but they get 8 hours until they wake up.
Will there be people at the space station? Yes, there's pretty much, well, not pretty much. There is always somebody at the space station.
Harkening back to our Space Shuttle days, so we'll have...
When will they be linked up with the ISS? T plus 19 hours, so it's going to be another 16 hours from now before they dock to the space station.
And we're standing by for the finish of that burn.
Dragon SpaceX for closed burn performance.
Can you see the burn without a telescope?
Go ahead, and you're a little bit weak.
Oh, hold on.
Copy. How now?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, so the closed burn is complete and was nominal, and I have a couple more words for you on the media event.
Okay, copy. Nominal burn. Go ahead.
The request is for the 2 task lights in 2 and 3, so your task lights for your seats, to be turned off prior to the media event. And additionally, we have a request to talk about the 0G indicator that you guys took on board with you.
We already had that in the script. And the task lights are off. Thanks.
Copy, thanks.
They're talking about the 0G indicator. Which...
And we are ready anytime. If you guys want to do the count, it looks like the ground station will be up in about a little over a minute. Just let us know.
Yep, we will give you a call.
It looks like, actually, it looks like the 0G indicator is already sold out. Which means I'm kind of happy that I got my order in quickly.
All right, we had a successful close burn, so that's 3 down, 2 more to go. But we won't get to those until tomorrow when it's time for the crew to wake up. That's going to do it for me for now. I'm going to hand off to my colleague Leah Cheshire, who's going to be hanging out with Kate and everybody else following along as we get ready for the crew to go to sleep. First, we're going to have that really cool media event. I just heard they plan to tell us what that 0G indicator, some of you might have seen a very sparkly dragon floating around inside the capsule. We're finally going to figure out what that is. So I'm signing off, but I'm going to stick around just to watch that because I still don't know, and I really need to know. But it's been an amazing day. It was an amazing launch. I'm going to be back when it's time to dock. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us. You're in great hands with Kate and Leah for the next couple of hours. I'll see you soon.
All right, see you in the morning, Dan. So like you said, we're going to be stepping into a little media event. This will be the first opportunity that we've had to hear from Bob and Doug in non-procedural communications, basically meaning that everything we've heard from them have been pretty to the T in terms of, hey, this is what we're doing, this is how we're feeling. This little event that we have coming up, we'll be able to see the Dragon crew capsule from their perspective and get a little bit more info about how they felt on the way up.
Yeah, so they did have, for a little while, I'm looking at it now, they had the zero-G indicator. I showed it on stream. They had it for sale in the SpaceX shop. But it is no longer for sale. It must be sold out already. That's a shame. I did get an order in, which is kind of nice, so I should hopefully be getting one. I got an order confirmation. We'll see if I get one. Press conference is starting. Yep, I do see it here on my screen. They're starting. They're just kind of playing a little bit of a recap here. But it sounds like Doug and Bob are going to do their live media event in just a minute too. So let's I guess we'll switch over to here and I'll keep an eye on. So this is going to be the press conference. I'm going to keep an eye on the SpaceX stream for Doug and Bob's media event that they're doing. Here we go, press conference.
I'm Bettina Klein with NASA's Office of Communications. What a day. We are here to discuss the NASA SpaceX Demo-2 mission and the return of U.S. human spaceflight from American soil to the International Space Station with astronauts Robert Behnken and Douglas Hurley. The Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Falcon 9 rocket lifted today from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center at 3:22 p.m. Bob and Doug are now safely on their way to the International Space Station. To talk more about this historic mission, we have a great panel of guests, starting with NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, Elon Musk, the Chief Engineer of SpaceX, Kathy Leaders, Manager of the NASA Commercial Crew Program, Kirk Shireman, Manager of the International Space Station, and NASA Chief Astronaut Pat Forrester. We'll start with opening comments and our presenters. Then we'll take your questions. We'll first start with our NASA Administrator, Jim Bridenstine.
Well, thank you, Bettina. What a great day for NASA. What a great day for SpaceX. What a great day for the United States of America. It's been 9 years since we've launched American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and now we have done it again.
There's one.
I want to be clear, the mission is not yet over. This is a test flight. And so we are at the beginning, but so far everything has performed very, very well, and we are excited about the fact that Bob and Doug, our American heroes, are safely in orbit and on the way to the International Space Station. So I just want to say congratulations to the NASA team. Congratulations to Kathy Leaders, who's been on the NASA side leading our commercial crew program all along, and you and your team.
Hold on, Jim.
7, 8, 9.
We're getting this too.
10, 11.
I don't know which one to watch.
13, 14.
I mean, he's just counting.
15.
But I think this is.
And Dragon SpaceX, we will give you a call when we're ready.
Dragon copies.
I don't know which one to watch. We're going to have to go back and forth and switch between them.
So honored and grateful to have really this brief moment in my life to be at the head of this agency. So what an amazing group of people that made all of this happen.
Oh.
Thank you.
Why are they're doing both of these at the same time? So I guess we're going to watch Doug and Bob.
Dragon copies.
So that's way more interesting to me. We're gonna listen to them. And we can do the press conference later.
Well, everyone, welcome aboard Dragon. My name is Doug. Next to me is Bob. You probably know him. We're so glad to be with you this evening and welcome you on board Dragon. Got a couple things we want to talk about first before we kind of show you around. The first is kind of a tradition we've had over the years with spacecraft going way back to the Mercury era. And then a tradition that's been carried on ever since with all our space vehicles, including the Soyuz. We're given the honor to name this capsule. I know most of you at SpaceX especially know it as Capsule 206, but I think all of us thought that we could maybe do a little bit better than that. So without further ado, we would like to welcome you aboard Capsule Endeavour. We chose Endeavour for a few reasons. One, because of this incredible endeavor NASA, SpaceX, and the United States has been on since the end of the shuttle program back in 2011. The other reason we named it Endeavour is a little more personal to Bob and I. We both had our first flights on Shuttle Endeavour, and it just meant so much to us to carry on that name. That's what we decided to go with. So we hope you enjoy that name, and once again, welcome on board.
Hey, we got a name. All right, Capsule Endeavour.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome aboard Endeavour, the SpaceX vehicle headed to the International Space Station. Today, we accomplished the first flight off the Florida coast in quite some time, and Doug and I were really proud to have an opportunity to be a part of that. We're doing it in a brand new spaceship, a spaceship that's a lot different than its namesake Endeavour, the Space Shuttle, in that it has touch display screens that allow us to accomplish most of the interfacing requirements that we have. We'll have if Doug pans over and points at the display in front of me, you can see the forward view that we had during the maneuvers that we most recently did. You can look out the window. It looks like the centerline camera doesn't have a lot of content on it now. We're kind of pointed into space so that the windows can see the Earth below us. But we've got the capability to interface with the vehicle, and it's kind of interesting. There's a command. This little button over here is actually what the commands are for our displays. One thing that does get lost is there is a extensive button panel down below as well. So over on this side, we can turn the displays on and off, as well as send some commands for some contingency situations. On the other side, we have the ability to deploy chutes and things like that on entry. So we do have some buttons, but the primary interface is these displays. So nice, new, modern cockpit that we've got for our compared to our namesake, the Space Shuttle Endeavour. I'm going to migrate a little bit away from our seats here, and Doug from his seat is going to continue to try to follow me so you can tell what can be seen from the seat that he sits in.
Look at him just like slide down.
When he is inside in the vehicle, strapped in, this is what his view actually looks like. You can see a window off to the one side. We each have a window that we can view out and see what's going on outside. That was exciting on ascent for us to be able to see the arm rotate away from the pad, and that's when we both, I think, knew that we were going to launch today. So that was super cool. I've got one on my side as well. The hatch that we came in is the hatch that's right behind me. It is a little bit of a tight quarters, but I'm going to try to demonstrate some of the capability that we have.
You can see him floating around already.
Zero gravity. So I think I was requested to do a backflip. I'm going to kind of do a side spin, which is a little bit of a permutation on that request. So hopefully you can see what it's like to actually float in zero gravity. And Doug and I are super excited that we got the opportunity to do this again today, even before the end of May. So that was super cool. We did it turns out, end up with one stowaway on board our vehicle when we launched today. It was not just Doug and I who accomplished the launch here. We do have an Apatosaurus aboard. We both have two boys who are super interested in dinosaurs. And we collected up all the dinosaurs between the two houses, and Trimmer, the Apatosaurus, got the vote from the boys to make the trip into space today with us. And so that was a super cool thing for us to get a chance to do for both of our sons, who I hope are super excited to see their toys floating around with us on board. I'm sure they would rather be here given the opportunity, but hopefully they're proud of this as well.
That's pretty cool. Now, I think they said they're going to show us out the window or something.
Okay, as we work our way towards one of the windows, unfortunately it's getting a little bit dark, but I don't know if Bob can pan over here. We just passed off of the coast of Newfoundland, and we're headed over to over the Atlantic right now. I don't know if you can get a good picture of that.
Yeah, can't really see anything. Well, it's all reflection. We're seeing back into the capsule.
Anyway, hopefully you enjoy that view as we pass over the Atlantic. And I think with that, we will work ourselves back into the seats and wrap things up for this evening.
Oh, is that it? It was kind of an abrupt ending. Oh, they're back.
So Doug's there, making a nice big smile for the camera. I hope you enjoyed the trip today with us on board the Dragon Capsule Endeavor with our friend Trimmer, the Apatosaurus.
Trimmer.
And Doug and I, we just would like to thank SpaceX, we'd like to thank NASA, and we'd like to thank the American people for the opportunity today. And we're really proud of the entire team that was able to accomplish human spaceflight again from the Florida coast. Just a wonderful experience. Doug and I are just so proud to be a part of it, and just want to thank everybody who gave us this opportunity and worked so hard to make this happen today.
So with that, I think it'll be good night from Capsule Endeavor. Good night to everyone at NASA, at SpaceX, and the United States, and congratulations to the teams that got us into orbit. And we're looking forward to seeing Chris Cassidy and his Russian colleagues on board the International Space Station tomorrow morning.
Good night, Megan and Theo.
And Karen and Jack.
All right, well, there we go. That was pretty cool.
Dragon SpaceX, thank you so much for that. I know everyone really enjoyed seeing Dragon and seeing how much all of you are, or the two of you are enjoying it.
It was our pleasure, Laura.
All right. Well, there we go. That's
in case if you've just joined us, that was our first look inside the Crew Dragon capsule with Bob and Doug. Our first opportunity to hear what their experience has been like thus far. I think I can speak on behalf of anyone that's involved in this program that we're really honored that you guys chose such a meaningful name for the capsule, and we're very proud to have Bob and Doug, our favorite dads in space, on board Capsule Endeavor. As of now, we have completed 3 of 5 major burns, and as you heard Bob and Doug mention, they're going to be going to bed pretty soon. But we have one more thing coming up before then.
Yeah, and hi everybody, I'm Leah Cheshire of NASA, here to journey with you through these overnight hours as the crew is still on their way to the International Space Station. We've got some big things coming up. In about 45 minutes, we'll be looking for the crew to have their PMC, or private medical conference. These are standard for every astronaut flying in space, and they actually date back to the Apollo missions.
Well, we're really happy to have you on board. I'm sure Dan was exhausted. And yeah, like we mentioned before, we're going to be bringing you coverage throughout the entire mission, overnight, yes, all the way through until Bob and Doug actually hop on board the International Space Station early tomorrow morning. It is a 19-hour journey to the station, and at this point we are approaching T plus 3 hours and 30 minutes. So it's safe to say they've got a ways to go, but as we just saw from that awesome look inside the capsule, it seems like they're getting pretty cozy in there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good view. I mean, we got to see the whole thing. We got to see the screens and their seats, which will turn into beds. Mm-hmm. Correct?
They'll stay in they will sleep in their seats, but the seats will keep the shape that they're in currently. So they will be in a bit of a chair position, different than their beds on the International Space Station. But yeah, so those PMCs, or private medical conference, is basically the last thing that they have to do before they get to take a well-deserved sleep.
Yeah, they'll be able to talk to medical doctors, NASA flight doctors, they're flight surgeons as they're sometimes called on the ground, talking through their health and getting the feedback on their current status.
All right, so we've got the last thing I think that I want to take a look at. We've got the press conference that was in the middle of all that. And let's see if we can do this. Let's listen in, see if my camera will hold up for a few more minutes. We're almost to the end. Oh, let's see. We can get rid of that. Okay. So we'll listen in on the press conference here real quick, see if we can hear what they have to say. I'm going to back up the press conference so we can start over again and hear what they have to say here, because we missed the start of that due to the astronaut comments, which was something I didn't want to miss, especially to hear the name. Hear the name of the capsule. Then we got to see. Now we can't even load this. I think I'm starting to fade, and I think my computer is in agreement. It's had enough. It's had enough. Let's see. Can we back this up? Let's hear what they have to say.
So I just want to say congratulations to the NASA team.
This is about where we were.
Congratulations to Kathy Leaders, who's been on the NASA side leading our commercial crew program all along, and you and your team have done an absolutely marvelous job. And of course, Elon Musk and your team at SpaceX. This launch represents the best of everything that America has to offer. But it also represents continuity.
Oh, hey, by the way, Kevin B. Kevin B, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Dean, thanks for the super chat. Says thanks for this. Overlook Horizon Space Balloons. Great coverage. Thanks, Dean and Kevin. Thanks for the super chats. Really appreciate that.
Success after success. And so this is an important milestone for the nation. And I am so honored and grateful.
All right, I'm sorry, Jim Bridenstine. We're going to fast forward.
And then
to be at the head of this.
Oh, I'd like to just acknowledge the incredible work of the people at SpaceX and NASA and everyone in creating this technology, and in what has culminated in this incredible launch today of getting astronauts back to orbit after almost a decade. I think this is something that should really get people, right on the heart of anyone who has any spirit of exploration. And the United States is a distillation of the human spirit of exploration. I think this is something that's particularly important in the United States, but appeals to everyone throughout the world who has within them the spirit of exploration. So, throughout the world who has within them the spirit of exploration. So, I'm really quite overcome with emotion on this day. It's kind of hard to talk, frankly. It's been 18 years working towards this goal, so
the audio is not synced.
It's hard to believe that it's happened. And we haven't quite yet docked at the space station, and of course we need to bring them back safely, and we need to repeat these missions and have this be a regular occurrence. So it's a lot of work to do, but it's just incredible. I think this is something that everyone, this is a craft made by humans, for humans. This is like something that I think humanity should be excited about and proud of occurring on this day.
Off sync.
Thank you, Elon. Well, next, Kathy Leaders.
I don't think that's me, but let me
for humans
bounce around.
Safely dock to the International Space Station.
There we go.
So I am so grateful and proud of our NASA and SpaceX team. They are still vigilant. They're still on console. We're going to stay. I'm going to stay in the LCC until Bob and Doug get docked to the International Space Station, because we're going to stay vigilant until we bring them safely home. Very, very proud of this team. Cannot tell you how happy I am and amazed that we're here today. Thank you.
Kirk Shireman.
Well, what a great day. Very, very great day for human spaceflight. Big congratulations to Elon Musk and the SpaceX team, and of course a big congratulations to Jim Bridenstine and his leadership together with Kathy Leaders and the commercial crew team. Just a fantastic day. Really, really happy to be part of it. A lot of the ISS team couldn't be here in Florida today, but I can tell you they were watching it virtually. They actually had a virtual launch watching party. And
like
they were very excited to see the launch as well. And finally, our international partners. I had the chance to get congratulations from many of my counterparts across the International Space Station Partnership. They have been a big part of Commercial Crew and the SpaceX efforts along the way. Today, they were watching. I can tell you they're all very excited about having their crew members fly in the very, very near future on the Dragon and come up to International Space Station. Today, on board the ISS, the 3 crew members, Chris Cassidy, Yvonne Wagner, and Anatoly Ivanishin, are getting ready to have their additional crewmates on board. I know they're very, very excited. In fact, I'd be surprised if they don't have something really special cooked up for them when they arrive. So we'll look forward to that. There's lots of work to be done on ISS, and I know Bob and Doug, together with the folks on orbit, are really ready to get busy. What you saw today, hopefully what you saw today was really smooth and calm. It's kind of like a duck maybe on the water. It looks smooth and calm, but there's a lot of paddling going on underneath the surface. And what you'll see tomorrow, likely, we certainly expect, is very, very smooth and nominal. I just want you to know, though, it's very, very difficult. It's a tremendous amount of effort on the part of the designers, the test engineers, in terms of the ops planners and the operators and even the crew to go make that happen. So smooth and nominal is actually really, really hard. Anyway, with that, it's been a great day. Very, very happy to have Bob and Doug on their way to the International Space Station, and looking forward to the rest of this test flight.
And Pat.
Hey, thanks, Earl, for the super chat. Really appreciate that, Earl.
Be sitting here in a post-launch press conference, and that's not something you'll hear me say very often. Probably not as happy as Bob and Doug are right now, but I'm pretty happy. And no doubt I have a group of astronauts jumping up and down back in Houston that are pretty happy too, because we promised them some flight assignments, and those are sure to come once we got Bob and Doug up. And so I just wanted to just say thanks to the team for being able to do that, to give these opportunities to our other crew members. I want you to know that I've been living with Bob and Doug in our astronaut crew quarters here over the last week plus, and I have never seen a crew so calm and focused leading up to a launch as these two were. Now, no doubt that has to do with their experience. It has to do with the training. But I really think it's a demonstration of the trust that they have, both in the NASA team and the SpaceX team, to get them safely to orbit. Astronauts sometimes are referred to as heroes, and no doubt Bob and Doug demonstrated that today. But this is the first time I've ever been in the flight control room as the chief astronaut while we were trying to launch a crew. And I'll tell you, accepting risk on behalf of others is a big responsibility. And I was amazed at what was going on in the loops. As Kirk said, there was a lot of paddling underneath. And I want everyone to know that we were surrounded by heroes on the ground that got us where we were today. With that, I think I'll say thanks again for getting our crew safely to orbit. We'll look forward to seeing them dock to the International Space Station tomorrow.
Thank you. So today we have media joining us remotely. So they'll be on the phone and watching on NASA television like everybody else. So to ensure as many people as possible to ask their questions, we're asking our reporters to ask one question to make sure that all of their colleagues has an opportunity to participate in this press conference. Please state your name, affiliation, and whom you're directing your question to. Our first question comes from Miriam Kramer.
Hi, thank you so much. Miriam Kramer with Axios. This question is for Elon or for the administrator or both. I was just wondering, so this launch has often been referred to as a moment of hope for the nation, but it's also happening against the backdrop of protests and demonstrations around the country today. I wonder what you want to say to those people out there protesting. Is this launch for them too? Thanks.
I'll be happy to field it. Look, this launch is for all of America, and we have had moments in time in American history where we've had challenges as a nation. We think back to the 1960s. We think about the Vietnam War and the protests. We think about, in the 1960s, the civil rights abuses and the civil rights protests. We think about the height of the Cold War. And yet we had this moment in time, July 20th, 1969, when all of America stopped, literally just stopped, because we had American astronauts walking on the surface of the moon. And then we repeated that 5 more times. The challenge is the Apollo program eventually ended. But I think what is great about NASA is that we bring people together. Everybody loves exploration. And it's not just political divides, it's also international divides, and it's unifying. And I would hope, I think it happened today as a matter of fact. All of America stopped. I've seen some of the numbers. The amount of viewership on what we accomplished today was off the charts. And so I am hoping that people can see this as something that is bright and hopeful, and that people know that tomorrow is a new day and a better day, and we're always going to strive to do better.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Jackie Waddles of CNN.
Thanks so much for doing this. I was curious, this question is for Elon, if you had heard from President Trump yet and what he might have told you and what you might have said to him about this. Thanks so much.
Well, I've not spoken one-on-one with him. I just essentially heard the press conference along with everybody else. So we've not exchanged any direct comments.
We had a few moments in the firing room there after the launch. And I'll tell you that, sure. The president is excited. Of course, he congratulated Elon and the SpaceX team, and I thought it was a good moment.
Yes, it was with a group of people, but yeah.
Oh, sure,
yeah,
sure.
But yes, he certainly congratulated the SpaceX team and NASA and everyone involved. And yeah, I think this, just to echo the NASA administrator's comments, I think this is a day that I think everyone can be proud of. That it's a good day to be. This event is something that all of humanity can get excited about. It's just a fundamentally positive, good thing, and I think we need more positive, good things in this world.
Our next question is from Joey Roulette of Reuters.
Doing this. One question, 2-part question. First is for Jim Bridenstine. Have you heard from your Russian counterparts? I know Kirk Shireman mentioned that international partners reached out to NASA with this success, and the other is for Elon Musk. With SpaceX's success today, have you heard from your Boeing counterparts, and what would you say to them? Thanks.
So Dmitry Rogozin is the head of Roscosmos in Russia, and I haven't talked to him, but I have seen his public comments. And of course, he was overwhelmingly congratulatory towards NASA and SpaceX. And he made some comment about how it's like flying an iPhone or something. And I know I've made similar comments as well, but he did express that this is an exciting day, not just for us, but also for them. They believe in the partnership, and so I think it's going to remain strong.
The trampoline is working.
That's right.
The trampoline is working. That's a dig at an old quote.
Inside joke, yeah.
Our next question comes from
That's a dig at an old quote. The Roscosmos guy said that the U.S. should use trampolines to get to orbit, making fun of SpaceX. So he said the trampoline is working. That's great.
Could you talk about how you were, your emotions, your feelings leading up to liftoff, and especially seeing them make it to orbit safely? Thank you very much.
Was that for me or Elon?
I'm going to jump up. I'm going to hide myself. I'm here. I'm going to be listening, but I'm going to hide myself on camera so I can stand up and stretch for a minute. But we'll keep listening in.
Marsha,
I'll pop in and out.
If you're still on the line, can you repeat your question?
Yes. Elon, Gwynne Shotwell said right before liftoff that she had her stomach in her throat. She was super nervous. I'd like to know how you were feeling in the minutes leading up to liftoff today. Your emotions, your feelings of having to stand there and watch all this unfold. Thank you.
Well, I mean, just speaking straight from the heart, on Wednesday during the first countdown, I'd say that my adrenaline was railed at 100%. And when the launch was called off, it went to 0%. It was like I just basically collapsed and slept the longest time I'd slept in probably a year. Then oddly enough today, I don't know, it felt like just the fates were aligned, and I didn't feel nervous, it felt like it was going to work, and it felt like the right thing was going to happen. So for whatever reason, I did not feel nervous.
Hey Bettina, can I say something real quick? I just got a note moments ago. Doug Hurley announced that the Crew Dragon is named Endeavor. Okay. And cool. We are going to look forward to hearing a few words from them shortly.
Thank you.
Yeah, they've been flying it around. Actually, it's cool that they took it off automatic and just were manually flying the craft around. Mm-hmm. It's got to be pretty fun, just zipping around space and spacecraft.
Everyone's childhood dream.
Yeah.
Next, we'll go to Emery Kelly of Florida Today.
Hey, folks. Thanks. Thanks for doing this. I appreciate it. I'm just wondering, with this being the first time humans have had a chance to experience flying on a Falcon 9 and in a Crew Dragon after all these years of them flying, have you gotten any input from Bob and Doug? Is it, smooth ride? What was it like? Thank you.
So I have not heard specifically as to how it flies. I do know that we are going to hear from them soon. I don't know at what point that's going to take place. Bettina, I don't know if you have that specific information. No?
I don't have it right.
It was a very smooth ride. You can see on the, I think on the webcast, it looked quite smooth. In fact, there was a friend of mine who's a filmmaker said, you need to put some shake into the camera to make it look more realistic.
Okay. Our next question will be from Paul Brinkman of UPI.
Yes, I'd like to ask Elon. I realize the mission isn't over, but it's a significant achievement at this point. What's the impact of success for this program on SpaceX as a whole, including development of Starship?
Well, I think this is obviously a tremendous accomplishment for SpaceX in partnership with NASA and a number of critical suppliers. In fact, if I think about the total number of people involved in making this mission successful, it probably adds up to 100,000. So I'd just like to express a word of appreciation and congratulations again to everyone involved in making this successful. And just a special word to the administrator and Kathy, and it's just everyone involved. It's just wow. Anyway, it is a little hard to process. I think at this point I am somewhat overcome by emotion to try to come up with cohesive, sentences that make any sense is quite difficult. But I think this is hopefully the first step on a journey towards a civilization on Mars, life becoming multiplanetary, based on the moon and expanding beyond Earth, and life becoming a multi-planet species, life becoming multiplanetary for the first time in the 4.5 billion year history of Earth. I think this is hopefully the first step on that journey. It will require a tremendous amount of innovation and technology development to make going to orbit and ultimately beyond orbit a routine matter where thousands and perhaps ultimately millions of people can travel to other planets. That's what we really need to achieve over time. That's obviously a very difficult goal, but that's seeming increasingly real with what happened today, that getting people to orbit finally after 18 years. If we are able to increase the rate of innovation, then life can become multiplanetary. This is the goal we should strive for.
I think from a NASA perspective, I think what this did for Starship and a lot of others is kind of establish that this is a successful business model. And if we look at how we did commercial resupply of the International Space Station, and now commercial crew of the International Space Station, and of course the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program to deliver payloads to the surface of the moon, and now for the first time since 1972, we have funded a human landing system, and of course we're very proud that SpaceX is going to be a partner in that development program as well. So not only do we have it funded, we actually have contractors under contract developing that human landing system. So I think as far as how this relates to the Artemis program and the Moon to Mars program, I think the business model has proven itself very successful. We're bringing down costs. We're increasing access. That's going to continue to happen as we on-ramp more partners, and of course, as SpaceX and others, to go get more customers. NASA doesn't want to be the owner and operator of the hardware. We also don't want to be the only customer. We want SpaceX and others to go get customers that are not us. And when all that materializes, I think what Elon's talking about here, this vision for humanity being able to live on the surface of the moon for long periods of time and eventually on Mars for long periods of time, that's the eventuality of the business model that we are currently developing.
Thank you. Our next question is from Chris Davenport of the Washington Post.
Thanks, guys, for taking my call. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Elon, for the trampoline quote. That was classic. Elon, if I could ask you, you put the window in the Cargo Dragon as a symbol of your ambition of flying people. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how, over these very long years, you kept your team focused on human spaceflight as the ultimate goal, even though obviously they've been working on so many other things along the way. Thanks, and congrats.
Yeah, human spaceflight was always the goal, the fundamental goal of SpaceX. Well, like I said, to create the technologies or help create the technologies necessary to make life sustainably multiplanetary. I cannot emphasize this enough. This is the thing that we need to do. We must make life sustainably multiplanetary. It's not one planet to the exclusion of another, but to extend life beyond Earth. We are life's agent in this regard. All the creatures and the plants and everyone that exist here on Earth, we can bring them to other planets, and it's very important that we do so as soon as possible, I think, while the window of opportunity is open. I call upon the public to support this goal and to think about this goal and think about how important it is and how fundamental it is to the future. We've got to get it done. The launching satellites is nice, of course, and it keeps the, we've got to bring in more money than we spend. This is important, but it's ultimately all about life beyond Earth.
We'll go to our next question. It's Eric Berger of Ars Technica.
Good afternoon. That was a hell of a thing to watch. Question for Jim today. It's been a little more than 8 months since you tweeted about SpaceX and it was time to deliver. Just wondering if you would say that they have delivered or not, and maybe do you have a message for other contractors for NASA?
Yeah, no, I leave it to you to bring this up. We're celebrating here a little bit. I want to be careful we're not celebrating too much until Bob and Doug get home safely. But no, that's right. There was a time 8 months ago, as you mentioned, where we were having challenges with parachutes. We had a Crew Dragon that had a static fire test that ultimately resulted in its catastrophic loss. If you would have told me then that we would be right here today, I don't know that I would have believed it. And yes, I sent a tweet and asked Elon to deliver. And I'll tell you the same thing. I told the president, I told the vice president, and of course I've said it in a number of interviews. Since that day, Elon Musk and SpaceX have delivered on everything NASA has asked them to deliver on, and at a speed that we never would have guessed. My engineering team was saying that this is not going to be able to be achieved in this amount of time. The amount of parachute tests that we had to get done and how long it takes to get those parachute tests done. Look, we got all the parachute tests done. And we are just overwhelmingly grateful, not just for SpaceX and Elon Musk, but also Airborne and the NASA team that really went to work on getting all these tests done. And of course, all of the, changing out the titanium, all that took time, and then doing all the tests after that. My goodness, SpaceX really delivered something that is magnificent, and that is speed. Without question, I don't think anybody would have believed the speed with which SpaceX delivered, and they did, in fact, deliver.
Kathy, you want to add anything to that?
Oh, no. I think Jim said it really well. We went through, it wasn't like we didn't have issues. We had things we had to go solve, right? And we've learned a ton. And that team, the SpaceX team and the NASA team together, working hand in glove, together, solve these problems together, right? We tackled them and we solved them and figured out how we're going to go fly together. But without the SpaceX folks making it happen, like Jim said, so quickly, we wouldn't be here today.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Grush with The Verge.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I guess this is for anyone who can answer it. I'm wondering if there was anything unexpected during the launch today. I think I heard something on the live stream about some component being lower in temperature than expected. Just wondering if everything went as planned or if you had any hiccups along the way. Thanks.
Do you know what I mean? So the only, really the count was, I would say, spectacularly quiet. Everybody said, and then probably within, as we were loading the prop, the only thing we saw it was actually something we'd seen as we were unloading on Wednesday. We had a sensor that was reading in a way that we had to go understand why was it reading in that particular manner, and we also had to understand what can happen if it fails. And it was in an area where actually it's downstream of our fill and drain valve, and so it was, kind of Jim talked before about how do they work together, and one of the things that we've learned on this mission is how to go take a piece of data, like a sensor data, and go understand what is that data telling us, and then be able to clear it, which is really why we were able to fly, through our understanding of what the issue was, and then turn that around in a very short period of time. And what that takes is two groups of folks that have been working with each other for a while and understand what the vehicle is trying to tell them. But, I thought, oh my goodness, we're going to have this issue after going through all the weather stuff. Now we're going to have this issue. And I was very impressed with how the joint teams together looked at the sensor, understood it, understood the phenomena, and then cleared it and continued on the count.
Next, we'll go to Irene Klotz of Aviation Week.
Thanks, Bettina. Congratulations, everybody. That was super impressive to see. My question, I think, is for Kathy and maybe for Elon. What has to happen from this point on for you all to feel confident that a August 30th or early September launch of the first post-certification mission can happen? Thanks.
Well, I'm very proud of the SpaceX team for another reason. We had really wanted our Crew 1 vehicle to get into prop checkouts, which is really where the spacecraft's assembled, and we're kind of in one of the final acceptance testing modes. And last night I got an email that said, Crew 1 vehicle is in prop checkouts. They're going through. So, and making sure that the propulsion systems leak tight and operating in a critical manner. So I tell you, that's the first thing. The vehicle's got to be ready. The other things that we've got to do is make sure, one, we dock our Demo-2 vehicle, because like we said, this is a test flight, and make sure that we're taking all that learning that we're going to have from the docking and rolling it into our readiness for Crew 1. And then we also have to make sure that we are understanding that we get through landing and make sure that we're taking that understanding and any issues that we have with the landing and then rolling that into Crew 1. So our team's getting the vehicle ready, and we're also watching this demonstration mission and making sure that our learning out of this test flight is then rolled into how we're going to be flying Crew 1. So keep watching along the way. It's going to be I'd say like a serial, your serial, and we'll be following along as we learn along the way. But these test flights are very important for that next mission.
Next question comes from Jeff Faust.
Hi, this is Jeff Faust with Space News. Are there any issues you're particularly watching on the Crew Dragon as it approaches the space station? Anything that you'll be particularly keeping your fingers across over the remaining hours up through docking?
So, the big thing, the nice thing about us having the uncrewed mission was we were able to check out a lot of the systems on the uncrewed mission that had to do with docking. And I think everybody saw last spring how successful our Demo 1 mission was through the docking phase. But you always learn something with spaceflight, and now having the crew on board and understanding how the spacecraft and the crew operate as a system, and then how that total system then obviously works with us approaching station will be another big thing that we're learning, right? And then obviously, people forget, and Kirk alluded to it, us understanding how to be docked with station and operate within station is a big part of our learning for this group. This is also our first long duration mission where we're going to be doing integrated operations with the space station for a long period of time, which is also going to be a huge learning opportunity for us. So these test flights are very, very important for us to not only learn how the vehicle works, but learn how we're operating it. And we've learned a lot about how to try to fly with weather and how to operate with these systems. It's going to be really important for us now to go learn how to obviously do the docking piece, but then learn how to be part of this integrated enterprise that's the International Space Station. And Kirk, you probably could add, it's a very complicated,
Sure.
system.
First of all, I promise good weather tomorrow, Kathy. I promise no rain showers. We did have a solar flare, but I don't think that'll impact our operations. But there's a series of tests along the way. Just like on Demo 1, there's some additional tests. Of course, Doug's going to take over and fly manually, and the crew on board the Dragon, Bob and Doug, monitoring how the vehicle comes in, and Chris Cassidy on board the ISS will also be monitoring it. So it really is, how does the vehicle perform? How does the integrated crew, both the crew on the Dragon and the crew on the International Space Station, handle all that? And then, of course, equalizing the pressures, making sure there's no leaks when it's mated to the ISS. And then finally, just training the crew to come across the hatch and how the ISS works and be part of that bigger integrated team. So I think there's a tremendous amount of things to learn along the way. And we have very, very experienced crew on board the ISS and a very, very experienced crew on Dragon. And I think it'll go really well. But I'm sure we'll learn a few things along the way.
Thank you. Our next question is going to come from Jackie Goddard of Times of London.
Hello, thank you, and congratulations. My question is for Elon. You said last week that you had told Bob and Doug's two little boys that you would do everything you can to bring them home safely. Even with a safe launch out the way, that must still weigh on you throughout the mission, though. And I wondered if you can share some personal insight into what it's like to have that responsibility, not just with your SpaceX hat on, but as a dad. Thank you.
Well, it really hit home, when you meet somebody's kids and the vehicle that you're responsible for, their life's at stake. It really hits home. There's still. So we still got to dock with the space station. We still got to return. I think there's an argument that the return is more dangerous in some ways than the ascent. So we don't want to declare victory yet. We need to bring him home safely. Make sure that we're doing everything we can to minimize that risk of reentry and return. We were able to do that with the Demo 1 vehicle, so we were able to retire a lot of risk with the reentry there. That's a big deal, but anyway, get it choked up here. So it's really this. Yeah, I'm getting choked up. Sorry, I'm not sure I can answer the question any more than that, except we're going to do everything we can to make sure he gets home safely.
Our next question comes from Marina Corinne.
Hi, everyone. Marina Corin with The Atlantic. Congratulations on the launch. This is for Elon or Jim. Do Bob and Doug want to dock manually to the ISS instead of letting Dragon do it? Are they allowed to do that, or can they only take over if there is a problem or some kind of emergency?
The plan is for automatic rendezvous and docking. That's the plan. Of course, if they needed to do something manually, they could. But we're planning to test automatic rendezvous and docking. I just want to reiterate something that Elon talked about. There is no doubt that Bob and Doug are on Elon's mind all the time. But that is not just on his mind. He has made that throughout the culture at SpaceX. And we did an assessment of the culture at SpaceX, and it came back extremely strong. And it is on the mind. Bob and Doug are on the minds of everybody, all the way down to the line worker and all the way to the top. Everybody at SpaceX knows what is at stake here. And I will tell you, I was very impressed with what I saw in that safety assessment that we conducted, and I think all of our NASA team was impressed with it as well. It's not just Elon; it's his whole team, and he's made that go all the way down to every person that works at SpaceX.
They're called the dads, which may have something to do with their age, but I won't. I can say that because they're on orbit, so they're and it'll be a few months before maybe they come back and kick me now. But yes, but they're called the DM-2 dads.
We should have a dad joke or something.
I would like to add to that because it plays back to an earlier question about how did SpaceX stay focused on human spaceflight coming out of cargo, and I think part of that is that relationship that was built. I know recently over this past year, I think it was 32 straight weeks that Bob and Doug were out there at Hawthorne with the SpaceX team, and they have really built a very close relationship. You can see it in the eyes and the smiles when they see each other. And that goes a long way, I think, in this. And so
I think what's really, really cool is that the part number for their seats and their suits has their names in it. Mm-hmm. So, I think, Elon, you guys have done a great job to personalize that they're flying our crews.
That culture is not easy to achieve, and it's not easy to get it throughout the whole organization. And the safety assessment that we did indicated that that was the case.
Well, I just want to say that I think we would not have achieved this level of safety without the tremendous support from NASA and your team. NASA made us way better than we would otherwise have been, and obviously we couldn't even have got started without NASA. So thank you very much for your support.
Let's celebrate safety when we get them home.
Yeah, totally. Yes.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
But it's good.
Our next question is from Ivan Crone from AFP.
Thank you very much. A question for Elon Musk. Could you expand on Starship development and about when you expect you will go around the moon?
Well, I tend to be a little optimistic about schedules. So I'm optimistic in general, so I guess that extends to schedules too. I don't know. I mean, I guess I would wish that we could do it in 2 years. I don't know. That might mean 4, but I don't know. I think it's not out of the question that it could be 2 years. I would be surprised if it took more than 4.
Okay. Our next question is from Dave Mosher of Business Insider.
Thank you for taking my question, and congratulations on an amazing launch. This is for Elon. You've been working toward this moment for 18 years and have certainly encountered some resistance along the way, I think even at NASA at one point. What would you say to those who doubted SpaceX could do this? Do you have a message for them? And then your last conversation with Bob and Doug, can you tell us what you talked about, what you said? Thank you.
My apologies. I didn't hear the first question properly.
Can you repeat that, please?
Just the first question.
Dave?
Yes, I'm sorry. You couldn't hear the question?
Yeah, can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, sorry about that. So this is for Elon. I said you've been working toward this moment for 18 years, and you've certainly encountered a lot of resistance along the way, even, I think, from NASA at the very beginning. What would you say to those who doubted SpaceX could do this? Do you have a message for them? And then what was your last conversation with Bob and Doug like? What did you talk about? Where was it? Thank you so much.
Do I have a message for those who... What?
Doubted you.
Oh, doubted. Okay, I was like, what did you... Okay. Maybe I'll just blank out the word doubt. No, I mean, to be totally frank, I doubted us too. So I thought we, had maybe, when starting SpaceX, maybe had a 10% chance of reaching orbit. So to those who doubted us, I was like, well, I think you're probably right. I mean, the number of times that I was told, like, because I was taking the money that I earned from PayPal and rolling it into to create SpaceX and Tesla, and I ended up spending it all. It wasn't the intention, but almost both companies went bankrupt. Frankly, 2008 was a tough year. It took us 4 attempts just to get to orbit with Falcon 1. but a lot of times people would tell me this joke, like, how do you make a small fortune in the rocket industry? You start with a large one is the punchline. And I was like, okay, I already heard that joke 12,000 times, So anyway, and it almost came true. We just barely made it there. That fourth launch of Falcon 1, that's all the money we had for that fourth launch. And then, and that wasn't even enough to save the company. We also then had to win the NASA cargo resupply contract. So that came a little after, a little bit later, or right towards the end of 2008. Those are the two key things that saved SpaceX. Otherwise, we would have, not made it. So, hey, I think those doubters were, their probability assessment was correct. But fortunately, fate has smiled upon us and brought us to this day.
And Pat, anything else you could add about Bob and Doug right before they launched?
Well, I mentioned earlier that they were calm and focused. I think that this was for both of them a chance to get back to space. They felt like it was a privilege to represent NASA and the astronaut corps in this endeavor, and they, I guarantee you, are going to enjoy their time on the International Space Station. Chris joked with them when they didn't get up the first time. I think the administrator heard this, that they were trying to get out of the weekend cleaning that we do on the ISS, but they'll be glad to get there, glad to come back.
We're going to take our last question from space.com.
Hi, this is Hanukkah Weitering with space.com. Thank you so much for taking my question, and congratulations on an amazing launch today. I'm just wondering if you could talk about what else Bob and Doug will be doing now that they've completed their manual flight test. I've heard that they're going to be taking a nap at some point, but what else is on the to-do list for Bob and Doug between now and docking?
Well, they did their far field demo. So like Elon already mentioned, they got to manually fly the vehicle. They'll be doing another demonstration a little bit closer to the space station. People forget that, the reason we picked, or the FOD picked the Bob and Doug to fly this is because of their experience as test pilots, and actually had developed the concept of the cadre to have an experienced set of crew members working with the companies to make sure that they were able to help them as they're working their designs and developing their systems. So this is kind of cool because this is Bob and Doug get to actually fly the work that they've been helping work and develop and figure out how's it really working on orbit. And so the other thing they get to do is just to be able to be, the ecosystem's working. They're getting to see, are things cooling? How's the seat feels? How's the suits feel? Can you get in and out of the suits, when you're on orbit? How easy are those kind of functions going to be? I'm not going to talk about the waste functions, but that's kind of part of it. And then obviously how approach feels with, I know that Jim was able to use a simulator, but now they've got this big simulator that's the International Space Station that they're going to get to be able to actually, come up to and be able to dock and see how that really works and how it matches. Because one of the things that's really important, and we all know it, and anybody is how does a real thing really approximate what you've been practicing on for, the last few years. And so they now are going to be able to come back, and for these next crews that are going up, they'll be able to share with them, hey, this is really how it felt. This is how these systems worked, and be able to share that experience with the Crew 1 crew that right now is doing their training. So they're doing a very, very, very important function for our upcoming crews that will really be the long-duration crew members and will be flying to the space station.
And I can promise you that the hardest thing they'll do tomorrow is when they're done flying their manual near-field flying is to hand it back over to the computers and not dock it themselves, because they are test pilots. And to answer an earlier question, that is exactly what they would enjoy doing. So to give it back will be a little bit hard for them.
I did notice, Doug was really good at teaching Jim how to fly it. So, yes, he helped you dock, right?
Well, I might have. No, he helped a lot, and it was fantastic.
Well, that was our last question. Some closing remarks from the administrator.
Sure. So again, this is a great day for the United States of America. It does represent many years of work. I want to say, a question came up earlier about, doubters and people that didn't believe that this could ever happen. There was a day when Charlie Bolden, my predecessor at NASA as the administrator, was trying to get this program off the ground in a significant way. And he had members of Congress on both sides of the aisle that were in opposition to it and wouldn't adequately fund it, and ultimately gave him a hard time about it. And Marine Corps General Charlie Bolden persevered, and he pushed through. And that was the beginning of what we all get to experience today. And so I want to emphasize that. I also want to emphasize, Pat was talking about how the Bob and Doug were joking with each other earlier today when I had the opportunity to be with them, and they were joking. Doug Hurley's last Space Shuttle mission got scrubbed 5 times before they finally launched on the 6th time. And of course, Bob Behnken is saying that Doug Hurley is the jinx here, and therefore, they're not going to launch today either. And to see them loose like that, Pat, you mentioned that they were loose and joking, and in fact, seemingly having fun on the day of launch, even though what they're doing is very serious. And nerves of steel. Yeah. These are just American heroes. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping them in mind, and of course, Elon, SpaceX, and your team. Going back to what we talked about just a few minutes ago, the fact that at SpaceX, you don't call them Bob and Doug, you call them the dads, because that's what they are. They are, in fact, dads, and keeping their safety at the foremost of your minds. So really, this is really a great day for all of America. It's a great day for our country. It's been a long time. It's been 9 years since we've had the opportunity. And of course, we are here now, and there's as Elon said earlier, there's 10,000 people behind this that have made it happen. You might have said 100,000.
Actually, when you add up suppliers and and everyone, I think it's probably closer to 100,000.
Children.
That's right. Yeah. So this really is it's a great day for the United States of America. It's a great day for our international partners. Remember, Crew 1 is going to be an international mission on the first crew. We're going to have a Japanese astronaut with us. So we're very excited about this. I want to say congratulations to everybody. We're not celebrating yet. We will celebrate when they're home safely, but certainly we can breathe sighs of relief every step along the way, and that's what we're doing today. So congratulations to SpaceX and Elon Musk. Congratulations to Kathy Leaders and your NASA team that got us to this position, and we look forward to so many things ahead.
Great.
So that's going to wrap it up for us here at the Kennedy Space Center. You can continue watching our live coverage until the astronauts reach the International Space Station and docking and hatch opening and the arrival of Bob and Doug at the ISS. Docking is scheduled for 10:29 Eastern Time. And right after this broadcast, we'll turn it over to JSC. We're going to hear from Bob and Doug during a downlink from the Crew Dragon as they orbit the Earth. So we'll have more information. Please go to nasa.gov for more specific information on commercial crew. You go to nasa.gov/commercial crew, and go SpaceX, go NASA, go Bob and Doug, and go America. Thank you.
All right. We did it. We made it through the press conference. We already heard the downlink. So the downlink event is something that we heard a little bit earlier. Let's see. We're going to get this out of here. So we're done with that. And we are going to wrap up, folks. We're just about done here. We've got the downlink event. They are replaying it here. We're just going to throw it up on the screen. But holy smokes! That was a day. this was a super long day. I was just, as I was getting prepared, or as they were ending here, I remembered that I haven't published the event for tomorrow morning. So, and I think I have to change the thumbnail for it, so don't be confused by the thumbnail, but I'm going to publish an event for tomorrow morning over on the YouTube, over on our YouTube page. So let's see, we're going to call this SpaceX DM-2 docking with the ISS live. This will be tomorrow morning at, we're going to make, they're docking at 10:30. Wait, that's 9 p.m. We're gonna be live at 9 a.m. Eastern time, which is 1300 UTC, tomorrow morning for docking. I'll go back through and we'll change the. Did I not change the title? Yeah, I changed the title. Just didn't update. I gotta change the thumbnail because this was the event that I was gonna use for the press conference. So it says post launch on there, but it's docking with the ISS. Just created the event. It's now public. Oh wait, did I just change the wrong event? No. Wait, I'm so confused. Oh, I see what's happening. It's giving me a preview of what I'm streaming right now. That's very confusing. It's giving me a preview of what I'm streaming now. So head over to our YouTube page and hit the little reminder option for tomorrow's event, because we'll be back here. We'll be back here in the morning for the dock. I'll change the thumbnail here in a minute, but the event is there, so you can go hit the reminder button so you don't forget about docking in the morning. But we'll be back for docking 9 a.m. Eastern, 1300 UTC. To watch this happen, we will almost certainly watch a couple of replays too, so we can relive the whole launch again tomorrow. I would love to do it again today, but we have now been live streaming for 9 hours and 52 minutes. Whoo-wee! That is by far the longest live stream I've had. I've seen other live streamers live stream for like 24 hours. I don't know how they do it. Like, my brain is just fried right now. Trying to talk and think and, like, you're literally just talking off the cut. Like, I don't have a script. I'm just talking off the top of my head just for hours and hours straight. It was nice. I went off camera for a minute during the press conference, and I pretty much just crumbled on the ground here behind me, just laid down on the ground. It was like, this was so long, but so worth it. So worth it. So much fun. If you haven't seen it already, I tweeted out a couple of screenshots from earlier of the launch when I was just freaking out and bouncing off the walls. Some of my favorite screenshots that I've had in these broadcasts. So if you like it, go hit the like option on either Facebook or Twitter, where I just posted those screenshots because I thought they were hysterical. Maybe it's just me. But yeah, you guys all know that I was bouncing off the walls. And yes, I see everybody thanking our moderators. So yes, huge thank you to all the moderators that have been helping me out today. Gregorius, Alex Ziggyful, Sebi Time Waster, also Chusakon, our newest moderator, for helping us out and moderating the chat. I know that becomes a huge nuisance sometimes, not always, but sometimes, especially at the beginning, right towards the beginning of the broadcast, we had like 10,000 people hanging out and getting ready to watch this. Probably difficult to manage all that, but I definitely can't do it while I'm live streaming. So much love and thank you very much to all of our great moderators. Thanks to everybody that sent over super chats. I saw another one from Karen during the press conference and one from Adrian. So thank you very, very much for the super chats. If you do want to support the channel, we do have a Patreon. Sometimes I post some behind the scenes stuff there. When we do scripted videos, I post them early on Patreon so you can get early access as well. So if you do want to help support the channel, you can definitely head over to patreon.com/overlookhorizon to help support the channel. And that's how I can put together all these things, this custom event list that we put together, and these overlays, and all the equipment that I have for. I mean, I know it doesn't look like it with the stupid camera issues that we had today, but I do have nice equipment here to run the stream. Just got to figure out what was the deal with the camera. I think it might have been overheating. When I was touching it, it was quite warm. So, Gregorius says, don't ask 10,000 people to type !path next time. I loved that. That was hysterical. As soon as I said it and I saw all the !paths come in, I was like, oh, that was a bad decision. That was good, though. Did you hear the name of the capsule? Endeavor. Capsule Endeavor is the name of the capsule. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? Yeah, you need Windows 98. Yeah, right? Yeah, so I think at this point we ought to wrap up, right? Start the polls now over in our Discord. They always start the betting pools on how many times I'm going to say that I'm wrapping up. But we went through it all. We had a day, quite the day. We're now T plus 4.5 hours after launch. We started more than 5 hours before launch. 10 hours ago we started. It's too, yeah, Sebi says, I'm too tired to bet. I know, me too. I'm exhausted. Are you going to live stream the docking? Yes, there's already an event created on our YouTube page, youtube.com/OLHCN. It's right there in the bottom corner. Head over to somebody in my chat, link to the new video. Here, let me get the link to the new video, and I'll link it in the chat so you know how to get to it. The thumbnail is still... I gotta fix the thumbnail. But there you go. Oh, Sebi, you're quick on the draw. You beat me to it. Let's see. I took a shot of whiskey every time you said weather, and I'm trying... I picked up on the fact that you guys were making fun of me when I said, quick check of the weather. You guys are... Let's see. Yeah, your streaming advantage is gone now with low latency mode. I know, right? Man, I said it, and that low... I kind of like the low latency mode because we can interact a little bit better. They have, like, ultra low latency mode, but that one scares me. That's, like, almost instantaneous, and I don't know if my internet connection can support that mode. But I like this low latency mode. Better interaction. All right. I think... Oh, Chad. Chad Colby, how are ya? My buddy Chad from NASA Social. Great job today, mister. My Cessna is fueled. When are we going back to Cape Canaveral? Well, as soon as all this stuff is done, the whole pandemic situation clears up, I'm ready to go back. I was gonna be there for this. I wanted to go to Florida for this. Then we had the whole pandemic situation, so yeah. But yeah, I do want to go back at some point. I'm all for it, Chad. CCtCap, if you aren't subscribed, don't forget to sub, turn on notifications, please click the likes button. Thanks, CCtCap. Yeah, thanks for the reminder for everybody. I have to get up at 7 a.m. for your stream. I know, me too. I'm exhausted. I'll wake up tomorrow and feel like I had a hangover and I didn't drink anything other than root beer and Powerade. Do you own light-up Skechers? No, I don't have those. So do the astronauts take off their suits while in orbit? Yes, they already took off their suits. They're in just regular plain clothes now. They won't put those back on until they're ready to re-enter. A few minutes. I have to get up at 6 a.m. Yeah, I know, right? So when is docking? Docking's tomorrow morning. Type !docking in the chat. I'll give you the time. I can't remember the time exactly. My brain is fried at this point. !docking. It'll give you the exact time. But I'll be live an hour and a half before docking. Did it happen already? Yeah, Brian, we've been here for 10 hours now. We're done at this point. It happened. I would play a replay for you, but I'm just beat. I'm shot. I'm fried. I gotta be done. So when do they come back? We don't know. 4 to 16 weeks from now. They'll decide that when they get on station. But they're not there yet. So they'll get on station in about 15 hours. At T plus 19 hours. So we're 4 hours into the mission. We got about 15 more hours to go. Where can I find a link to watch the liftoff? Well, you can watch it here. Just rewind 4.5 hours. I don't know if you can rewind that far, actually. You might only be able to rewind 2 hours, so. I got 8:30 for me to end the stream? No way. No, it can't be 8:30. I'm so shot at this point. Look at, we just crossed over to 10 hours. Phew. Yeah, no, it won't be an 11-hour stream tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll be a relatively short stream because we'll have, well, actually, it probably still will be kind of long because we'll be up live an hour and a half before docking. Let me see what the schedule is. It's an hour and a half before docking, and then we have docking, and then we got to wait for hatch opening, which is not, you would think that would be pretty much immediately after docking, but it's not, surprisingly. So docking's at 10:29, hatch opening's at 12:45. So it's almost 2 hours after docking. They don't open the hatch for 2 hours after docking. Kind of crazy. Then they have a welcoming event. Yeah, crazy. So yeah, we'll be live for a while tomorrow too. While we wait for docking to go down. You can rewind up to 12 hours if the stream is going long enough. Well, there you go. They said you can rewind, so you'll be able to watch it from 4.5 hours ago was launch. Scott, 6725. Thanks for the super chat. He says thank you for the stream, Tory and mods. Says thank you to our moderators for sure. Couldn't do that without them. And Scott, thank you for your support. Can't do this without you guys. So thank you for your support there. Need to wait. Oh yeah, over on Twitch, talking about the reason why it's 2 hours between docking. Yeah, they have to equalize pressure and temperature before they open the hatch, which is true. It's something you forget about. I mean, I knew this, but it just seems like you forget about that because you're like, you're docked. Just open the door, go in. But yeah, you got to equalize pressure, temperature, all that kind of stuff before you can't just open the hatch. Do you have a special guest like Amy tomorrow? I don't think we're gonna have a special guest tomorrow, and I probably don't have time to set one up now. But maybe you'll see. I got stuff in the works, but I would say maybe, but not at the moment. Okay, that's it. How many times have I said goodbye at this point? Love the shirt. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate it. We're gonna head out now. I think it's a longest stream. How are you holding up? I'm absolutely just beat. I'm exhausted. I can't believe how long we went today. So long, but so worth it. One of the most exciting streams that I've done probably ever. Just like the weather, we didn't know if the weather was going to hold out. We were coming down to the wire. We were checking the weather. We were watching the stream. We were looking at the countdown. It was coming down to the wire. And then it finally launched and was like, ah! Wow. It was crazy. This was so exciting. Obviously, you guys could tell that I was just bouncing off the walls the whole time. But this was so much fun. I'm so happy that they finally launched today. DM-2 on orbit. Docking tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll be live, 1300 UTC. Come back, subscribe to the channel, turn on those notifications so you don't forget about me. And then hopefully we'll be able to do this a little bit tomorrow. We'll watch a couple replays tomorrow too. But I gotta go to bed now. My brain is fried. Like I feel like I'm not even thinking straight at this point. We've just been going for so long. All right, guys, for real, wrapping it up this time. I had a lot of fun. Thanks for everybody that chatted it up. Thanks to our mods for helping out, and thanks to the supporters that help support the channel through super chats and through Patreon. Can't do it without all you guys. And even if you're just a fan and you're just chatting it up with us, you're a pretty important part of the show too. So thanks for chatting and contributing to the show with your chat. It's awesome. All right, guys, my name's Tory. This is Overlook Horizon. I had a lot of fun with you guys today. I will see you hopefully in the morning for docking. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of the day. Goodbye, guys.